Are we loud, live, and in color? Let's see. Hey, you guys. Hello, 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 hello. Just making sure you guys can see me. How are thou? Welcome to the show. I know we're like 15 minutes late, but I'm dealing with 3-4 different black men. So charge it to cis hetero folk, okay? Not the gay kid. You guys already know what we're here to talk about today. We're going to have a really hey, you guys. Conversation. This conversation, I got feedback real quick. Let me see if I can get this feedback out of the way real quick. I got feedback. I have feedback. Okay, there we go. You guys already know what we're here to talk about, okay? We're going to have a discussion with black men. We're going to talk all things relationship, romance, love language, violence, toxic masculinity. We're going to get into all of those things, okay? I have a very distinguished panel today. One guest will be joining us a little bit later in the discussion. I probably will also put the StreamYard link into the chat mods so you guys can post that every now and again, so that you guys can be interactive with this dialogue and come in and maybe even respond to some of the things that are going to be stated and said and expressed here today on this platform, okay? So with no further ado, let's get into it. I want to bring in my boy Spiryt. You guys already know Infamous Henry, my lovely tattoo artist. All this beautiful artwork is this man's divine doing. How are you today, Henry?
I'm good, man. I appreciate you for bringing me on. Definitely.
Are you ready for this discussion? Because you host a lot of these discussions on your Facebook page, and you know black women windmill when it comes to their name and their reputation and what a black man gonna say. So how you feel about engaging in this conversation?
I feel good about it. It's a topic that's, yeah, I feel great about it. Yeah, I mean, it's a topic that, is rarely discussed, especially on, as far as video streamings and stuff like that. As I'm definitely looking forward to hearing the opinions of the other guests that you're bringing on.
All right, wonderful. I'm gonna get you a ring light too, so that we can see more of your handsome face can be illuminated a lot more. Okay.
Word.
All right. I want to bring in my next guest, Christian. Hello, Mr. Christian. How are thou?
Hi, how's everyone doing? I hope I'm really excited. This is going to be interesting. I know we talked about this previously, like a few months ago, and I didn't know when this was going to happen. But this is exciting. I think it's going to be a good read.
Yeah, you think it's exciting now until these black women get off into your ass. Then you're gonna be hurrying and scurrying the end broadcast button. Okay. So I hope you're ready, sir. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Talk about Mr. Christian. He over there glitched up again. Having technical difficulty. Okay, so while Christian gets that together, I want to bring in the infamous Bolarin. You guys may know him from the Grapevine, which is one of my favorite YouTube shows. I absolutely love Ashley Acuna. She ripped me of my idea, but I'm coming for that throne. Ashley, Mr. Bolarin, how are thou?
I'm good. How you doing?
I am wonderful. He's uselessly sexy today, so you guys may recognize him. Okay, he's uselessly sexy today.
Oh yeah, I should put my regular name, but I guess I don't know. Ask me. I just put one on.
Okay. One question: are we going to see you on this season of the Grapevine? Because I have not seen you on any of the recent episodes.
I honestly have no idea. I don't find out until Ashley hit me up and be like, "Hey, what are your views on XYZ?" Okay. And then it determines if I'm even on that episode. To be honest, I have no idea. I have no idea.
I ain't know whether you was fired, got the boot, had to file for
every other season. I think the same thing. I'm like, yo, am I good? But they definitely like to use me sparingly. So
okay,
yeah.
All right. Well, I am happy to have you. And welcome to the conversation. I know you are definitely ready. You are not a novice to these topics. All right. So you guys know that the heels of this conversation is off of the strength of a lot of the social media tension that's been brewing between men and women in general, but particularly black women and black men. You guys know that we've heard a lot from Black women in terms of their disappointment, their disapproval, and their discouragement as it relates to finding a sound, grounded, mentally sane Black partner. The Black community expressing a bit of a lack of leadership from Black men. We've been talking a lot as a culture about privilege, male privilege, are all men trash, etc. So we're going to get these Black men here to, you know, discuss, rebut, and maybe even expound upon some of these particular sentiments, okay, by the Black community. So everybody can unmute yourselves. I'm going to ask you guys this very shortly. This is a yes or no. Are all men trash, particularly Black men? Is there a higher probability of Black men being completely garbage? Yes or no, Henry?
No.
No. Okay. Stay unmuted. Christian.
Yes. Sorry. Yeah.
Now, you particularly are biracial, so is the 50% of yourself complete garbage?
The man part of me, yeah. Men are trash.
Really? Wow.
We're going to get really into this. I have some strong opinions on this.
Okay, wonderful. Uselessly sexy. Unmute your damn self.
Button. Okay, there we go.
Are you and your fellow melanated brothers trash as it relates to women? Garbage.
I feel like you could pose that same question, like, are humans trash? And then depending on that answer, then you have your answer right there. Because women are very capable and do the same thing men do. It's just that it's highlighted more when men do it. So if humans are trash, then if you say humans are trash, then yeah, men are trash. Sure. But if you don't think all humans are trash, then no, men are not trash. It's just the stigma that they have. You know? Okay,
uselessly sexy. Don't be trying to be all coy and clever, okay, and flip these narratives. The particular question: are you and your peers brother? And maybe I want to ask this question again. I'm asking this question in the context of you all being men yourself, being raised up in male spaces, having uncles and grandpas and rendezvousing with other men. When you, even if you can't look at yourself, have you been able to look at other Black men and how they carry on with Black women and be like, wow? Or do you feel like women have gotten the math wrong? Henry, have women gotten it wrong in their observations?
I'm sorry, I was in the comments. My bad.
Okay, don't be in the comments. There's gonna be time for the comments. Be in this mouth right here. Okay.
I didn't even know there was. I should have never seen that. I didn't even know there was comments.
Yeah.
Could you ask the question again?
Okay. FYI, pay attention to me, okay, so that we don't have to spend time asking the questions again.
All right.
As a Black man who is raised around men, if you are speaking honestly, have you been able to see what Black women see when they critique Black men or go to give their testimony about their overall experience of Black men? Have you been able to see what they see in part or at all in any way, shape, or form as a Black man?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I've seen broke niggas. I've seen ain't shit niggas. You know what I'm saying?
And can you speak a little louder? Can you project a little louder for us all?
Absolutely. You know, I've absolutely. I mean, I've seen the broke niggas. I've seen the ain't shit cheaters. You know what I'm saying? You know, I can definitely understand the elements by which they would use to judge. If that's the only question to answer that, yes. But of course, there's more to that.
Yes. Okay. Christian, you said you had some shared opinions. Now you are a biracial man, so before we get into you specifically in terms of your thoughts, were you raised around or in Black environments, or?
Yeah, actually, I was raised around my Black family.
Okay.
However, I want to let that be a little bit because my particular situation, because I think there's very specific sort of there's very specific points I want to touch on when we get to that part. Mm-hmm. I think my experience specifically is a smaller section of the same biracial experience. So I kind of want to step away from that. But like in general, just being raised around Black men, yeah, I've seen some trash niggas. Like that's the truth. I mean, like even I would say I carry a lot of those same habits. So yeah.
Do you think that the habits are particularly connected to Black people's culture, or do you think that they're more so connected to the biology of male? Because, you know, we have certain belief systems that are somewhat supported by science that says that, you know, men are more susceptible to, I guess, infidelity, to promiscuity, to sexual activity. So when you say you have some of those same habits, do you attribute that to how you were raised by the Black part of your experience, or more so to the biology of male and whatever that may mean?
I would probably attribute it more. I mean, the culture doesn't help. Sadly, like just the diaspora of how things have gone about, and like recently, and just looking through the experience through the 80s and 90s, etc. It's a biological thing for some people, but I also believe heavily our culture has skewed the narrative pretty poorly.
Okay, got it. So certain aspects of the Black culture have kind of exacerbated unique properties of men.
Wholeheartedly.
Okay, great.
Wholeheartedly.
Okay, all right. We'll get into it. Bolarin. Have Black women gotten it wrong? As a Black man yourself who was in the barbershops, you shoot pool with the boys, you know what the truth is behind your boys' conducts and relationships. You know what they really do, what they really think. Have Black women missed the mark in their diagnosis of Black men, or are you really able to, in some way, some part, see what could be problematic in terms of Black men's thinking and the way that Black men relate to women and to the community at large? Take your time, please.
Have they gotten it wrong? I think I could only say not completely. They haven't gotten it completely wrong. I hate to. I mean, I'm pretty honest. Like, I used to be naive when it came to like African American men, and women used to always be like,
"Man, did y'all hear that? He just like note just."
He said, "What?"
I said, "You can sing, bro. That was a note that you hit."
I wish I could. But I was saying that I used to be naive in the sense of saying, like, you know, always hearing women say men are trash, and it used to annoy the heck out of me until I started realizing that a lot of my friends and associates tend to do their thing or whatever, but
because we're not going to be general. Do their thing. What is doing their thing?
Be unfaithful.
Be
unfaithful. So but I still do believe that it comes down. What I later learned though is that I still feel like it's unfair to place that stigma, if that's even the right word, I don't even really remember right now. I'm gonna be honest, on male or on men only, because I just think that it's sort of like a stereotype, because I really think it comes down to the person. Because when you start to say that, oh, men are dogs, men cheat, it makes it seem as if all women are faithful and men are just out here cheating. But really, it comes down to the character of the person, male or female. Because I know men who don't step out on African American men who do not step out on the women, then I know some that do. And I've heard of some women that do. So I think it comes down to the morals of that person personally. Now, if you want to include culture and stuff like that, I do feel like that is a huge part to play that helps to, or that causes this confliction in African-American males that make them feel like this is what they should be doing, which is to, be unfaithful. You're seen as popular or something like that when you get all the chicks and you get all the ladies, you know what I mean? So even if morally you feel like you don't want to do it, you kind of are taught like this is what you do. You know what I mean?
So that kind of goes hand in hand with the point that Christian made about the culture doesn't help certain parts of our culture as Black people doesn't help.
I would have to say it doesn't, but for me personally anyway, it's never really affected me. It's never really made me feel like, I've been surrounded by hip hop my whole life and I've seen all the like bitches and hoes and tricks and all that stuff, but I've never really felt like I needed to chase multiple women if I was involved with one woman. But I will actually say I might be the exception to that rule though.
Okay, well then expect your inbox to exceptionally blow the fuck up after this. Okay.
I wish that was a fact, but I believe women like drama. As much as they say they hate it, they want a dude that kind of just causes a little bit of friction. And they if you too easy and you too nice, nah, they not.
We're going to get into that. We're going to get into that point right there. Too nice, too much of a good guy. Okay. I want to touch a little bit more on this culture aspect because I didn't write this down, but I think that this was really dope that you guys brought this up. Henry, how do you feel about the culture that Black men create musically, artistically, and the messages that send to Black women who look at the things that Black men look at and then make an assumption that this is what Black men obviously want. They want the Instagram body. They want the voluptuousness. They want the exotic look. They want the et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Do you think that men, Black men particularly, are sending a mixed message to women? And do you think that it's fair that Black men, well, I'm going to save that question. I'm going to go one question at a time. The culture. Does Black men's culture send a mixed message to Black women in terms of what Black men are looking for? And I think Henry is frozen because everybody got a bootleg ass AA battery. Yeah, okay, you're not frozen. There you go.
I'm not frozen. No. Well, yeah, I can definitely see that. But I'll also say that there's really no way for a mainstream media to portray anybody in a real light. And I say that to say that you're always gonna see, even in white culture, there you see the blonde woman with the big breasts is the most beautiful type of white woman. You know what I'm saying? So you have that, and then of course even with women, as far as women are concerned, what they're being fed is the image of what a man is supposed to be, and it's that which they hold up and they say this is what the quintessential man is supposed to be. Mm-hmm. Any male that deviates from this is trash. And so to kind of answer, there is a yes to your question, and that yes is yes because it's we are male, so we automatically align with the patriarchy. And the patriarchy says that you know what I'm saying, man is the head of the household, and this is how we're gonna want our woman. So there is that was the yes to your question. But again, just kind of taking it further, I just feel as though women they've been sold a lie of the perfect man, the perfect, guy.
So what's the lie? Like, what's the lie? Like, what is the perfect man that you believe that they've been sold?
Just, whatever archetype that they complain against. You know what I'm saying? The broke nigga, you know what I'm saying? The unfaithful, I'll say it. You know what I'm saying? The broke, unfaithful, all things that they, you know what I'm saying, they attribute to men being trash or emotionally distant or, you know,
so you believe that that's been sold to women, that's a perception that's been projected or conditioned.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what if Black women were able to tell you that it's not that we've been sold or conditioned, this is our experience, that this is our experience of Black men in real life?
Sure, I understand it, but the way that they explain it in saying that men cannot be trash as a result of it. I mean, that I don't understand how they're able to make that leap. I mean, it could be said that men need help. It could be said that perhaps, you know, this isn't the best way to explain the issues that, you know, are caused the things that are causing these issues. Maybe it is a rap music. The fact that, you know what I'm saying? Like, my brother Uselessly Sexy said, you know, it's not rap music that makes me want to sleep with women. I don't know if it's rap music or just the general fact that I'm just a very sexual person, but, you know, I've always looked to, you know, pop culture as this is how it's supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is how, you know, a man, and it's a problem. It's a problem in my 40s. It's a problem. I hate it. You know what I'm saying? I love it. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. Let me not say that. But you know, we're all sold a lie. You know what I'm saying? And we're the ones that have to be the understanding ones. We're the ones that have to bear the slings and arrows of their misinterpretations of our behaviors. Yeah.
I would just want to say that I think the reason why, like, because you said something a few moments ago about maybe it's that practically Black men more or need help or need guidance. But I think the issue with that is that Black men, well, our community is really littered with a lot of respectability politics. One of those respectability politics is gender roles and the responsibility and role that Black men are assigned and assume. And I think when you have Black men who automatically out the gate want to occupy the position as leader, as head, as master, but then we have to enter into these pockets where it's like, oh, well, be compassionate toward the Black men. I think it's hard to really empathize with Black men because it seems that they take no time running for the top position, even though they're not qualified, and then want everybody to be compassionate once they drop the ball and make a mess out of the family, make a mess out of the finances, make a mess out of the culture, make a mess out of everybody. Then it's like, oh, well, I'm human. I'm a person. I need understanding. And it was like, well, where was that self-awareness and that introspectiveness prior to running to a position that you weren't ready
because
to be?
None of that stuff happens in a vacuum. None of that stuff that you mentioned happens in the vacuum of men only doing this thing. We're in this entire world with women.
And what does that mean?
You don't understand. Like, the women's opinions really do have effect on men. You know, as much as men will hear the word trash, we're gonna start acting like trash. If you tell teenagers they're little thugs, they're gonna act like little thugs. You know what I'm saying? You know, it is. You know, I'm not gonna say it's unfair to just refer to the entire male species as trash, but when you're talking about you're saying we want to take up so much space, right? That if some areas we crash over some areas, then we're gonna be like, oh, we're just human. I'm sorry, but we're still trying to take up all the space, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but women don't try to take up space as well.
But so okay, so let me let me make this clear. I'm a bit of a male feminist, so just as a FYI.
Maybe there's somebody in the comments that can explain it better. Hold on, let me see.
And Christian is busting out of his biracial seams there. We about to get to you, brother.
Yeah. So in closing, right on.
Well. To answer your question first about women, the truth is, women do a better job at the jobs they occupy. And that's a bit of an issue. But
what does that mean?
Black women do a better job at the jobs they actually occupy.
The jobs that they occupy.
Yes, whether that is relate to their role, whether that's relate to their gender roles in terms of what they believe it means to be a woman, what's been defined as a woman. When we look at patriarchy, because you mentioned patriarchy.
Are you talking about the gender role? Are you saying women do a better job of staying in line with the rules of it being a woman? You're saying
Black women do a better job, yes, at fulfilling the expectations, that are created for them by that patriarchy.
There's one aspect of that, okay? That and I think you might be talking about their role as being fidelity, right?
Well, I'm talking about the cultural expectation of women, whether that's their need to be nurturers, to be faithful, to be pretty, to be empathic, to be feminine, to be soft. I'm talking about
you think they do a better
cultural expectation. I mean, stay at home, to clean, to cook. Now, hold on, wait. Cause see, you're letting out.
We're doing. I mean, as males, we're doing a pretty damn good job. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, well, let me not say that. With the goddamn president is a male, so you know what I'm saying? You fucking shit up.
Okay, wait. But you can't critique patriarchy and then say men are doing a great job, because men created the power dynamic that is oppressing and got his foot on women's necks.
All right. It's fucked up. All right.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now mute yourself.
All right, patriarchy is fucked up because power oppresses the. You know what I'm saying? Makes the motherfuckers weak, and it oppresses them and whatnot. We got to get other people in the conversation, bro. It's not just us.
Yes, you know mute yourself. Cristiano, you've been looking to respond to some things. What have you been hearing so far? What would you like to comment?
God, Henry made so many poignant statements that I was just trying to write them all down. However, this is actually really interesting, just because my perspective is a little different, because as you guys are talking about culture, I'm an actor, and working in the culture and seeing what they write and how they write things. I agree. There's a huge gap in representation of how Black men actually are and how they're portrayed on television. And in terms of media, I do think it starts there. But I also want to state this. That is not our culture. Our culture was stolen. That's gone. Like, this culture that we live in right now is a pseudo-suppressive culture invented by white people. That's the truth. And you have to remember that we don't even dictate the direction in which our culture is going, because we have some say, but at the end of the day, it's all about the dollar, and we're doing what sells, and we know what sells to white people, dissing other Black people. So I just want to I want to make that statement very clear. This is not our culture. This is a byproduct of American consumerism, and it's a secondary version of slavery, because you have to remember, I want to say 90% of the entertainment industry is Black people. However, we are not 90% of the people owning the entertainment industry. Mm-hmm. I just want to look at that. But can you rephrase the question again, because it was a little.
So we were talking about women being better at fulfilling the jobs and the roles given to them, while men seem to disproportionately suck at the expectations that they've assigned to themselves and that they have had no problem with inheriting until they fail at it.
I do agree. Women tend to just be better at a lot of things. I think that's just that's just chemical. I mean, there are trash ass women. Do not get me wrong. There are trash ass.
No, you're right. It's chemical. It's chemical. Continue.
Yeah, no, there are trash ass women. I've been with a lot of trash ass women, and also uselessly sexy. I agree. Women want crazy ass men. As a crazy ass man, I've done very successful. When I'm a lot nicer, shit slows down completely. But in terms of that, I don't necessarily think you can blame Black men completely for what has happened, because Black men now are not the same Black men that used to be. You have to remember, like, we have, like, our financial security has been stripped from us multiple times throughout the last 200, 300 years. And that takes a huge toll. A majority of our Black men are incarcerated more so than any other race. That takes a huge toll. And I see people saying it starts off at home. It does. I mean, you have to remember, sadly to say this, Black men were born to fail in America. And that's just the truth. We were raised to fail. We were not made to be successful, and people made sure that any structural integrity that we did have within our community has been taken away and stripped. So
okay. So with that being said, I think that some of Breeze's comment is a direct response to your sentiments. It doesn't start with the media. It starts at home, and it's our responsibility to prove the media wrong.
I agree, and I think now more so, just seeing from the inside, more so now, there's a takeover right now, and it's mostly Black women, especially within the media. Some of the best Black writers are LGBT women, like Tracy Oliver. She's writing the new Clueless show right now, and it's gonna be fucking awesome, because I think Black women have a uniquely in tune perspective of their emotions and what is actually happening in the world. Because I think they have to.
Okay. Hold that thought. Bolarin. Get up off Plenty of Fish. Get up off all of that, okay? You got a job to do tonight.
Oh no, I was going to respond to.
Okay, so respond now. What was the comment, and what was going to be your response?
I was just reading someone by the name of True Blues Only said something about men slowing down, and because sisters, it was more of a facetious comment, because she said women will never turn these men down. So I was gonna ask her where these women were at, because they turning me down. So I wanted to just find out where the ones that's not turning me down.
We're gonna have to have a separate show about your tragic dating life. All the stuff. That's a whole science project by itself. We're definitely gonna have to get into that. Okay. So, because we got to do some traveling through this conversation, so I need y'all to bear with me. The notion, though, that Black men hate women, it's the Black women holding Black men down through prison, through poverty, having their children, dealing with their fuck shit, for Black men to then become accomplished and then assimilate to whiteness by dating a white woman, getting them a biracial partner, getting them some type of an exotic woman as a symbol of success. It's this type of it's these type of, also in the age of social media, where we get to see Black men openly caping for white women, putting down Black women, and having Black men in the comment sections and on social media praising these white women. And then every time Black women go to share their actual experience, since it is theirs to be the experts on, seeing Black men meet Black women with a rebuttal, with the it's not like that, with the shunning, with the silencing, and never really feeling like Black men are willing to be empathetic and co-sign every other person's experience, especially other types of women, and never having Black women's back on shit. And this comes off as very anti-Black. It comes off as very, very anti-Black. Bolarin, you're on social media. You're on social media. Like, these are things that play out. I know that Henry said that, well, no, it was Christian who said that the media isn't a true representation of Black men's culture. But can this be same for social media as well? Because this is where people are able to get more personable and raw with their experiences. Why is it that Black men cape for Karen? Well, they might be caping too much for the Karens and the Ambers and the Beckys today, but why is it that we've seen kind of disproportionate emotional support toward the Black men as it relates to other women, other non-Black women? What do you think that's about? Why do you think that is?
You asking me?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, my bad. I'll be very honest. A lot of people that do know me very well know that I actually am someone who doesn't spend a lot of time on social media. I literally might pick up my phone maybe 4 times to go on Instagram, and in those 4 times I might spend no more than 4 minutes on Instagram. So I'm out the loop. So I can't really speak. I mentioned that to admit that I can't speak from my own experiences of what I've seen on media as far as like these types of things happening. Of course, I've heard of it, but so my opinion might be a little ignorant because I just haven't seen it. Not to say that if I do see it on social media, that means that that's what all these men are doing. It could just be a small spectrum of it, and and it's just everything is amplified on social media. So I do think that I hate to say the word, but I do think that there is a sense of like a little bit of like some type of insecurity there when African American women focus on who African American men are dating. This is just who I am. A lot of things I say get controversial, but I just kind of believe in. I just don't like when things just seem so hypocritical. Like, you can't, in your same breath, try to advocate for who people date, whether it's a man and a man or a woman and woman, and then go and start talking about who people are dating based on race. Some people think it's different, but at the end of the day, if we are fighting for people's rights to like and love who they want, then race should be no different than someone's sex, whether they're transgender, straight, whatever. Mm-hmm. Now, I get it. Sometimes these people who do date outside their race, some of them, it comes from a place of like self-hate. They just see this bad, there's a bad association with like African Americans. Oh, they all thugs, they all rob, stuff, blah, 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 blah. I hear it. But to be honest, I don't think the majority of the people that date in interracial relationships is coming from that place. I date interracially, but a lot of people think I don't even date African American women. I just don't really have a preference. It doesn't matter if they're Black or white. To me, it comes down to the connection. Mm-hmm. I don't have a preference. So I know
So when you think about the double standard, Black men are allowed to date interracially, but as soon as Black women perpetuate the same pattern and date interracially, all of a sudden now she's derailing the movement.
Black women don't date outside their race. They just don't.
Well,
I encourage. Hell no, that ain't true.
I do.
Yeah, that's not. I will agree that Black women at large, for the most part, do date within their race. But I am talking about in the instance like Serena Williams, who caught a lot of slack when we found out what nationality, what ethnicity her husband was. And Black men were very vocal and have been very vocal when Black women have decided to date white. Like, oh, what's she doing with that? You know, what you doing with him? He can't get it right. He don't know what is da. But it's like
probably true. Which is probably.
I mean, well, it's for a woman to decide if a white man can make it happen and over a Black man, not for a Black man to decide that. But secondly,
sure.
But secondly, Black men can't like really not be interested in Black women and then be so harsh on Black women for taking whatever is left for them in the dating pool. Like, what are they supposed to do if Black men don't want them? Just be lonely to take one for the culture and to be lonely to take one for the team? Everyone.
Do you mind if I chime in specifically? Because my dad's white. He's not Black. So I just want a lot of y'all Black brothers to know there are white men out there pining for these women. And he says it very openly. And I agree with the statement because, you know what, I thought that was very hypocritical and like someone who dates outside their race, because I think light-skinned men tend to get the slide on that because Black men tend to want Black men and have Black babies. But like my thing is about that, like I see what you're talking about in terms of like I think when it comes down to it, I think we really need to like come to it as people, and we really need to stop looking at this as a racial thing. Because I think we're conditioned to like what we like depending where we live. And yes, I think the specific problem that we're coming in contact with our culture specifically, because we don't really have a culture, we have a shared culture, that we don't have the same values of keeping it in the race like Mexicans do, Asians do specifically. You know what I mean?
Yeah, our numbers are kind of skewed.
Well, so my question to Chris. Oh, well, first of all, I want to say hello to J-Leethal. Welcome. This is going to be the person who's going to set the panel absolutely on fire. Believe me, he's going to live up to the lethal part of his name. How you doing today, brother?
I'm great. How are you doing?
We are great. We're happy to have you. I'm going to be issuing these questions out to you too, so be ready.
Okay.
As Christian, you just said, we need to start making this a race thing. Like, can you, or what do you mean exactly?
We need to stop. I don't think we should be looking at it perspective of like specifically Black women. Women are going to go where the best offer is because that's for anybody. And the sad part is, I think when it does the race, Black women will specifically take a lot of L's to be with a Black man because how society has deemed it. Black women have to be with Black men. We don't because as men we control the narrative, and you also have to remember that as Black men we're not making the narrative of Black women have to be Black men. White people are, because white people don't want to see them with anybody else. And when it does come down to it, and white men do start dating Black women, like we can look at for instance, the Serena situation. And get upset, but you also have to remember in that situation, it's kind of sad because she's still being fetishized in that sense. You have to remember that
her husband
to everyone is a cheap commodity, like a lighter. You want it, you want it when you don't have it, but when you have it, you lose it all the fucking time.
Okay. So you're saying she's being fetishized? Is that by her non-Black partner or by Black men?
I think by her non-Black partner. I mean, of course he could love her, but I mean, honestly, I know her beautiful ebony skin came in the conversation with him at least once. He was like, damn, he probably looked at her. He's like, I get that. But like when we're really looking at it and we're breaking it down, like the only reason we're mad she's with someone else is because we no longer can control her and keep her within our graces. So I don't know. I don't feel bad for Black men. Like I really don't. I have no empathy.
And can I take it a step further? it might be that black men are mad at Serena because her dating outside of her race also exposes the culture of black men. It exposes the lack of availability once again for black women and black partners. And I think the reason why a lot of times it does come down to race for black women is because, for one, black women by large atone for a lot of black men's mistakes and sins in order to be in a relationship with black men, whether that's dating an ex-con, whether that's dating a man who can't get a job because of his record, taking that financial blow, that black women constantly are sacrificial and keep their culture in mind. And so when they see black men who, for one, the ratio to man to woman is disproportionate because there's more women in the world, for one, than they even are men. And then when you take America particularly into question, you have black men who are vastly more incarcerated and definitely not available for black women in dating. So black women are like the poor, and the scale is not even equal.
The quality of life isn't there. Straight up, like the quality isn't there. Like you have to remember, like a good percentage of black men just like aren't applying themselves to the right thing. And ladies, I'm gonna say this right now, straight the fuck up. You cannot save this man. You cannot fix him. If you want to do something, get that motherfucking therapy and walk away. He'll come back.
Father God, you heard it from a man himself. J-Leethal, you are joining this conversation. You've been in the bushes. What? I have a laundry list of things I want to speak to you men about. What are your thoughts so far as it relates to what's being communicated by other men on the panel and black women? Interracial dating particularly, and there being this notion that black men hate black women or are not really interested or just settling for black women when they really want something else. And we see that once a lot of black men do become successful, they haul ass. What are your thoughts about that?
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Peace to everybody in the chat. Good to see you. Good to see you. Hope everybody's blessed. Thank you, Consciouztv, for letting me on your platform.
Absolutely.
So bless to everybody in the chat. One thing I was saying before I get started, or before I tell you my perspective, is, like I said, I think I really do wish some ladies would call in. Maybe you could put. Okay.
They're gonna call in, but we just letting y'all get y'all shit out first.
Okay. I see. I lit up the little joint, so now everybody's partaking in the festivities, huh? Okay. Sorry, Conscious.
Yeah, that's the only reason I came outside. That's the only reason.
Right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. So I had a few points, and I'm just gonna take it easy. But one of the main things that really was stuck out to me that I want somebody in the chat. I wish a woman was in the chat right now so I can see her face when I say this. But they're gonna find a way to wiggle out of this one. Okay. As it relates to interracial dating, now I need y'all to really listen in the chat, and try to find a way to justify this. As it relates to interracial dating, y'all are aware of Kobe Bryant, correct? Obviously.
Yes.
Okay, so Kobe Bryant, a black man, okay, very highly respected black man, where Kobe Bryant can walk into any room and gain respect, right? He ended his basketball career. He transitioned into the corporate infrastructure, so even the corporate people were fucking with him. Kobe Bryant was married to a Latina woman. Let's get this under perspective. Kobe Bryant was married to a Latina woman. The Latinas never hung us from our necks. The Latinos never sick German shepherds on us. The Latinos never put us in the back of the bus. As a matter of fact, many Latinos are darker skinned than me. Correct? Would we all agree?
Yes, there are. Latino, those who are darker than you.
Okay, so here's where I'm going with this. Kobe Bryant married to a Latina woman who we could all agree that many Latinos are also black. When Kobe Bryant got killed in a helicopter crash with his young 9-year-old daughter, do you know what I heard on social media from black women?
What?
And I have videos, not just comments. I have videos of black women saying that Kobe Bryant doesn't deserve a rest in peace. Kobe Bryant doesn't deserve any kind of respect because he went outside of his race and he doesn't love his own people because he didn't marry a black woman. Now, but I'm gonna let it go to y'all. But before I continue, I'm gonna ask y'all this, and I'm not wishing death on nobody. I never would do that. But if Serena Williams, just for clarification, Serena Williams, like y'all mentioned, is married to a white man. So let's take it back. Kobe Bryant married to a Latina woman. The Latinos never did anything to us. Serena Williams married to a white man, damn near named Timothy. This man looked like his name is Doug. You know the white people did shit to us. But Serena Williams married and had a child with a white man. Now, if Serena Williams died in a helicopter crash, who would fix their mouth to say that she doesn't deserve a rest in peace because she went outside of her race? Who would fix their mouth to say Serena Williams is a traitor to her race? No one would ever even fix their mouth to say that about Serena. But with Kobe Bryant, everybody went wild. They just let their mouth run wild. And so this is why it's funny to me when I hear this black man and black woman or this interracial thing. Okay, we can have the discussion about interracial, but before we do, let's have a discussion about the clear hypocrisy that when it's a black woman dating a white man, she's a swirler. She's, oh yes, girl, get you a. I've heard all kind of shit when I hear a white man. Let's look at the show Scandal. Let's look at the hit show Scandal, where this black woman in a powerful position is sleeping, is having an affair with a white man, and that show was one of the biggest shows among the female black demographic, Scandal. But again, when it's a black man with a white woman, now it's he don't love his mama, he don't love his race. Oh, look, this nigga's a sellout and a coon. But again, when it's a black woman, yes, girl, go get you. See, the problem is, what I'm saying is this. Like you said before, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. I'm not about to play this, oh, because you did this. No. Because I sat there and watched black women disrespect Kobe Bryant after his death under the guise that he doesn't love his people because he married a Latina woman. But like I said, if Serena Williams died tomorrow, which I hope she doesn't, those same people would never say she's a traitor to her race. So my question to the chat, all the women that say all this and that in the chat, let me know if Kobe Bryant is a traitor to his race, then Serena Williams is a traitor to her race as well, right? And she doesn't deserve an RIP if she dies. And that's all. That's what I have to say about it.
So I'm gonna let Henry respond to that, but I'm gonna say this too. Obviously, like there's always going to be the exception in the radicals, aka the trolls, like. But by large and large, black women mourn the death of Kobe Bryant, and a lot of and by large and large, black women expressed a lot of empathy toward his wife as well, supported his wife in her time of loss of her daughter and her best friend. So yes, were they trolls there who was just banking on the moment to make it salacious and dumb? Yes. But trust and believe, if Serena died too, you would have those male trolls and probably also female trolls. The extreme and the minority amongst the majority who would take that moment and say some crazy, dumb, unfounded shit. But I did not see that response that you just laid out by black women in large. Was it there? I believe it. But was it there at large? No. Not from what I saw. Henry, what are your sentiments as it relates to what J-Leethal just expressed?
Well, I mean, I feel as though I didn't. Here's the thing: I don't delve too much. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound a little low, but I can hear you.
Okay. I didn't delve too much into social media when Kobe died.
I don't know why you want to be in a witness protection program. You so blacked out and I mean, like, where you calling in from? The FBI? I mean, are you under a domestic violence witness protection program? Like, what is going on with you, black man?
Nothing. I mean, I'm just on my iPad. That's all.
These black women want to see the handsomeness of eligible black men. Okay, show that bone structure, show that melanin. Right. And since they ain't checking for Bolarin, then you got double right. The hits. Okay.
All right. So, like I said, I don't listen to, I don't delve into social media too much. I don't delve into the comments. So I wouldn't know. So I mean, so it sounded kind of like a straw man argument that he set up, you know, saying that, you know, if Kobe died, when Kobe died, black women said this, but no one would say this. So yeah, sure, there would be people that would say, you know, some bullshit about Serena, because there are stupid people everywhere. But I want to address the interracial aspect of what you're talking about, as far as I guess, I don't know if there's this.
And let's kind of make some of these responses a little quick so that we can get through we can get around to everybody and Bolarin doesn't pass the hell out.
Okay. All right. So
okay.
So there's a long history of white women fetish men, and the relationship between black men and black women, and all of that is 100% founded on white supremacy and white people, the fetishization of black bodies, and is the fetishization that white women have about black men's bodies is for me, it's almost the same thing as police killings of black women. Well, men's killing of the black body. It's almost the same thing. So that, I think that has really a lot to do with the whole, the what you say, the black men going for the white woman. It's the trophy wife syndrome. I can't see myself.
Do you believe that it's rooted in anti-blackness and white supremacy? That because
beyond the shadow of a doubt, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, sure.
Do you agree that black men date more interracially than black women do, or do you think it's equal?
I got a Latina in my bedroom right now.
In America, it's definitely.
He's on.
In
America, yes.
Yeah. I mean, okay. It's historic. I mean, black women. We've already spoken about that. Black women specifically date more in their race, and so. Are you leading to the idea that black women don't feel protected, as they don't feel desired by their men? Is that kind of more what you're getting at?
Okay, all right.
No.
There's some questions I'm going to get into toward the end of this. That's going to kind of bring us back. But just to go through some more noted points.
Before you continue, can I say one last thing? I'm sorry.
Yes.
I just want to because before we move on, so are we saying that we don't see the clear bashing of men dating white women, but the encouragement of black women dating white men? Are we saying that we don't see that?
No, I can see that.
I wholeheartedly acknowledge that as a thing.
Conscious?
We see it, but I think where we off is the way we understand it. But yes, we see it.
No, but I'm saying the fact that when a black man dates a white woman, he's shunned. But then when a white, So I just wanted to make sure that.
But that just goes back to my remember. I don't know if you was here like when we had touched on that a little bit, but that goes back to my earlier point about how I think that black women have a right to feel a way about interracial dating because they take a lot of L's in order to occupy relationships and to possess relationships to black men. They oftentimes know that they're going to be settling for certain things because most black men have been incarcerated. Most black men have a record. They understand a lot of what baggage comes with black men, and yet sign up for that when they are available and capable of dating outside of their race. And I think that black women feel that black men don't consider them as it relates to black love, as it relates to raising a black family, producing a black family. So I think that
we definitely do.
Huh? I encourage my black friends to date black individuals. Like I think that's really unfair for women to think that we don't want those things.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, exactly.
Like, I would prefer to date a black woman, but at the same time, black women want specific things from black men. And if I don't possess those qualities, because, for instance, I tend to act a little more Caucasian. I don't play ball. Like we like there's a lot of shit like black women.
A lot of black women lusting over your ass in this comment section, and they willing to put aside the fact that you don't play ball.
I mean, let's look at it though, because I think there are certain expectations that black women have for black men of how black men should behave because of just like, which is fucked up, by the way. Like, there are black comes in every fucking shade, and if y'all really want to put it in a box like this, I can't even fuck with it. But like, black women have certain expectations out of black men and expect a certain type of black man. And the thing is, that type of black man needs to be problematic.
That type of black man, what is problematic?
Tends to be like you have to remember, like, what is one of the most popular songs of Beyonce? She wants a soul.
Come
on, y'all saw the music video. Nigga just got out of jail. He's pushing them weights, but then next song she's like, I want to provide her. How you gonna take the motherfucker pushing weights on the street in the middle of the day? Is not gonna provide her. That nigga is problematic.
Speak.
I knew he was giving J-Leethal information. I knew it.
You really need is all the way fucking over here.
That's real shit. That's really real shit.
But women are kind of bred with that.
I would date more black women, but black women want a certain type of black man, and I don't fit that scenario. So I date outside of my race, because guess what? To outside of my race, I am still a strong, well-educated black man. So, I mean, if I'm gonna go where I'm appreciated, just like how black women tend to feel very disrespected by black men because this is a fucking cycle. We do it to each other, and we really sit the fuck down and be like, hey, y'all notice the bullshit's going on here? Because we need to talk. Because like, there's a huge communication gap between black men and black women, and I really think we need to meet in the middle.
Okay, so before Henry goes, I know that Henry, he wants to make some statements first. But my question to you, Christian, is okay. I'm gonna let you get to it, Henry. Like, just hold it real quick.
Question. Let me just ask a question.
What's up?
Do you date black women?
Yeah.
Mainly?
No. And here's why: the opportunity is not available.
Where do you live?
I have actively searched for black women only to be turned down because they're like, oh, you're a little too white. I'm like,
okay, somebody's microphone is giving some feedback, so can everybody who's not talking mute their phone?
Like, I tend to date very proactive women who are very supportive of the black cause, because that's a necessary if I'm going to date outside my race. But the black women that I like do not want men like me. They want men who look like Quavo. They want rappers. They want ball players, and that's because
you like the pretty.
That's what we're like raising as the hierarchy. Which is,
but you probably like the black girls that wouldn't like you.
But no, I mean, like, brother, and
you probably don't like
beautiful, smart black women, and
the black gamer girls. You know what I'm saying? You like the pretty girls that go to the club that got the big fat booties and shit. You like the type of
because here's my question, because Henry kind of touched on it right now. I wanted to ask you, so just like you say, black women, and you're talking in general, obviously, want a certain type of a black man. So what type of black women are you attracted to that you feel have not wanted the type of black man you are?
I'll mute myself.
you do that, Henry?
Can I respond to this one? Because this shit is blowing my mind.
Well, yes, respond to that, but it sounds like Henry might have just read you your rights because you looking for a certain type of a black woman.
No. Okay, I'll respond to that. First off, whoever said I'm not black, shame on yourself. Secondly, no, I agree, but I'm attracted to just who I'm attracted to. It doesn't have to be the big fat booty girl.
Okay, so
there's a large variety of black women that I'm attracted to that still tend to have a certain preference, and you have to remember hold on.
I don't want you to get ahead of yourself, Christian. I want you to listen to the sweet melodic words coming out of my mouth. What? Don't get general and coy with me. What type of black woman are you interested in that ain't checking for the type of black man you are? Describe the type of black woman, personality wise, physically. I know you got an old beautiful Latino who ready to smash a pot upside your head in the house, but tell her to leave the apartment for this conversation, so you ain't got to get your ass whooped.
No, we gonna take L's either way. I agree. I think Henry's right. That sort of black woman is the one that's perpetrated. Because I would honestly, if I could, I would date Megan Thee Stallion. That would be like, that's my first choice. Because I like girls from the hood because they understand where I come from. I want people who have the same understanding as me. However, because I want that similar background, and because I haven't truly assimilated into that lifestyle, the black women who do exist within that perspective, who would understand me, have a certain perspective of what kind of black man they want, which is the one we've been perpetrating.
Okay, but my question is, it's kind of like you described yourself, though, as a different type of a person than Megan Thee Stallion there. You said that you are an educated, well-adjusted, articulate, more so, I guess, behave in what would be called as a white man, but you want what we would call, this stereotypical video vixen black woman who is all about her aesthetic, all about her superficiality, and that's the type of. It sounds like maybe there's some fetishizing going on your end as it relates to black women.
Okay, I can agree to that, and I think I'll say from any perspective, that's definitely misogynist of me. But no, I think first off, because the women in that atmosphere who are, like, for instance, a Megan Thee Stallion, that's a hustler. I respect someone with business acumen and drive and intelligence. Just because they didn't go to college and because they don't use the whole fucking dictionary doesn't mean they're not intelligent.
Correct.
And your sweet place, that might be accurate. I'll admit to that. I'll admit to it.
Okay.
Down there, you're right. I might not prefer black women. Maybe that's a subconscious thing I'm not addressing.
Okay. J-Leethal, you raised the pinky. Sound like you wanted to chime in there.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, I think I heard you guys touch on it earlier, but I didn't hear the answer about a lot of black women who I've heard, like some of my homegirls who just admit it, or even on social media, they admit that, nice guys are boring, for lack, basically the overall sentiment, nice guys are boring. People talk about Future all the time, or Lil Wayne or Lil Boosie for having all these baby mamas, but at the same time, they don't talk about the fact, like Future. He's on his 6th baby mama right now, right? Okay, but those women know that, and they still sleep with him. They still let him hit. So my answer is, like we talked about before, Conscious. It needs to, and like the brother in the yellow hat said before. I forget what's your name, brother. I'm sorry.
Chris.
Okay, yeah. So like he was saying, it comes down to meet me in the middle. You know what I'm saying? Like, because we can't ignore, I don't know if you know this rapper NBA Youngboy, but he's another example. Like I said, NBA Youngboy has like 5 baby mamas. Guess what? An NBA Youngboy is 19 years old. One of NBA Youngboy's girlfriends is who? Guess who? Floyd Mayweather's daughter. So I don't even know if you kept up with that. Floyd Mayweather's daughter, like his literal biological daughter, stabbed another woman over NBA YoungBoy. So while we can talk about the toxic male, we can talk about that. We also need to talk about the woman who goes after what she knows is not okay for her, what she knows is not beneficial for her. And somehow we find a way to still blame the man as well. Because like I said, Future on his 6th baby mama, okay, we can talk about Future. That's a whole conversation. But Ciara was his 3rd baby mama. So after Ciara, you know, the world knew about Ciara and Future. So no, there was no excuse for him to have 3 more baby mamas. They still knew it. So we have to have the conversation on both ends, because again, it's like the brothers were saying, hey, so you know, a lot of women just, they like a certain type of whether you call it chasing a thrill or they want to, who knows the psychology behind it. But yeah, we can talk about you know, us a lot, but again, that's why I want to have at least one woman on the panel to kind of speak to that dynamic. You know, I had a chick I was talking to one time, you know what I'm saying? Like, just, she had to always have her options. And that's what it is. It's sometimes, I mean, where do you think the whole sentiment, nice guys finish last? Where do you think that whole statement even comes from? It usually literally pertains to things like that. You know, no woman wants, it sounds nice in theory to bring a woman chocolate and flowers all the time. It sounds nice, but in actuality, the real women that I talk to and that I know, when they're having girl time and they're talking amongst each other, they're not saying, "Ooh, girl, he brought me flowers. Ooh, girl, he brought me chocolate." They're not saying that when they're having girl time with each other. And you know that, Conscious, because you be having girl time with them. You know they're not talking about the nigga that brought them flowers and chocolate. They're talking about the nigga that pulled up 12:30 in the whatever, in the Bentley or the this or the that, blew her back out, did this and that. He barely even texts her. He only texts her when it's time to pull up. He don't even text her, "Hey baby, what's up? I was thinking about you." He just texts her, "Hey, I'm outside." She get out ready. Meanwhile, a real brother might have texted her, "Hey, I've been thinking about you all day, baby." She doesn't even text that nigga back. Leave him on red. Come on, bro. Like, are we really gonna have the discussion or not?
Look, we about to have the discussion. But see,
where you at, Chris? Because it seemed like Chris was feeling it.
This is what I want.
I was loving that shit. I had to go get my pen because I couldn't handle it.
Before we scoot on to some more, I want to say to that though, like, you guys see, this is interesting to me, huh?
If my iPad's about to die, if I just like drop out, then
well, you need to charge it up, Henry.
I apologize. It's on my charger. It's just one of those chargers that keep it charged, but you know what it's doing right now. It's just kind of going very, very, very slowly.
Well, you need to come back in if it dies on your phone or something.
Yeah.
Okay, so I had one.
Okay. I can do it from my phone.
Okay, yeah, you can do it from your phone, but you just use the same link to come back in. I wanted to say to that though, you have to realize, like, a lot of the Black women who bite the apple of toxic, hyper, raggedy masculinity are women who have been conditioned to adjust to that and to think that's what masculinity is, because that's what the culture has perpetuated masculinity as. And so, as Christian touched on in terms of Black culture, doesn't make it easy when there seems to be a cultural agreement that what we call masculinity is hard, it's gangster, it's unruly, it's domineering, it's uncontrollable, it's wild, it's strong and abrasive. And then, because you got to realize, women take on all of the stimulation, like everything that patriarchy creates, women are being groomed to accept, to be in compliance with. So just because we see some black women who do play into the I want a thug, I want a hard nigga, unfortunately, those are deeply wounded women who have bit the apple of a very poisoned apple and don't really realize it because they've been raised in environments and they look at a culture that says this is what masculinity looks like. So then when we have to people back and talk about masculinity, and we're talking about healthy masculinity, and we get it into the Bolarins, and we get it into the Christians who are saying, hey, when it's a nice guy who's well-mannered, who's respectful of women, that seems to be a turnoff to women. And it's because that masculinity looks weak, even though that's what real and actual, genuine, healthy, aligned masculinity actually is. But we don't know it because the culture has perpetuated an alter ego version of masculinity. So, yeah, Black women bite the apple. Yeah, they give in the toxic masculinity. Yeah, they will date a future and date a trick daddy, and they will, do all of that. But that's the side effect of women being groomed by a culture that for the long time has imposed itself over women's body, women's consciousness, women's well-being, because women follow men. So if men are saying, this is who we are, then women are going to adjust their taste buds. Guess what? If we took a cultural shift right now, and over the next 30 years, Black men behave upright, Black men had healthy expressions of masculinity. We're not talking about sexist. We're not talking about misogynistic. We're not talking about abusive. We're not talking about disrespectful. We're talking about clean, healthy, masculine functionality. And Black men perpetuated that for the next 30 years. That's exactly what Black women would start to desire as a whole, even though there's still Black women, even in this comment section, who are saying, I want a nice guy. I don't know what you niggas are talking about. I want a nice man. I want a guy who's fun. I want a guy who is, who respects me, etc. And that's true. Well, it may be, we may have some generational gaps, because when I think about my aunts and my uncle-in-laws, the men they chose are not like hyper masculine men. They're just like normal men, like church-going men or just educated men. So maybe there's a bit of a generational gap when it comes to what younger Black women in this culture are kind of being raised to have an appetite for. But that's because of the images and the stereotypes that Black men are perpetuating around them. And once again, Black men are co-signing these imageries. Even look at the prison culture, how sagging our pants, all these different things. Men who not in prison turned into something that was trendy. And guess what? When women sitting there like, oh, Black men now sag their pants, that's hot. That's just, once again, the submissiveness of women following suit with whatever they're being led into. And I don't think it's possible to ever really have a conversation about what Black women co-sign without talking about the plate that Black men put in front of them, because that's the plate Black women are eating from. They're kind enough, nice enough, and trying to be trusting enough of men to say, oh, this is what y'all got on the plate, and this is what it will be. But I am going to bring Black women into this conversation, and I'm going to let them have and speak for themselves and let them do what they do. Somebody over here looks like Bolarin. You look like you are nodding your head too. Okay, so you've had this issue of being the nice guy. How? First of all, I'm gonna ask you the same question that I asked Christian. What type of Black women are you interested in? Because clearly there are Black women who are attracted to you. Clearly there is Black women who want a big muscled, nice guy, sweetheart, pay his bills on time. Like, you are a great guy. You're physically attractive. You have to be intersecting with Black women who desire you. And if not, like, do you think that how Black men say, well, if a Black woman is attracting a certain type of a man, she need to consider what energy she's putting out and what spaces she's running in and what she's doing? Does the same thing apply for you, that you have to consider what type of Black woman am I looking to get attention from? Is this a type of Black woman that is healthy, that is functional, or even in my desire for a woman, am I looking for toxic traits in the women that I want the attention of? What do you say to that?
Oh, that was an accident. Let me start by giving a disclaimer. If I rant, just stop me because I will rant.
I will.
Energy drink. My heart is pumping right now. So, I'm willing to bet I am the exception. Not to say that I'm special in any way. I think it's fair to say I am the exception. When I talk to other people about issues like this, they tend to have a preference and whatnot. I honestly don't have a preference for any kind of women other than any type of particular woman other than like when it comes to physical traits. But I can honestly say I'm not attracted to the quote unquote hood rat. You know what I mean? Not to say I'm not attracted to any woman that's a little urban, but I don't have a preference when it comes to African American woman. It really comes down to just like if we connect or not. Similar. I'm sorry, the names are missing. Was it Christian or Chris? Oh, sorry.
Either one.
Or Christian.
Christian. Okay. So similar to him, you know, I grew up in a suburban town where it was primarily white, but there were African American girls there. So, like in first grade, my first girlfriend in first grade was like a white girl. But around like fourth grade, that's like when this is how white the town was. In fourth grade, I think it was it was like the second African American chick, because the only other African American chick that I wasn't attracted to. When she came there, I had a crush on her. I had a crush on her for a few years. So why I think that is important is because although I was surrounded by like all primarily white and Hispanic women, when an African American girl did come, I was attracted to her. She didn't like me back, but I was attracted to her. So throughout my years in life, you know, I've had some. This is me ranting, but I've even had a friend of mine who's an African American woman tell me like, yo, maybe you shouldn't even date black chicks anymore, because it just seemed like we didn't click as a whole. Obviously, I never took that and be like, you know what, yeah, I'm gonna cancel out African American chicks, but there's definitely something there that's like, you know, something that hinders me from clicking with them in the right way. When really it just comes down to interests and getting along and stuff like that. The majority of although I date outside my race, the majority of that I do end up dating are African American. So I will say I'm not the typical. I may not have the interest that the typical. If there is a typical African American male, I may not have.
Okay, so instead of using a blanketed statement, explain more. Like you are into video games, you're into a lot of, like you have a lot of different interests as a black man that may make other black people put you in the category of what? A geek, a nerd, as
probably. I mean, and to me, I feel like that's just so funny to start taking an entire culture. Like I get it when it comes to country and you're African American. If you do like country, it just seems weird. But I think it's weird to just take an entire culture and be like, "Oh, you bird watch? That's weird. Black people don't bird watch. Like that's foolish. Like you know what I mean?" But that is something that seems to, you know, make it difficult to date a certain race. Because now, if I'm someone, I'm not saying I do bird watch, but if I was someone who bird watch, and I'm trying to date, you know, most African American women don't want to join me on that outing. Now, if I go date other people who have that same interest and they tend to be white, they're gonna look at me and be like, "Oh, why you don't want to date black women? Why?" You know what I mean? As if I made a conscious decision to just be like, "I'm not dating African American women." But they don't know that I've had trouble dating African American women. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard for me to even place myself in the box because I was going to study zoology. I mean, you can see I got like 2 different pets in the background. I've majored in fashion studies, so you know, I made dresses and stuff. So people even thought I was gay just because I design women's clothes. Like, you know, so I'm all over in these categories, but I also ride motorcycles, so I'm not really like I'm all over the place. I can't really be placed into like one person. I wouldn't even call myself a nerd. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, okay.
It's hard to really.
I'm with these ladies. Like, I agree with these ladies that are talking about, you know what I'm saying, black. Like, y'all are very handsome black men, you know what I'm saying? And I say that with the complete, you know what I'm saying, you know.
No homo. No homo.
Right. I mean, meaning you look like a man that a black woman would love to be with. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You got the, you know what I'm saying, you know.
Well, I encourage Bolarin to take off his shirt for the remainder of his stint on this panel.
You know what I'm saying?
Show these women what you're working with, Bolarin, okay?
I wish
what you're working with, my brother. Black women are visual as well.
Look at his teeth. Smile, bro. Smile.
Me?
Somebody say something funny. Look at his teeth. Goddamn, look at the motherfucking teeth. Goddamn.
Okay, let's move along. And I there are women who are begging to get into this conversation. We're going to give y'all a moment to get into this conversation. Let me move through this, okay? Because obviously, like, these are conversations that aren't even going to come to completion in one session anyway. I want to go through each of you guys, and I want you guys to answer in as timely of a fashion as you can. What did black men, aka your fathers, uncles, and brothers, teach you or model to you about women? What did you learn from other black men and from looking at other black men growing up about what your proximity to black women mean, and who did they teach you black women were? I'm gonna start with you, Cristiano.
Okay, so I just want to clarify, this is just the black side of my family. I would think mostly deception is completely fine. Dating multiple women is the thing. Having is the best way to go. Like, if you're not tricking them, you're being played.
Oh, wow. Okay. Is there anything positive they taught you at all before we move on? Shit.
The men? No.
Wow.
Women were great.
No. Can I ask you a more nuanced question before we moved on? What category of black men were these on the black side of your family? Were these urban black men? Urban black men?
Hood, straight hood.
Okay. Bolarin, what did the black men in your life model to you or teach you about black men and black women? Who were you taught that black women were, and what was modeled to you in terms of how you relate to other black women? Because I know that you said earlier that even though the culture is very misogynistic and sexist, you kind of steered away from modeling that in your own personal life. But what did you see from the black men closest to you growing up in your life?
To be completely transparent, because I know some people find it very different, but my parents are Nigerian. So I was born in Newark, New Jersey, born and raised in America, although I am first gen. So
you're Nigerian? Like, both of your parents are Nigerian?
Yeah, both of my parents are Nigerian. So
he's straight up African, my nigga.
I mean, by blood, yeah, but I was born in Newark.
Got the real Wakanda on the line, honey. This full blown Wakanda here.
But you know, I'm just as clueless of Nigeria as any other person that's born and raised there. I don't know the language, unfortunately. So, you know, other than being brought up in a Nigerian household, I don't know. You know, I'm essentially African American. But I say this to say, my parents or my father or the men around me, it came down to just respect in general. but I was never really given any advice as like far as like, yo, this is what you do. My dad definitely never said anything about like how to treat a woman, like ever. We never had any kind of conversation like that. My mother was probably someone who kind of maybe once or twice said, you know, make sure you're nice to a woman and this and that. But honestly, I think much of why I am who I am or why I treat people or, well, women the way I do is kind of just who I am. I will give credit to the way I was raised. I think that takes into account how I treat people in general, but I never really had anyone tell me like, yo, cheating on a woman ain't right, or yo, you need to keep multiple on your arm. Friends, I would say friends have more of an influence on the way I might treat women than than the men in my life while growing up.
Okay, so the women more so groomed you for how to behave toward.
At least just my mom.
Yeah, which is to be expected because of course a woman would teach you to treat women accordingly. So I'm just more interested in the men dynamic. Okay, cool. Henry.
No man really ever said anything. Okay. Really.
Silence is deadly.
It can be. It can be.
What were you taught, or not even taught, or even indirectly taught? What was modeled to you as you grew up as a Black man about Black women, Black women's body?
Me?
What was demonstrated to you?
Me?
Yeah, Henry.
Oh, Henry.
From who? From a parental standpoint, or from media?
Uncles and dads. What did you see from other Black men? Like, what did you learn? What do you see anything you're modeling as you grew up from what was modeled to you from Black men around you?
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'll just say, well, I lost my father when I was 11, but I grew up in a Black household, and an American Black. My dad was from Chicago. Well, they were both from Chicago. My dad was from Mississippi, but they met in Chicago. They moved down here. He was a college professor. They were civil rights activists back in the day. She was educated. My mom, she was a teacher. She was a guidance counselor. I mean, they definitely taught me a lot of Black pride and just how to be. I guess I get my studiousness from them. They always taught me that education was first and foremost. But as far as how to look at Black women, my mom never. There was never really too much talk of sex or anything like bodies like that because we were religious. We're very religious people. So it was always, everything had to be covered up and pious. My mom was very pious. So I had to learn the Black woman's body from the media and from porn. That was my introduction into sex. Of course, there's sex education, but that doesn't count. That doesn't count. That's just I mean drawings and stuff. But yeah, yeah. So I think that's to kind of answer your question.
Okay. All right. Before I go to J-Leethal, I want to respond to, hey, Olivia, how are you doing? Don't worry, ladies. They sound like they're forming their thoughts about Black women from watching TV. So I'm not sure, Olivia, how long you were here, but these particular Black men have spoken about their experiences as Black women, speak about their direct experience of Black men. So you have Bolarin, who's very interested in Black women, who, for whatever reason, feels like Black women are not really interested in the type of Black man he is, and that's been his direct experience of women constantly swiping left and right on Tinder, more white women being interested in him that he's noticed in Black women in general, etc. Cristiano as well feels like, with him having the biracial edge and even being more light-skinned, but by him being biracial, he's kind of walked more as a white male, and that seems to be something that's disinteresting to Black women or a turn off to Black women. Henry, your experience of Black women in that way. Do you feel Like, my direct question for you is: Do you feel desirable amongst Black women?
Yeah, absolutely.
You do. Okay, you do. All right, J-Leethal.
Yes, sir.
What was modeled to you directly or indirectly by the men in your life? Brothers, uncles, fathers. What did you see from the culture? What was your feeling about Black men and Black women, sexually, romantically, etc., growing up?
I think it's kind of I think what this person said on the comment is actually kind of correct. You know, at first I'm like, oh, whatever, she's just, but to an extent, yeah, we all form our opinion based on the media, especially here in America. I mean, speaking about Black people, but I mean, me particularly, I guess I was raised by my mom. My mom more so taught me what she didn't want. So like my mom was more so the one telling me what not to do as a man or whatever the case. But just quickly, I'm sorry to deviate from the question, but I wanted to kind of piggyback it or like toss it back and kind of pose the question. When we talk about the concept of a real man, right? Like, you might hear a woman say, "Oh, you ain't no real man," or whatever the case, right? That's fine. So now I want to ask, what is the definition? What is in the comments, maybe they could put the definition of a real man. Like if you can define that, because if you're calling a person, if you're saying a person doesn't live up to something, that must mean you have a clear definition, a defined standard of what that thing is that you're comparing them to. So what is your definition for a real man, one? And then once you define that for me in the chat, I want you to then tell me at least 2 to 3 real life living examples of those men. That's what I want. That's what I want, because
that's a great assignment. That's a great assignment.
Yeah, because thank you, sir. Because what happens is, it's easy for a woman to throw out, "You ain't no real man," that whole concept. First of all, we know a man can never question a woman's womanhood. You can't tell a woman if she's a woman or not. So, and we don't seek to do that. But I find many women say, we'll throw that out to men. But again, I just want to ask, okay, what is the real life in 2020? What are you defining it as? And you have to have a clear definition, again, because you're comparing me to this. So what is the definition? And then just give me 2 to 3 examples of who is it? Will Smith? I mean, is it? I mean, are we naming people in your close life? Are we naming people? Because I think that there's like some imaginary, maybe on both ends too. I'm saying this could possibly be on both ends, but there might be some imaginary standard that we're holding each other to that might be unrealistic, really. Because even if we just take it outside of the Black demographic, it's just like, it's unrealistic. There's cheating and there's power struggle and patriarchy and all type of things in every single dynamic in all cultures. This is rampant in all cultures. So I'm just saying, when you're asking us to be this perfect man, or you're asking us to be this real man, what is it? Is it paying the bills? Okay, he says, okay, Ja Mo says, one that don't whine, cry, and blame women for his actions. Okay, so let's break that down. So let's start from the end. Your father, okay. Now, I don't know your father, and much respect to your father. But
Jay, before you get to, because we're going to travel into some things with what you're saying.
I'm sorry. Forgive me.
Yeah, before we get down that road too much,
forgive me.
I want you to go back to the initial question first. What did you understand about your dynamic with Black women as it relates to what was modeled to you by the men around you, or whether those were the peers, or whether those were other Black male figures in your life, or whether bad or good, what was modeled to you?
I guess it was kind of conflicted, because on one end you're hearing, I guess from my peers, because my attention was towards my peers. So let's just say my elders were telling me one thing, but my peers were telling me another. I was more, in my youth, I was more concerned with what my peers were saying and what my peers thought. Mm-hmm. So what my peers were doing were trying to get as many numbers as possible. You know, we go out to the dance or whatever, and you know, I don't know if you ever saw that movie The Wood, but they go to the dance, and then after that they compare how many numbers they got. Oh, you got 7 numbers, I got 6 numbers. It was that whole type of thing. We were young, we were trying to get, we wanted to be, we wanted to subconsciously show, yeah, no, I'm the baddest one on the field. I got this girl, and you know, if we want to break down the psychology of that, I think that's really kind of like, yeah, you want to feel, okay, let me break down this. And this is something that I'm going to just give out a real gem for me. I think that when men have sex with women, they feel like it conquered them in a sense. This is why you hear rappers rap about, I fucked your bitch, you know? Every single rapper ever has a song where he says, I'll fuck your baby mama or I'll fuck your bitch. Why? Because there's a sense of conquering when you take a woman, especially another man's woman. So, you know, just speaking against my demographic, just giving up some real talk, you know, we do have to talk about that, men, how we kind of like, we relegate women to, I know when I was younger, if I had sex with a woman or something, I had it in my mind. I didn't care what she told me. At least I hit it.
Yeah.
You know, at least I felt, and that was a lot of my homeboys' mentality. I don't care. Well, whatever happens after that, I did it. I got it. And I think that's what a lot of women need to understand, is that men out here, you know, it's not that you care what other people think, but you don't want to let yourself be too readily accessible for too many men, because you don't want a man, you don't want to walk. Okay, as a woman, the last thing you want is to walk into a room and have this man be like, yeah, I fucked her, I didn't have to put in no work for her, you know. And I don't know if I'm deviating from the question, but yeah, you asked me what was demonstrated.
You told me basically,
what was
basically the same thing as Cristiano said, just kind of bagging them and tagging them, kind of
bagging them and tagging them, but at the same time, it was the general understanding through real life experience, through people like maybe my stepdad who was with my mom, or real life experiences like my grandpa who's been with my grandma for 62 years. So I have real life experiences of Black men in my life who actually held it down and who wasn't bagging them and tagging them. So what I'm saying is, it's really a complex issue, because on one end, yeah, there's this macho thing, but there's a lot of men who a lot of Black men who don't get recognition for holding it down. And and I saw that as well.
All right, so to put that peer right there, Cristiano, you busting out to say something real quick. What is it?
Oh yeah, no, I think we really need to look at this in terms of economic disparity, because like, for instance, Henry, like, by the way, that your parents sound amazing. I just applaud, excellent, Black excellence. But I grew up in a lower income neighborhood with a single Black mom who did the stereotypical, was on crack, no dad. You have to remember, we're not all afforded the luxury of being able to have strong Black men within our communities that would actually be able to guide us towards these better ideologies of how to treat women, because a lot of the older black men, are gone, and the younger ones are locked up, and the youngest ones are running the streets. So where I want to say this, when we come to these conclusions about how we treat women, I just want to make the statement, growing up Black at 20 and growing up Black at 40 is a completely different experience, because like we've just experienced completely different like economic toils, because if we just really look at it, Black people suffered most during the 90s and 80s, and like that's where some of our biggest crime periods happen. That's where most of our men get locked up. So
we were attacked. They attacked us. I mean, it's like right after the civil rights movement, man, they were like, oh, fuck that. You know what I'm saying? They were like, here's to take these guns and these drugs. You ain't gonna teach these kids nothing.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, a lot of people are a lot of women are saying that it seems like a lot of the men on the panel are referring to television and kind of fictional spaces to derive their points from. And I do want to say that.
Well, where did women get their idea of men from?
Right.
Well, women claim that it's from their actual experience, even though y'all are including that as well in y'all sentiments as well. But there is something I want to say today before y'all even respond. I want to say that media always has had an influence. It's why we have been assimilating to whiteness until 2020, because of the media, despite what we actually live and see amongst ourselves in real life, that media is a brainwashing tool, which is why we're fighting to have it depict things properly, because of the power of media and imagery and symbols and narratives. Okay. Secondly, I do want to say that for urban men, I think this is very important to keep in mind as it relates to why more urban-based men who were raised in more lower income homes, more lower income environments, may have found what they saw on TV more appealing than what they actually saw from around them. Even though if you're in a very low income urban neighborhood, all the wrong examples are around you literally too. But I think men on television, like rappers, etc., music, symbolize to Black men in urban environments the successful Black man, the man who's made it out. This is kind of like why a lot of young Black boys also looked up to the pimp or the drug dealer in the neighborhood. It wasn't really the negative connotations that they looked up to. It was what looked to be an accolade or a alphaness that was established, or a certain level of success and glamour that the pimp or the drug dealer was able to be performative in or to possess. And so while these examples in and of themselves are terrible, I think that what we look to, what symbols and narratives we give credence to, has a lot to do with our environments, have a lot to do with the nuance of what spaces we were raised in. Like, I'm sure that if a lot of Black men's parents were Michelle Obama and Barack Obama, then what they look to as valuable and beautiful and sexy and successful would be much different than other Black men of other economic circumstances and situations. So I think that that's just important to keep in mind. Okay. Next question is, why do you think that Black men are attracted to interracial relationships, particularly to white women? Why do you think that a Black man will give up his loyal, beautiful, 60 inches of braid hair Black woman, his Black goddess, for even the ugliest white fat hoe? Why? Bolarin, I'm gonna go with you. Why do you think that Black men, what is it that appeals to Black men, especially since you date interracially and so do you, Cristiano? What appeals to you aside from what you have already established? We know that a part of the attraction is assimilation can be a part of why some Black men fetishize interracial relationships. But aside from that, what else? Because I've heard some very interesting theories about Black men who particularly have an interest in Black women. I guess I'll say this going in first. I've been able to see this because I was raised around, I had the luxury of knowing Black boys who dated white women. I noticed that a lot of white women are more sexually open, like more sexually adventurous, more sexually non-discriminating. Like white women tend to be into things that maybe a black woman one for, but the white girl, she about to bag them and tag them. Is there? And I've also heard, because of this sexual openness, that a lot of bisexual black men are attracted to white women, which probably is connected to how open-minded white women tend to be when it comes to black men. I've heard various things, and I obviously, like, I think that for me, I think that white women take it easier on black men. I think that obviously black women should have black women gonna have different expectations than white women are, because it's their men, and their culture is going to shape their expectation of black men. But apparently it's easier to be with a white woman. A white woman isn't as naggy, doesn't have as strong of standards, is more lenient toward taking care of a black man, a plethora of things. What do you say to that as a black man who dates? I know it's a lot. What do you say to that, Bolarin? Uselessly sexy.
It's funny. It's kind of relevant, but I'm actually writing a graphic novel, and it has to do with, like, I don't know, race and stuff like that. And it's funny, I literally just came up with an idea as to why African American women seem to, be more faithful to dating black men, and why African American men aren't. But it would take a while to explain it. But it's sci-fi anyway. But honestly, I can't say why that is. I'm very observational, so I usually observe things, and then I, come to a reason as to why I think that. Me personally, I'm not attracted to these types of Caucasian women that you're speaking about, that these African American men tend to just scoop up. I look at it sideways too. I'm just like, I even see some dudes that's like, yo, you look handsome, but the chick that you with is like, but I mean, to each their own at the same time. My best guess would be, I honestly don't know if I can lean towards sex, like, because I would agree. I do think the Caucasian woman is a little more open when it comes to that. I feel like African American women tend to be a little more reserved when it comes to that. Not that they won't do it, but it's more like, you gotta be my man.
Right. You want me to do some slutty, nasty, hardcore shit.
Exactly. Like, they down, but you gotta get the title first. While the white chick, you got a couple of shots, and she like, it's all good because you gave her some shots.
It's white privilege. They've never had any oppression before. They've never been told no.
Not to go completely off topic, but I realize myself, like, I live in Nutley, New Jersey. If anyone knows, I live in Nutley, New Jersey. I grew up in Bloomfield. I see a lot of Caucasian chicks walking around with, like, the cutoff shorts, like all of them wearing, and it's like, it's okay. But even
it's cool. It's the same way here in South Carolina. Way here in South Carolina.
I feel like if you see an African American chick with the same stuff on, granted, she might have a little more feeling, but you're gonna look at it a little differently. Oh, she a slut. You know what I mean? It's a little more acceptable.
Yeah, exactly. I hate that.
There's a double standard for that. So who knows? Maybe that has something to play into the fact that as to why African American are a little more reserved. And I appreciate it anyway. I don't mind. But that's just basically to conclude. Basically, I don't know if I can say that these men who are going for these women who don't seem so attractive outside their race is solely because of sex, though. I do feel like, I mean, it's honestly hard to say. I don't think there's a general reason as to why, other than maybe they do desire, like, for some people, dating outside their race it's exotic to them, and they're attracted to something.
It's exotic. Yep.
And even though it's not the most attractive thing, they're just turned off. It's almost taboo in a way too. Like, oh, you're white.
Yep. It's taboo.
Be together, and it's a turn on for them. So I don't think there's anything wrong with that, because that's a part of the sexual attraction there. So I believe that's more of the reason why.
Okay. What I want to say to the people who say that this is a very patriarchal conversation, you women are being invited into men's space and hearing black men talk, and patriarchy exists, and y'all are getting a glimpse into the way men's minds are constructed. And the point of this conversation is not for obvious criticism. Obviously, if we were watching an all-female panel, it would be rooted in matriarchy. So you're talking to black men, and the point of this is for understanding. The point of this is to connect dots, to be analytical, to break things down, to recreate them, so that we can get rid of any anti-blackness, misogyny, sexism, etc. But like, men have inherited a privilege that they're unaware of, and there are lots of things about there's lots of things about the male psyche that we don't like, that are dangerous and damaging, not only to themselves, but to women, to children, to the community. And that's why we have to be scientists and go into the rabbit hole and explore all of this shit. And we're going to do the same thing with women. Don't talk too much shit, women, because when I do the all-female cast, and it's going to be a bunch of men in the comment section dragging the shit out of y'all, the favor is going to be returned. Because we equal opportunities over here. We're going to get to the bottom of everybody's shit.
Can I say one last thing real quick? Sorry.
One more thing. Go ahead.
And I might regret it, but whatever. It's funny. It's funny because me and my cousins was actually talking about this the other day. They think, all right, so when it comes to watching pornography, they were like, yo, don't you watch interracial pornography? Like, you don't watch African-American women pornos, like, you know what I mean? Which I don't. So they think that I prefer white women because of that. But to the contrary, and I might be the huge exception right here, to the contrary, I personally watch interracial porn because I don't mind seeing white women degraded the way that women are degraded on pornos. You know what I mean? And to be honest, it doesn't turn me on that much to see African-American women taking money shots like that all over the place. To be completely honest, I can objectify white women more than black women. Exactly. And some people, if I say, oh, I watch interracial porno, they think it's because I crave or I want the white woman. To be honest, it's just more like a throwaway. Like, yo, if I see something like that, it don't bother me that much. I don't technically.
So you would rather see a white woman all chained up and shot and fucked all in her ass in a porno than to see a black woman under that type of sexual scrutiny. Okay, got it.
I can't even see it. I can't even see it in my mind's eye.
Yeah. Can I actually chime in on that? Because that's really interesting. Because when we're thinking about that, like, reverting back to what we were saying earlier about like sexual openness, like, we want more sexually open women, but we don't want to sexualize black women. Like, do y'all not see the weird contrarian part of that?
Yeah, that's true. But can I add something to the conversation as well? The idea is that that men are more willing to go outside their race and dibble and dabble. You also have to, there's an intersectionality of this entire conversation. And my camera's only off because I don't have my shirt on. We're men. Okay, that's the bottom line of that. Men are more sexually ravenous than women are, first and foremost. So women are just not necessarily going to be as picky and sexually aggressive when it comes out there to going out to trying this for different types of men. They're not evolutionarily built. They don't have the hard wiring for it. And then there's a society that helps to perpetuate that. So there's that aspect too.
Okay, so here's my question then. are the men on the are the I'm so glad I'm gay because I ain't got nothing to do with none of this shit y'all saying up here. I'm just a goddamn referee here. I'm just leading the conversation.
You're doing a good job too.
Are we saying, are the men on the panel collectively saying that y'all would like Black women to be more sexually open? Is that
yeah?
Okay, Henry?
Yes,
Tiana.
Someone makes a really good comment though, like,
Let me get to J-Leethal.
I want them to be more sexually open, but just with us though. Like I don't like, for some reason, like the idea of a very sexually voracious Black woman gives me like a very negative connotation.
But wait, you the same one who would date Megan Thee Stallion now, who is pop rocking, who is pop rocking and dropping pussy.
I see that, but like, I think there's a double standard to it. I can admit that, like, there's a double standard to it because like I would specifically want her to only be that way with just me. Like, I want that woman, but I only want her to.
No, like, okay, so wait a minute. So let me be very clear. What I'm asking the men on the panel is, when I say, are y'all saying y'all want Black women to be more sexually open? I'm saying with y'all in relationships, not in terms of Black women just letting it all hang out and just being some promiscuous street women, but when you would like the Black woman you choose to be in a relationship with to be more flexible in terms of hers and your sexual expression, whatever crazy, wild European shit that may go on in the bedroom. Yes, that Christian, you would like. Are you?
Yeah.
Are you saying you want your Black woman to be a lady in the street and a freak in the sheets?
Yes.
Okay. Bolarin, did you answer this question? Do you want your Black woman? Because you look like, you know what? You're such a nice guy. You look like you would really take care of a nice woman real softly and be real gentle and make real nice, slow, dim lit love to her. It look like you don't even want no freaky shit going on in your personal bedroom.
I mean, for some people who don't know, I am a comedian, so I tend to be very transparent and saying things like I don't hold back. But I'm a freak. But it gets to my point that I wanted to make before, actually, just about like between this problem we seem to have between men being trash and, you know, the perspective of women thinking African American men are trash and blah 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 blah. It's like it's hard to just throw like a blanket slate over everything because there's no guidebook to dating Jessica and Samantha. Like, you know what I mean? Like, those are two different people. Like, you know what I'm trying to say? Like, for example, like I remember I had this one an entanglement with this one girl who saw me. I hate to even say that. Who saw me?
Entanglement.
And she was like, "Oh my God! Like, I thought you were gonna be throwing me up against the wall and doing all this stuff because of how I look." And I was complete.
I mean, what the hell you out there bench pressing for if you ain't about to press me up against the damn wall? I mean, what's the point of the damn muscles?
But at the same time, like, you know, especially in today's climate, if I started doing that with all women, thinking that every woman who came, you know, who I got that intimate with wanted me to be thrown up against the wall, they might be like, "Well, you too forceful." You know what I mean? Like, it's just
you don't just start wrecking balling with a woman. I mean, you get to know her, y'all find out what each other like, and then, you know, you cater to whatever that is. You don't just go in breaking a motherfucking neck.
I mean, I guess, but that was, I think, to my memory, that might even been the first, you know, interaction where we did that, and she mentioned it afterwards, like, "Oh, this is what I expected," you know. So and I'm just saying that to be like, you know, there's no way to know, there's no way to cater to everybody, you know what I mean? There's no way to do that. No
okay. J-Leethal, do you want? Well, what do you think is going on aside from anti-blackness, aside from assimilation, aside from white supremacy, as it relates to why Black men are attracted to interracial relationships, particularly to white women. What do you think is behind that, other than the obvious? Like, is there any other attitude and perspective?
I think you pretty much covered it. I mean, it's a little bit of a taboo. It's kind of like the forbidden thing, like, you know, from both aspects. From a white woman with a Black guy, she's not supposed to be with him, or she's, and so there's that underlying thing. There's that some people want to assimilate. You know, some people look at them like a trophy, the trophy wife. So I think there's a little bit of everything in it. And then there's some people who genuinely just are feeling this girl, and she happens to be white. You know what I mean? Like, because there's a lot of that too. I mean, that you can't really overlook. I mean, you know, say you have a lot of similar interests and a similar sense of humor. At that point, you're not gonna date them? Just at that point, you're not gonna date them because they're white, you know. So it's like there's a lot of that going on too. I think it's just kind of unfair to just throw somebody in a box saying like, okay, if you interracial date, then you must not love your race. Or I think it has to be with context in every scenario. But the thing that I always mention with interracial dating in America is like, okay, y'all are together for whatever reason. Say it's for a fetish or because y'all really love each other, whatever. But are y'all having real conversations? That's the only question I have for interracial couples in America. Is like, are y'all having the Trayvon Martin conversation? You know, because when Trayvon Martin comes on the TV or George Floyd comes on the TV, do you change the station real quick and try to go watch the Disney Channel or some shit? Or do you guys sit down and really talk about Malcolm X and really talk? Because I mean, it's hard for me to believe that you got an interracial couple in America that are really about this Black revolution. That's the only problem I have with interracial couples. It's like, okay, she's white or he's white, but are they down for the revolution? And really, I mean, I know that sounds like some Hotep shit, whatever y'all call it, but at the end of the day, are they? And usually, what I find is a lot of time, it's usually somebody's assimilated. So it's either the Black person's assimilating and trying to act white. You know, I know that's kind of stereotypical, but the Black person's trying to act white in the relationship, or the white person is kind of acting Black. And I know a few people like that where it's kind of like they're white and they have a Black baby daddy or whatever, and all they do is listen to rap and they don't really associate with any of the white culture. So it's a nuanced conversation, but the main question I have for any interracial couple in America is, are you guys having the real life conversation? Are you living in fairy tale land?
Okay. So True Blue only. I want to clarify who you're speaking to, but I do want to speak about, I do want to speak to the comments about Christian being biracial and him not being interested in Black women and the Black experience. Black people be mindful of that, of those sentiments. Biracial people have their share in the pie of Blackness because they are both Black and fucking white. Second of all, even if Christian looked like J-Leethal, dreaded, was brown skinned, and looked like what you would call a typical Black man, it doesn't mean that he's also having the typical Black experience, because Black people are not a monolith, and every Black person isn't being raised in Black spaces. Every Black person isn't being raised in low-income environments. Every Black person, dark skin, light skin, of all various walks of life, are not being raised in the same circumstances with the same life experiences. So when we have these conversations, whether we're talking to Black men who are light-skinned, dark-skinned, in between our Black women who are light-skinned, in between our biracial men and biracial women, we got to realize, as much as we have these banners and of Black Lives Matter, and we speak about the Black culture as if we're talking about one single thing, we're talking about a very multifaceted, diverse community of people, okay? Especially within America. So just remember, like, when you say he's not raised in the in the Black experience that you're actually being extremely narrow. You're being extremely condescending and insensitive, and that in and of itself is anti-Blackness, because once again, Black folk are not monolithic. So Black people are speaking from their experience, from their walk of life, which is what these men are doing, which is what you women will be doing when y'all bring y'all asses on the platform, which is what biracial and white people will be doing. Once again, enter into these conversations with a sense of openness and compassion. Everything is not about dragging motherfuckers because you don't agree. If we're going to acknowledge things like privilege, male privilege, white privilege, assimilation, then what we are admitting in and of itself is that we've all been fucking brainwashed to be retarded on these issues. We have these conversations to break this shit down. We have these conversations, okay, to expose systems and to regroup in our fucking thinking. We're not coming to these conversations to crucify anybody. We're not. Okay?
So tell them to call in. Tell them to call in. Like I said, that's why
they're going to call in.
I need them to call in.
May I say one thing?
Because they're talking crazy.
May I say one thing in regards to this?
Yes.
Can I say something? Just quickly, it's funny because I didn't know that there was such like I didn't know African Americans had some African Americans had that viewpoint that True Blues only did, but you know, I thought it was all
Blues be carrying on, honey.
I thought, you know, growing up, I was like, you know, I'm Black, you Black, we all Black. So I got older, people started separating us. Not to say, admittedly, that my parents didn't use words like "akata" and be like, you know, but it was more so like. It was more so like the same African American parents who would be like, "Yo, don't hang out with those kids who are bad," kind of thing. Like, you know what I mean? It wasn't like all black kids are bad. It was like, "Yo, the ones who are bad on the corner doing that stuff." That was kind of what I kind of met in my household. But to say that Africans, or me personally, because I was raised African American, I don't know what it is to be Black or this or that. Completely false. I mean, I grew up in a predominantly white town. Some people don't have an experience with being called the word nigger. You know, since I was little, I've heard that word.
A lot of these people who talking about you don't even have your complexion. They're lighter complected Black people and talking about you don't know what it's like to be a Black man in America. Like our intersections as Black people are very, very complicated because of colorism, because of white supremacy, because of gender identity, because of sexual orientation. That all these intersections make our sum total perception of Blackness very unique to each Black person, okay? And I don't want to run from that. I think that we're not able to have a productive conversation until we actually accept that and stop painting Black people as all ghetto and there's only one type of Blackness and there's only one type of Black upbringing to have that qualifies. Yes, there are different fucking Black experiences going on, okay?
But not to say that there aren't some Africans who do kind of you know what I mean, discriminate against African Americans. I totally understand that there are some. I personally am not one of them, but to be honest, which is probably bad. I actually don't even date Nigerian women. I just something about it is just too reminding of my family. I don't even know if we're related or not, so I just gotta keep away. Like, you know what I mean? I think African American women primarily. I don't even date Nigerian women. Just as a disclaimer.
Can I chime in real quick though?
Yeah,
because there's some comments that are just lighting up, and I think they're really poignant and about what you guys said. Because you know what, even though I had the typical Black experience, I didn't, because I was biracial, which a lot of people are commenting on. Yes, I can agree that I did not experience the exact same experience. You know what was worse? It was a smaller subsection where I was even more alone, because I was within my community, I was still the black sheep. So I know what it's like to be Black and be shunned even by my own community. So you have to remember what society is doing to us, you are all doing to me right
like
now.
a Black
person. You have to understand, like, I connect with that because I understand I will never have the same experience as you, even though I lived within that experience.
And I would even add the work, you know, you might not have been raised in the Black experience, but the world has raised you as a Black person. You know what I'm saying? Or definitely as a brown person. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean,
probably
you are
in some
inherently shaped in
some areas of life, there's privilege and there's passivity and there's favor and unforeseen.
Yes. Within the white community, yes.
There's also
in comparison to my Black counterparts, yes. But within our community, I get no fucking slack. Like because that's just what it is. Like, and I agree with what he's saying, because the world has raised me Black and the community has raised me Black, and yes, and you know, sharing in the typical Black experience, and I understand that, like, I do receive some exceptions when I'm out in the regular world, but within our community, those exceptions don't exist because I am a minority.
Yeah. Well, I'm not biracial. I have white in my blood, but I have two black ass parents. I was raised in what you would call the typical Black upbringing. Martin, in living color, raised in the hood, the projects, and I was called growing up by other Black people. I was called a white boy because my interests weren't necessarily what was considered to be Black always, like how I like to dress, the type of music I like. I liked hip hop, I like rock, I like heavy metal, I like so many different things that white people would be interested in, and I also like lots of my own culture. And so for some Black people who were observing me growing up, they considered me Black. I mean, they considered me a white boy, and I'm just like, shut the fuck up, okay? Just shut up, okay? Because I had the Blackest experience and had a full-on Black cultural experience growing up. However, I also am a lighter complected man. So I know that there's also privilege in those areas as well. I know that there's privileges if you are an educated Black person within a white supremacist system, if you are a lighter complected Black man in a white supremacist system, if you have ambiguous features, even if you are strictly Black, it's not only biracial men and women who have ambiguous I'm missing somebody. Oh, it's Henry. Even it's not only biracial people who have an ambiguous aesthetic. Lighter complected people are said to be ambiguous and to possess ambiguous features as well. So you have a lot of people who are very into disqualifying other Black people as non-Black. And I think that it's a little out of order, and it's also very motherfucking unnecessary. Okay, now. I wanted to get to J-Leethal, you still there?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm here.
I wanted to get to whew, we definitely gonna have to, yeah. Gender roles.
What'd you say?
What are your thoughts on motherfucking gender roles?
Gender roles?
Gender roles. Are you intimidated by Black women who make more, have more? Would you be capable of being a stay-at-home dad? Would you be able to take more of the domesticated role in the relationship if a woman was more successful or accomplished than you? Or do you believe, or just what are your thoughts in general about gender roles? Do you think that gender roles are truth in and of themselves, or do you believe in the swap? Do you believe that gender roles are interchangeable, or that we should stick to the role that are assigned to men and assigned to women?
I think that gender roles are, when we talk about gender roles, personally, I think that they were created, like, you have to talk about when they were naturally created versus what they are today. You know, because right now we can at least admit that we could all probably admit that we're in a, what's it called, some kind of, not, I wouldn't say, for lack of a better term, we're under this white man's foot, right? So under this white man, we look a certain way and we have to do a certain thing. That's a different construct than why the gender roles of man and woman were created to begin with. So a man, when we talk about a man being a protector or a woman being a nurturer, those are nature roles that, so those are natural gender roles. So the man in a natural environment without this white supremacist capitalist thing that we got going on, the man going out and chopping down the tree and getting the fire and, doing the physical labor and protecting his woman and his child, that is the natural role of a man. That gender role. That's what I think of gender roles. And when I think of the woman breastfeeding the baby and the woman being there to provide the meal, to nourish the man so that he can remain strong to protect the tribe, that's what I think about when I talk about gender roles. Now, to fast forward to 2020, what year are we in? 2020. Fast forward to 2020, we've taken out the whole construct of what it means to be a man and a woman. Because remember, the natural man is the one that chops down the tree. He's the one that protects the herd. And the woman is the one that breastfeeds, and she's the one that nurtures. So remember that. But come to 2020, we don't need that anymore. Now we've introduced this capitalist society. We've introduced white supremacy to where the white man has basically, and again, we could get into it, but the white man has basically tried to undermine the black man. So he's limited the amount of positions that the black man can inhabit in corporate America. So now he's uplifted a lot of black women. He's not let that many black men get through. So now you've muddied up the whole gender role. Now in 2020, okay, to answer your question, yeah, I think they can be interchangeable. But back in the original form, like the original gender role that I was talking about, it would be a lot harder to be interchangeable because it will be a lot harder. Like if there's a man and a woman, you're not going to expect the woman to chop down the tree to protect the herd. You get what I'm saying? The same way you're not going to expect a man to breastfeed and make the dinner. But in 2020, in the year 2020, it's like reverse. I don't know if that even makes sense.
Yes. Okay. So, do you and thank you for the Cash App, Dwan. I appreciate it. You're doing an amazing job, my guy. Thank you so much. So, what do you say? Because we are living in a modern technological age. So, men no longer have to go hunt for the food. It's in food line. It's in Walmart. A man no longer have to go chop down trees. The homes are already deconstructed for us. So,
let me give you a perfect example. There's a thing online, like, okay, that's been going around talking about how a lot of women now talk about morality. This isn't a talk about morality. This is just a talk about what's really going on. So I'm going to give you a real life example, and I need you to see how this makes sense. There's women right now online, the average women that have all these premium Snapchats and all this stuff, making like literally, listen to me now, making up to like $30,000 a month doing this premium Snapchat thing, right? $30,000 a month for $30,000 a month. Now, whereas for a man to make $30,000 a month, okay, he's going to have to be literally on some Donald Trump shit. So in that scenario, it's unreasonable to expect a man to be making as much as you and these type of things. So we have to admit that there are some type of whether or not it's prevalent through all of society, there are pockets of society that allow women to supersede a man in an unfair advantage, but then you ask him to compete with you. So that's why I labeled that particular example. A woman can get online right now and get naked and make $30,000 a month. Okay, now you can say, sure, a man can try to do the same thing, but we all know there's men are the main ones that's going to get these naked pictures. There's not women going in droves to see a naked man.
Well, we got some men's OnlyFans popping off right now.
No, I understand. I understand that, but what I'm saying is
really in the classic sense of like the workforce, because we also know that men are higher paid in the workforce than women are technically.
Right.
But
men are higher paid, men are higher paid, but not black women, not black men. Black men are not higher paid than black women.
Well,
they are, but women are hired more than men are hired.
Yeah, it's completely disproportionate. So what I'm saying is that because of this, because again, okay, Consciouztv, we can't in one instance talk woke about white supremacy, but then when white supremacy is discussed about the black man, we start acting blind. You don't see how white supremacy attacks the black man. And that's one of the things that kind of frustrates me. We all know white supremacy exists, but then when we speak about the current ways that white supremacy is attacking the black man, one of the ways in which being in corporate America, then we start acting clueless and, oh my God, no, there's no such thing. What I'm trying to say is white supremacy is still attacking us. 2020, the black man, not saying a black man can't be successful. Don't get me wrong. That is not by any stretch of the imagination what I'm saying. What I am saying is in corporate America, we all know the black, and we talked about it before, Conscious, the black man, the white man is threatened by the black man's existence in corporate America, so to speak. So they're going to limit, because remember, they have the jobs, they have the resources, they have the factories, they have all the equipment already. We know this. So for a black man, yes, you're gonna have your Jay-Z's, you're gonna have your Sean Puffy Combs, your people who you know get it out the mud and completely just defy all logic and become American dreams. But we're talking about the black man, the average black man, that make it a lot harder. And that's a discussion that is not really making an excuse, but I think it is a discussion that we kind of do need to have, or at least we need to be able to all mention that, yeah, it is a little harder for black men to make it out here in corporate America as opposed to black women. So to know that information, but then to expect us to keep up, it's kind of like when white people know that they're ahead of us, but then they expect us to pull ourselves up by the bootstraps. And again, I'm not here to justify men and say, hey, men, that's why men can't do nothing. No, we do need to do a lot better. That's this whole thing. I've never said men don't need to do better, but all I'm trying to figure out is, like I said, I'm just waiting for the moment when the women can call in and let us know, okay, let us know what you guys do wrong.
Okay, I want you to indulge in this just all male venting session first before women, because women gonna have the takeover spirit, and then you're gonna be like,
because listen.
You're gonna be like, hey, shut the hell up and get them off the line when they come on here. So
no, fair enough. I want to hear them, but I mean, I've had a vent. The fellas vent all the time, and that's the whole point. Is just call me when we have the discussion about what women do wrong. Why is it?
But wait,
I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone.
What women do wrong. We're here to also just talk about like just the way that black men are shaped by the world that they're in too. Like, because this has a lot to do with the whole dynamic and equilibrium is offset because of the system that black people under in general. So this offsets the balance between black men and black women, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But you did answer the question initially, and you said that you do believe that gender roles are to be exchangeable. Is that the general consensus of all the men? Like, are any of you guys intimidated by a woman who's more powerful and successful than you? What does something happen to your masculinity? Yes. Does something happen to your masculinity when a woman is more powerful or more successful? I'll let Chris go since you jump in now.
Oh yeah, just specifically within. I'm sorry, what?
I was going to say before you go, I want to shout out Pink Panther and Sting Girl for the Cash App as well. Thank you so much, ladies. All right, go ahead, Christian.
just because of the field I'm in, yes, because I'm an actor, I'm in Hollywood. Yeah, that's the thing. I noticed there are a lot more successful Black actors than there's successful Black actors. Talented Black women within my field.
Hey Christian, can you hear me?
I think that's
Christian, can you hear me? Christian? Christian?
Can you hear me?
No, your connection is really raggedy and it's breaking up really bad and it's hard to hear you. Like,
I can hear everything it's saying.
We can hear you now. You were choppy, but you was choppy for a second though.
Yeah,
we didn't hear anything.
Really choppy.
I didn't
hear. Okay, my bad. I'll start back. You guys can hear me clear now?
Yes, right now.
All right, cool. Specifically within my field, just because I'm in the entertainment industry, and I notice there are huge disparities between how Black men get paid in my industry and how Black women get paid. However, the frequency of hire is much different. Black women there are a lot more shows starring Black women, leading Black women roles are men, and that's just the truth. And I'll admit, yeah, that makes me hella insecure because you're already going into such a competitive field, and to know that your counterparts are already doing so much better than you. I mean, I can admit that insecurity.
Okay, so aside from the fact that in some arenas in life, men have more afforded to them, and in some arenas, women have things more afforded to them. As a man, does a powerful, independent, financially stable woman intimidate you and make you wrestle with your masculinity?
Only because the idea would be that if she is those things, then then she has more prospects available to her. And in places where I am lacking, where there might be somebody else that does have more money, then she would go to them.
But that's the case for women all the time as it relates to men. There's always a woman.
Then you have that doesn't change the fact that doesn't change our experience. I'm
just saying that that's definitely not a unique experience to men. But in terms of okay, so then what it sounds like I'm hearing is that the patriarchy has actually made men deeply insecure, because when you all are not able to operate within the conventional expected ways that your society expects you to, that you kind of lose a sense of identity. Would that be true?
Sure. I can say that. Yeah. In certain contexts, within the context of relationships, because a relationship in and of itself is built on the idea of patriarchy. You know what I'm saying? Or definitely married.
Okay, so would you date a woman who has more than you? Like, is that who you prefer to do with?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I would.
Okay, so you actually look for or prefer successful women, even if they're more successful than you?
No, I don't. I don't go after them. No, I go after women that I'm attracted to.
Okay.
There are successful women that I am intimidated. There are successful women that I'm, that I know are on like a, social economically, they're like right just a notch above me, and they intimidate me because of the idea that there are other prospects of men that they have the opportunity to choose from. You know what I'm saying? I'm rough around the edges and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Bolarin. All right. Does a woman's power, independence, and maybe if she's even more successful than you, make you insecure as a man?
I would hate to say insecure, but I would definitely say there's some intimidation.
Another way of saying yes is what I'm hearing.
I guess so. Yeah. I'll say that's safe to say, and I don't think that's a bad thing. insecure. The reason why I'm hesitant to say insecure is because I feel like insecure usually is associated with just like a negative emotion. Is like as if it's as if it begets bad traits. Like if you're insecure, now you're upset or you're angry, or rather than intimidation might come from it. It can tend to beget aspiration. Like you might aspire to try to reach her level or surpass her level. But in a plain sense, yeah, I think it's safe to say I feel comfortable saying that as a man, I would feel insecure or intimidated by a woman who made more than me, because although roles are like kind of changing, that is a stereotype or stigma that a man holds and would like to have. He wants to be able to provide. I think it's safe to say most men would feel less of a man if they didn't make more than their wife, or was it the provider or whatnot. And there are men who would feel very comfortable with that. They would be like, oh, my wife make more, we chilling, like, But me personally, I would prefer to make more. Or at just as much.
Okay, so this is my question then to men at large. J-Leethal got his goddamn thinking cap on, my God. My question to the men is then, so J-Leethal initially asked the question to women, what defines a man? I'm going to ask you men, without patriarchy, who the fuck are y'all? Like without it, who actually are y'all? Like without it, like what is there a way for you to have an identity without patriarchy in existence?
Of course, absolutely.
Okay, so what is that? Like paint the picture for me. Like, what does that look like? Men without patriarchy. What does that look like?
Can you help to? Are you going to join in this conversation?
Huh?
Are you going to join in this conversation? Because you're included in this.
Am I?
Of course.
Oh, see, this would be the perfect time where I would prefer to be called a girl. I would prefer to be the gay man who has no place in a conversation among straight men. I actually would prefer to say the out of this conversation, but I mean, I can participate if need be, but I would prefer not to, but I can.
Okay, because I know what your answer is going to be, so it's not even gonna. Okay, so not that it's bad, it's fantastic. Mm-hmm. Okay, so to answer that question, without patriarchy,
yeah.
Okay, so I imagine, a being of, that doesn't exist in alignment with the idea that I have to dominate or that I have to, I mean, how deep we want to go with this? It's like,
I want you to go wherever you need to go without it taking forever, because we got 4 other people that we got to get to too. But like, just go where you need to go. It's your hole to go down. Go down it.
Like it's so deeply rooted in like every goddamn aspect of who we are is who we are. Shit. But yeah, I mean, it would be nice to not have to worry about gender roles. I'd say that. You know what I'm saying? It would be nice to not have it so ingrained in our brains, as males. And so what I would say was, what it would look like. It was like I wouldn't be afraid to cry. You know what I'm saying? I would probably, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't have to worry about getting a dope ass job so I can have women that wanted to desire me because I make more money than them. I wouldn't have to, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't have to work as hard. I wouldn't have to do a whole lot of things that would make it a lot easier to traverse this place.
Okay, so you helped me to refine my question for the men on the panel. Honestly speaking, forget that women are here and that they're going to completely rip you apart because of your answer. I think what I'm hearing, at least from Henry, and this probably represents a certain amount of the male population, but it sounds to me like patriarchy is even overworking men, and that men don't even necessarily enjoy patriarchy. So what is it that you don't like about what it means for you to be a man in this culture?
That's a good question.
Huh?
That's a better question.
Bolarin.
I hate the fact that we got the goddamn on open doors all the time. Women don't call us and say, "Hey, baby, what's up?"
Oh my God! Oh, hold on, wait. Can we not like so simple? Can we like kind of like in what way that's really meaningful to you is patriarchy being a disservice to you as a man? Like in a more of a substance based area, like what
Right.
I think that you touched on crying. I think that that's really important, that patriarchy raises and conditions men to be cold, to be void of emotions, and to even have a toxic form of femininity, which is internalize your pain, to be silenced about your pain. Something that I love about J-Leethal, something that really like resonated with me about him, his commentary, was that it was the first time in a long time that I really got to see a man wear his feelings on his sleeve. And that was actually really valuable for me to see in a culture where I can't even recall at any point ever seeing my father cry or ever seeing any of the men in my life actually show any emotion, maybe aside from anger. But I've never seen anything in between. I've never seen sadness. I don't really know what heartbreak looks like on a black man. And so I guess we can count that in. Bolarin, in what way is patriarchy not serving you as a man? What don't you like about what they expect of you, what patriarchy expects of you as a man?
To be honest, I have to say, so patriarchy, what is that exact? That's the toughness, like you're not allowed to cry kind of thing. Is that the patriarchy type of, just so I understand?
Well, a better word is masculinity. Like what more so toxic masculinity, because I think that's people feel like there's a war on, but there really isn't. There's really a war on toxic, mutated, out of whack ass masculinity. For you as a black man, like do you ever look at women, any part of woman's life in existence, and envy her? Whether that be her, let me explain.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
Whether that be women's ability to dress how they want, personally express themselves without necessarily any criticisms from the outward culture, women being able to be more experimental in general, just there are lots of things that women get away with in a patriarchy that men don't, and vice versa. Not that you want to do some of those things, but I'm just saying, is there anything about woman's existence that just make you be like, damn, I wish as a man I was able to, or yeah, that's a better way of articulating that.
The only reason I was making those faces because I'm like, I feel like women don't get to do anything, but I guess in the sense of like, you about to get a ticket and you got to lose out kind of thing, then you get away with it because you're a girl, or just because you're a woman in general, they tend to get away with, there's a little more leniency. There tends to be a little more leniency on women than there is men. But am I envious of anything?
Not even envious, but just don't pay so much attention to the words, but more so just a question. Like, just do you feel trapped in some way by the ideas of masculinity, particularly when it comes to the Black community? Because even you said earlier that you feel like a part of your dating experience with Black women is stunted because of a lot of the standards of masculinity, that you don't necessarily fit that build aside from your aesthetic in terms of your personality. Like, so is patriarchy or toxic masculinity holding you back in any way? Like, do you feel like it's restricting your experience of being who?
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I would have to say yes. I don't think I could get well too in depth because I am still a little lost. That's my fault. But I would definitely have to say yes. I definitely think it does hold me back because I'm not very aggressive. I'd rather be safe than sorry. So that tends to lead to me, you know, not taking certain risks and stuff like that. So I'm not very aggressive. And like I said before, you know, there's a variety of different types of people. There are some people who like the aggressor, there's some people who don't. I'd be willing to bet more women prefer men to be aggressive rather than not. But you know, I'm just, that just comes from who I am. I just appreciate personal space, and I don't like to, you know, get into personal space. So if I ever feel like there's any question that, you know, I'm not certain, I just don't do anything at all. But because of those pressures, I do feel like, damn, I'm not, you know, I might be missing the mark on being a man by not being so aggressive or fitting the mold of who I might look like I am and stuff like that. So I do feel like it hinders me a bit, you know, because these women, I do feel like a lot of women also have in their mind the same way that we're affected, like we're supposed to be a certain type of man. I feel like women also have that. It influences the idea of the type of man that they want as well. You know what I mean? So I do feel like it affects me. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I hope I answered the question. It makes sense.
Yes, you did. Okay. Right. And before I go to the infamous J-Leethal, I want to say that one of my hypotheses and theories about the homophobia within the Black community that's projected by the straight cis onto the gay queer man, and J-Leethal, you can roll your eyes, sugar. Yes, God, roll up, homeboy. But one of the things that I think one of the, honestly speaking, I do think that straight Black men, in terms of homophobia, some of it is rooted in envy toward the Black queer man, because I think that on a subconscious level, Black cisgendered straight men see a freedom that they don't necessarily have access to, that Black queer men entitled themselves to. So even for myself, like a lot of people will look at me and say, oh, the colorful hair and the makeup and all of that, like, it's because of I'm gay. But I always tell people I would dress like this even if I wanted pussy, because there's no shortage of women who want to fuck me, even with me looking like Prince, even with me looking like the contemporary incarnation of the artist formerly known as Prince. There's no shortage of women who want to jump on the dick. Okay, so even as a straight man, I would still prefer this aesthetic. But I think that there are lots of Black men, because of patriarchy, because of toxic masculinity, ultimately feel like their creative right over their soul, over their life experience is being stripped away from them. Either it be via white supremacy, either it be via toxic masculinity, either it be whatever. And so that's the basis of my question is, do Black cisgendered straight men feel completely served by patriarchy, even though they participate in it, even though they use it as a model for an actual identity? But does it make you fucking happy in all actuality? Would you like to be free from critique? Would you like to show up as whomever the fuck you are without having to be performative? Because we talk about women also being performative under patriarchy, but men have to be just as performative under patriarchy as well as women. So, J-Leethal, do you feel completely served or underserved by patriarchy? Is patriarchy or masculinity or some aspects of the way that we define in the Black community masculinity, have you also felt like it has restricted you? Have you felt like it has prohibited you from having a genuine experience of your soul, of your emotions, of your desires, of your self-expression, etc.?
Yes, that's a good question. Yes, I felt that. I think a lot of that is within, it's us, but it's also every tribe, any tribe that you can think of. If there's an outcast within that tribe, they're going to be ostracized, or they're going to be made fun of, or they're going to be confronted. That's going back way back since whenever. Any tribe you can think of, when you start acting different, that's when you get ousted. You know what I mean? So it's not just it's not a patriarchy thing. I know this, you're gonna think this is a silly comparison, but that movie Mean Girls, when the girls tried to introduce new lingo or introduce new ideas, she's like, no, we can't do that because this is the tribe. You're gonna be ostracized. You're gonna be kicked out if you do these things. So even white girls do that. So it's not just black men who don't allow certain stuff. I think at the core of it is trying to protect the morals or the structure of that tribe. So when you see anything outside of it, you're going to attack it. So it's not, like I said, sometimes you have to have just a outside perspective because, you know, a lot of time, but yeah, to answer your question, I just want to lay that foundation, but to answer your, within my demographic, yeah, I felt like, for instance, anytime a black, like you mentioned me crying, I have some videos where I mentioned some serious stuff because I take YouTube very serious, you know. I don't even think of it as YouTube. I put my videos on YouTube. So I'm talking about real stuff, and sometimes I might start crying in the middle of it because I wear my heart on my sleeve. Now, me personally, I never really had a problem crying because I know who I am, and I never really care too much about anybody else's perception of me. But at the same time, many black men don't feel like crying, and I'm gonna tell you why.
You can't cry.
Look at Tyrese. When Tyrese cried because he couldn't see his daughter. Now, mind you see how you smiled? Everybody smiled because it was kind of funny, right? But again, we talk about the patriarchy so much, but we never, ever, ever, ever talk about being sensitive, and yes, sensitive to black men, because you can't expect. You have to be sensitive to black men if you're going to expect anything from us, first of all, because we're sensitive. Yeah, if you're going to expect us to be sensitive to y'all. So when we mentioned Tyrese, yeah, I laughed at it too, because it was a meme and they made all kind of memes and all kind of shit. But when you start thinking about it, they had Michael Jordan crying. That was the meme. They had Will Smith looking all distraught. That was a meme. They had Kanye West crying recently. That's a meme, and people are laughing. They had, like every time we cry, it's a meme because it's almost like whatever. It's almost like to even think about our feelings is actually laughable. Like what?
That's crazy. Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah. So the thing about it is, again, let's meet at the round table. Because when you ask about, to answer your question, you ask how patriarchy hasn't served me. No, actually, let's remember that patriarchy is necessary. Patriarchy, what you're speaking of, to the extent, is me going back to the original gender roles of man and woman. That's what we're speaking of. That's necessary. You know, the male lion doesn't want to have to protect the tribe. He doesn't want to have to do that, but he has to do that. So he's not talking about patriarchy, but what we're saying is, what I don't like about this being a man is the lack of respect or the lack of empathy that we get. Because like I said, when we cry, when we talk about the attacks from white supremacy, I mean, I'm not even going to speak about this particular comment section. I'm talking about comment sections all around the world. When we talk about the attacks on black men, we're dismissed. Just stop crying. Stop complaining. You're making excuses, all type of stuff. And look, some of us might be crying. Some of us might be complainers. Some of them might be making excuses. But there's real, genuine men who are vulnerable and who are innocent. And the funny thing is, we don't have no compassion until we turn into George Floyd. Once we turn into George Floyd, now it's justice for George Floyd. But when George Floyd is alive, you don't have any compassion for him when he comes out and he tells you his grievances. So to answer your question, how has the patriarchy not served me? Is because anytime I say my grievances, they say, here this nigga go. They say, here he start complaining. And I'm not even reading the comments, but I can guarantee you there's at least one comment that says, oh, shut this nigga up. Here he go. I don't want to hear him. Go on to the next caller. Hey, but we're supposed to be here for healing, and I'm just giving I waited. I'm giving my grievance, but I'm still going to be met with contempt for stating my grievance. Why? Because you're never even rationalizing. You've never even entered the thought into your head that I might have feelings, and that those feelings matter. So again, I'm not saying men are just some sensitive, soft people that need to be coddled, but again, you need to meet us at the round table, because you're holding us to an unrealistic standard. Many people are really, really genuinely trying, and you're treating us like a monolith. But when it comes to Black women, we're supposed to think about everything that happened in her past, and we have to think about how the patriarchy affected her, and we have to think about the environment that she was raised in. But with the Black man, he just needs to do better. He just needs to do better. And so that's how patriarchy hasn't served me, because I'm just slapped with this thing on the head that's called patriarchy. I don't even know what it is. And they tell me I have privilege. I don't even know what it is, but okay, I have to do all this, and then nothing that I say is even valid.
Yeah.
Because every single thing that I ever say is okay. I brought up a point. I brought up this one point, and I'm gonna move it on to the next caller. I brought up a point about how they talk about fatherless homes, right? Listen to this. They talk about fatherless homes, but in the United States of America, when you go to the family courts, they do what's called a non-custodial parent and one who has sole custody. So the parent who has sole custody, which is 90% of the time the mother, has them throughout the week, and the father gets them once every other weekend. I brought out how, so if a man only has his child 2 days out of the 14 days, how can he raise him properly? The women still told me I'm making excuses and all these other things. So my question is, when you bring out rational facts and you're still told you're making excuses, you're not going to get men. Here's my last point, and I'm gonna push it forward. These men on this chat right now are very compassionate for even coming on and even entertaining the talk. But you're not gonna have a lot of men willing to compromise at all if you're not gonna meet us at the round table. That's what I keep on saying from the beginning. Just meet us at the round table, and I'll move forward.
Well, like, you mean in terms of everybody at the table?
Meet us at the round table, meaning like when they talk about the round table, nobody's at the head of a round table. Now, if you think about it, the table where somebody's at the head, grandma sit at the head, that's a different kind of table. The round table, everybody has their own, they can all sit there, nobody's at the head, we all sit there and be honest. That's all I'm asking from Black women. That's why I was joking earlier and kept saying, when are you going to bring them on? Because I want them, yes, to not just make comments. Look, it's so easy to make a comment, but can we all agree that we need that our culture needs healing, that our people need healing? So if we do, let's like I said, let's meet at the round table. Hey, we all have a camera, and if you don't have a camera, you can get on, at least let. And my last point is this: the significance of letting your voice be heard as opposed to a comment is the fact of you're showing the initiative that you want to do more than just be to critique. You don't just want to critique. You want to actually, okay, let's try to really do something constructive. That's why I'm saying call in, either show your face.
Oh, they're going to do that, but they're going to have a chance, but we gonna get done at the red table talk with men first, just to be, because I want to.
I feel like it's an attack on masculinity. I feel like it's an attack on us as opposed to.
This is the thing. This panel is set up to give men the opportunity to vent and to think and to express. It's not really about women's rebuttal right now. We're gonna let them have their rebuttal, but this is really for y'all to actually speak to and to have the support of each other to as weight behind y'all's experiences and the things that y'all are conveying to women about y'all's experience. Now, my question to the panel, because I think this is, because you spoke about healing, I think what's going to be difficult for Black men and Black women.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Is so white men created the toxic system that Black men are upholding. But now that black men are moving into a space where they realize that that system is not only not serving them, it's not serving their children, and it's not also not serving black women, that now black men need the support of black women to do something different between black women and black men. But the issue is that you're going to have a lot of women that are still going to be expecting you all to reinforce the same old toxic shit while y'all are trying to shift the narrative and change the narrative. And what y'all are going to have to do is want this bad enough that y'all don't allow the women who will hyper criticize y'all, that y'all won't allow the women who will say, nah, fuck that, y'all full of shit, or who are going to remind y'all of y'all patriarchal, toxic masculine past, that y'all are going to have to find a way to disconnect from that and to commit to changing the narrative. Because if men commit to shifting that, because once again, women following suit, if men are committed to shifting that narrative, yes.
You said women following suit. That brings me to my quick question to you that I never got around to. So are you saying that women naturally follow men?
I'm going to say that so far, women have allowed themselves to be submissive and to
No. I'm asking particularly because you said it twice. You said women follow men, and you said it to substantiate your point. You're saying it as if that's a natural characteristic.
No. I want it to be understood the way that I just explained it. I'm saying that women so far have allowed themselves to be subservient and have given themselves permission to be submissive to the leadership of men. Now, things are changing because women are taking that same choice to submit, to say, hey, I don't like where we're going as women under the guide and leadership of men. So we're going to do something different, regardless of what.
That's not really happening. It's always going to be the same. Women going to follow behind men, but because it's not only in their DNA, it's in the DNA of society. I mean, what? I guess things are moving, but they're moving very, very incrementally.
As they should. But as it relates
to the original gender roles?
Huh?
Do you agree with the original gender roles that I mentioned?
So the way that my mind works is based upon logic.
Do lions have gender roles?
Huh?
Do lions have gender roles?
Yes, they do.
I don't know.
Do lions have gender roles? You don't know, Mr. Come on, you know.
Yes, they do. Oh, you're not asking me.
Okay, well, he's saying yeah, they do, so they do.
No, I'm asking. No, Consciouztv, I'm asking. Do lions have gender roles?
I don't know. I don't study lions. I don't know if they have gender roles or not. I don't study no fucking lions. I don't know.
So you don't know the basic concept of the Lion King?
Bolarin is a better. He's a better because like lions and tigers and bears are his thing.
Gender roles in the Lion King. Was there gender roles in the Lion King?
I don't know. Henry just said yes, there are. So apparently there are. Are they? Shit, are they? I don't know.
I have my answer, but I want you to.
I don't know. I don't know shit about lions. I don't know.
You didn't see the Lion King?
Yes, I've seen a fictional movie about talking lions. Yes.
So I'm asking, were there gender roles in the movie The Lion King?
In the movie, yeah, there were gender roles in Lion King. Yeah.
Okay, so that movie was based off of a real life scenario, a real life natural functioning cohabitation of a family structure of lions, where the man handles certain things, the woman handles certain things. Okay, those gender roles are natural among all species. Those are gender roles that are not assigned by society. Those are gender roles that are there basically because due to the anatomy of the male and the female of that species, the anatomy dictates that those gender roles best suit them. So Mufasa the gender role of Mufasa being the protector, he had to fight Scar because Simba's mother could not fight Scar. Okay, so Mufasa had to fight Scar. So therefore, I understand it's let's grow up. Let's act like adults. I know it's a funny analogy, but let's think about it. Is it really that funny? Because these are animals. I'm giving an analogy because you said you don't know anything about lions. So now I can't talk to you about real lions, but you said you saw the Lion King. So in the Lion King, Mufasa, hold on, brother, just give me 1 second. I promise I'm gonna let you talk. In the Lion King, what happened was there were gender roles that were naturally assigned. Those weren't society assigned. Society did assign them. They were assigned for a reason because Mufasa is the only one who could fight Scar. Simba is the only one who could fight Scar. Simba's mother could not fight Scar, but then also Simba's mother is the one who nurtured Simba to be who he was. So those were natural gender roles. And I'm mentioning that to bring it back to human beings. Those same gender roles are on human beings as the same as they are on lions. So I'm asking you, do you agree with those gender roles?
No. What I was going to say was, hold on. Well, I'm gonna let Bolarin answer because this is literally his area. So you take it away, Bolarin. Go ahead.
Hey, I'm sorry if I may interject. I laugh at everything, so don't feel offended.
Okay, I'm sorry. No. I wasn't offended. I'm just saying I know it's like it's childish analogy.
Yeah. It was a cute analogy.
You got it.
Before, I hate to be a stickler, but before I got my degree in fashion, I was going to study zoology, so it's kind of a hobby of mine. And while you are correct, like there technically are gender roles at least in the community of lions, the male is primarily the protector, but it's really, he's not so much protecting the pride as much as he is protecting his territory from other male lions as opposed to other animals in general. But
so why doesn't he kill the women?
Because that's his harem. Like he fought
right.
More than likely fought another lion to get that. So I'm saying it's not so much protecting the tribe or whatever you want. I can't even remember for some reason. As much as it is protecting it from other male lions and keeping them out.
So he is protecting them
from other male lions who kind of just want the same thing.
So I never said who the predators were. I said he was protecting, right?
Yeah. No, in that sense. But I hate to. What I wanted to say is it doesn't work across the whole animal kingdom because hyenas is actually the female that is the leader of the pack, and the males are at the bottom. So it's hard to. I mean, so it's a perfect example if you're using just lions, but if you look at nature in general, which I tend to like to look at very natural and removes itself from something as complex as like society, which we do. But you do have instances where there are women or females rather in the animal community kingdom where the female is the leader of the pack
so let's ask in Africa. How is it in Africa? Is in your parents' household? Who's the leader, the man or the woman?
I mean, in Africa, I wouldn't really know too much, but at least
in your household, brother. In your household.
In my household, yeah. Well, I would want to say the man, but my mom seemed like she's the one that. she might
talk, but at the end of the day, if you ask her who's the leader in the household, she'd say him, right?
Nah, my household's is different. It's different, so it's not the best.
I'm just saying.
I would agree that.
I see what you're. He's touched on. I think in terms of
we got it.
He came and deflated the point for no reason. I was making, but it's okay. I got you.
No, I didn't want to.
Hold on, wait, because we got a lot of people on the panel. So we just got to move along, huh?
I think the main problem with what he's saying is, I mean, the main problem with the idea of continuing these gender roles is the issue comes when it turns into exploitation. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem. You know, when we kind of take advantage of the system of gender roles. Yeah, no, absolutely. You know, it is absolutely, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, female lines wouldn't necessarily fight, but we're humans, and so we can, of course, you know, figure out a way that, you know, women can fight. You know, they can get behind, they can, you know, shoot the arrows and stuff like that. So
something, because he was trying to jump in and say something as well.
Okay, I'll mute myself.
Huh?
Actually, I what he was saying about the gender roles being a natural occurrence. However, I do understand as we continue, because yes, gender roles occur naturally, and there are certain roles that in each society that men specifically do and women specifically do. There's no way around that. However, because we're of higher conscious, and we now no longer follow natural selection the way that we used to, those roles don't exist anymore, and they don't have to. We only voluntarily because it helps us keep understanding. We don't have to enforce those roles anymore. So, and I think as we move forward, we've created our own. Humans are such a unique creature because we have created our own bubble outside of the rest of the animal kingdom, and now we create our own social structures that are hierarchied but don't have to be. So I just think, like, as we continue, I think people will naturally slowly drift more and more away from traditional gender roles, and roles will be assigned more individualist perspective.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that. I also agree with what Henry was saying, because my response to the initial question was, what do I believe about gender roles is, well, we're not lions, we're not tigers or bears. We have the ability to actually be intellectual and to be very conscientious about our existence that completely supersedes the capacity for consciousness in any other living thing on the earth, which is what makes man the dominant species on the earth. What I will say to gender roles respectfully is, if we're talking about gender roles in terms of like the literal practicality of a role, that's it. All that other shit that gets assigned to it in terms of what it means, because you take care of the kids, or what it means because I make the money, like, all these narratives is where shit gets really conflated. If at any point in time, if my partner makes more money, and it just makes more sense in order for us not to have to, have excess spending on childcare, I need to stay my ass home. And I love my children. Why the fuck not? I really wouldn't give a fuck. My issue is with, I think what Spirit spoke to, it's where, like, the degrading and the narratives and the ideologies that get assigned to gender roles that really become an issue, that then turn into an opportunity for one class and community of persons to be overbearing and to be unfair and to be controlling and to be egoic and to be oppressive. So I think that in general, men and women should just do whatever makes logical, rational sense without assigning it. I think it's the way we define gender roles and what we think about men who are raising the kids, and your woman is paying all the bills, that then gets into this tiff about ego, gets into like these swindles between sexes that makes people feel some way. We have women stay at home to raise children, but then under patriarchy, we will say, well, that's a woman's role. That's not true. A woman can lead a nation, or she can breastfeed the baby, or she could be the fucking president, or she could be the Amazonian woman who's actually engaging in warfare, just like men. Like, we all can occupy all of these positions practically. Like, the only differences really between men and women are the literal physiological, biological differences. Aside from that, I just believe that we should get in where we fit in at. If it makes more fucking sense for people to be doing this rather than doing that, like, Do women necessarily at large want to be building buildings and shit at large? No. That's something that men have the muscle power to do. Men enjoy doing it. Men do it. And if there are exceptional women who also want to partake in that type of labor, they're afforded to do just that, and that's perfectly fine. And I just think that it should be a lack of like judgment in terms of who is doing what. Just do what the fuck makes sense without the ideologies, without assigning all the other, oh, you less of a man, or you trying or you trying to be the man as the woman in a relationship. It's not actually about any of that, but it becomes about all of that because we do live in a very binary ass country that has very extreme lefts and very extreme rights, and we define the extreme lefts and define the extreme rights in very, very extreme ass ways. So yeah, then we gotta come here and talk about all this shit, and we gotta come here and unpack all of it. And does it have anything to do with anything? Fucking no. It has nothing to do with nothing, in my personal opinion. Before we move on to the next question, is there anybody who want to say anything to that? Did the mic drop? Everybody good?
I'm good for the most part. Could just say one thing again, just to reiterate, I understand what he was saying, not to go backwards, but I understand what he was saying. I just thought it wasn't the best example, but I understand exactly what he was saying. Like, as far as like gender roles, I think it's hard to put gender roles in the animal, compared to the animal kingdom, just because there's just so many loopholes in there when it comes to something like that. Because I feel like gender roles are just something more of a structure, something that we kind of made. So that's why I feel like it doesn't fit.
Construct. But
yeah, that's why I just feel like it doesn't fit.
You guys didn't give me the respect to finish the sentiment that there are gender roles in certain aspects of life that are not assigned by society. No, that's all I was saying.
I
would say that our gender roles are older than our society. Our gender roles are. I mean, you got to think we were hunter gatherers for so much longer than we've been industrialized. Okay, exactly. So our basic survival kind of depended on men hunt, women gather,
and that goes to my prior point about how
world where our men don't have to do the literal heavy lifting anymore. Men aren't, as a man, you're not based on the merit of your strength as far as your income.
Yeah.
Right. So the leveling field is kind of played.
That goes back to my earlier point, like where I said that we've kind of, because we've evolved into a more technological era, like a lot of, that's why these gender roles now have kind of become a lot more unisex in terms of, well, anybody could do kind of anything at this point because we don't go and gather our food. We don't go and build our homes and all of this.
You already mentioned it. My bad. All right, cool.
Huh?
But why don't we? Why don't we?
I mean, look, I don't want to go back to that shit personally. I prefer.
No, but guess what? I'm sorry to interrupt. Guess what? That was my whole point in the beginning. The reason why we don't have those traditional gender roles, the reason why we're not utilizing those traditional gender roles is because white supremacy has allowed certain luxuries in the midst of our slavery. We don't have to build our own houses. We don't have to do certain things because white supremacy has allowed that for us, is what I've been trying to say. Like, so, okay, let's just say, hypothetically speaking, we all got our own land for Black people, our own little magical Wakanda. We'd have to start from scratch. And those same gender roles would have to go back into effect. So I want to see the same gender roles. I want to see the same, equality. You want equality when our gender roles are back to the basics, where you got to go to war too, because again, you got to go to war too, and when and again, people don't like my analogy, so people don't get my analogy, so I try to. That's all I know how to use, because that's how I relate to people. But when the Titanic was sinking, they said all women and children could get on this boat to safety. All the men have to fight for themselves on the Titanic when it was sinking. You didn't hear nothing about equality then. All the women and children quickly got on. So what I find is that women utilize their matriarchy, whatever you want to call it, when it suits them. Oh, I'm a woman, so do this for me.
I completely agree.
So I get to do the same thing as a man. And so we also have to talk about that. Like, I'm a woman, do this for me, but then I'm a woman, I want the same thing as a man. And you know, it's
I gotta comment on that. I don't think that's because here's the thing. The only reason they do that is because that's the trade-off. We said, if we're going to lead, you can have this. I think women made a clear understanding. I think there was a deal. We said, you can have this, you can have these little luxuries. Yes, women and children first, but we get all this. I think that was the trade.
Wait. Say it again.
We're giving you, and this is what you have. And I understand women do abuse matriarchy, but they only abuse it because how abusive patriarchy is in general.
I didn't understand the brother's point.
Well, maybe I can round it up a lot better. I think that, first of all, I think patriarchy is out of balance simply because it is not married to matriarchy in this country or in the world at large. Like, we're talking, one of the problems is we're having a conversation exclusively and only about patriarchy, which, of course, like, patriarchy is not meant to stand alone, but neither is fucking matriarchy. Like, both matriarchy and patriarchy are supposed to be married to one another. Like, going back to what Christian said about, well, what J-Leethal said about men and like women wanting to be selective in when do this and do that. I don't find anything wrong with people, like, literally women agree that there are things that they realize they can do, right? Collectively now. If they want to do that, fucking do it. Like if I'd rather have you open the jar of fucking jelly while I make the sandwiches, so fucking be it. Like, it doesn't mean that I don't still stand because I act for equal wage, doesn't mean that I even want to occupy the same jobs or have the same jobs as men. Like, equality and exactly where each woman wants to fit in at and where they want to be and how they want to be positioned in society is two totally different things. I don't think that those things are really one and the same. And even beyond gender roles, like, we're talking about the world, okay? There literally we have some of the oldest civilizations that were strictly patriarchal and strictly matriarchal. So there's been plenty of cultures that where women built, women hunted, women did it collectively, predominantly. Okay, same thing with men. Matter of fact, some of our oldest civilizations are actually matriarchal. Like, entire nations were being built, ran, occupied, constructed by female consciousness. Okay, we've transitioned into something that is now purely patriarchal, and I believe that the universe has allowed us to kind of swim between both. Is because really, like, one can never be without the other unless it's fucking necessary. In the case of talking about the Western world, talking about America, men and women are in a position to actually just figure out what it actually means to be alive, what it actually means to just create together, what it actually just fucking means to be happy with each other. It's not even necessary now to even focus upon gender roles and whatever. It's just really about having an opportunity, because your culture has grown up, because your culture is more technological, because your culture is advanced. Now a lot of these barbaric ass issues and dynamics are something that we've been absolved from. So now it's just a matter of what the fuck do men and women want for each other, strip away the superficial shit and just get down to the nitty gritty. Because I look, at the end of the day, like, this actually makes better. This makes better for my next question, actually. Okay, because we're shifting into relationships, and that was something that's coming. Let's deal with abortion really fucking quick. Do you believe that a woman should have the right to abort your baby without your consent? I'm going to start with Bolarin. Smile for the camera right
now. From my experience, I tend to have a unpopular opinion when it comes to abortion, but no, I don't think a person should have the right to make the choice to abort a child that we share. And I'm very aware of the common argument against that, as far as like, you're not the one who has to carry it for 9 months, and you're not the one that you know, has to deal with all the pregnancy, you know, the pregnancy that everything that comes with a pregnancy in the 9 months. And if the person or the father is not there, then you're the one that has to take care of it. If they can't abort it, then they have to have the risk of a child falling into poverty, or what do you call it, foster care, on all this stuff. But my main argument to that is 9 months is not comparable to an entire life that might go up to 100 years. For someone to try to compare 9 months of their life to someone else's entire life makes no sense to me. And I honestly just believe that abortion is a form of killing. So that's just my opinion on that, to be honest.
Okay. So just so that I understand, you believe that for the most part, women should have the right, but certain conditions should give them the right to abort the other half of that baby, like if the man is not around in the woman's life, if blah, 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 like all the stipulations that you listed?
Oh, no. I'm saying I understand that that's usually the argument against it. I don't agree with it. I honestly don't think that it should be okay to abort at all.
Okay, so you don't believe in abortion in general.
Exactly. But yeah, no, I don't believe that
okay, so as it relates to the reality that abortion is legal, do you believe that women should have the right to abort without your consent?
Without my consent?
Or without your say-so, without your involvement, without your input whatsoever legally, that you have no legal right to stand against a woman aborting this child, that ultimately she can abort that child if that's what she wants to do.
That's it's so convoluted, because even though I'm like against abort, I'm not against it, I'm not for it. Because as long as it's legal, I'll be hypocritical.
Stand on your word, brother. Stand on your square, brother. Stand on your word. Come on, man.
I'm someone that stands by their word, but in the same breath, as long as abortion is legal, I too myself would take advantage of it if I needed it.
Okay, so what I'm asking you then is that as a man, do you want to have a legal right to contest a woman aborting your baby? Do you want any type of rights to give you some type of influence, some type of say so in that matter legally?
In certain oh, sorry.
Because we know that men can contest personally, but do you want a larger legal representation afforded to men as it relates to abortion?
I would say yes, but I don't think it could work. Something like that couldn't work. I think it would just need to be clear cut. Either abortion is okay or not, because then you have what about the people who are raped, or or the man's just not there. Like, so if all abortions had to go through both parties and they're not there, then how does that work? And then you're gonna have some women who are lying, like, oh, there is no man in my life, and how do you even prove that of someone? You know what I mean? So I just think it's too convoluted, like for something like that to work. Although I would say yes, I do think the man should have a say in it, though. But I just think it's too convoluted to actually work in the real world, though.
Okay, Cristiano, would you want women? Do you want, as a man, to have some type of a legal right to contest a woman's right to abort a child as a man?
So I want to be completely honest. I don't want kids, so this question felt very irrelevant for me. Like,
okay, but that doesn't mean that you can't have them.
But if in the situation, I mean, just for me personally, because I don't want kids, I would be like, I wouldn't care. But I completely agree with what Usually Sexy is saying. It's just an unrealistic like idea even that we could even execute something like that. And I can't put it into real world context. Even in like my best imagination, if I was like it would happen, I still wouldn't. It doesn't seem. It makes no sense. No, it's not my fucking body. Do what you want.
Okay. I think that J-Leethal's input is about to be very fascinating. I just am making a prophetic prediction here that this is about to get very interesting. Mr. Lethal, would you like legal right to have say-so in the abortion of a child that the government will require you to support, whether you're in the child's life, the mom's life, but that child support will be obligated to you, but that you have no say-so in whether the child comes or goes? Would you like some legal rights for men as it relates to abortion, or you leaving it to the women to do what they need to do?
Yes, I think that's the least. I think that's the least thing that we should have. I think the least thing we should have is the right to decide, or some input. You know, especially like you said, when it's just the conversation. It seems so elementary to me that sometimes that's why I'm not sure if people really want to have a fair resolution, because this is one of those arguments where it's like, this is so clear cut, we should all be on the same board. Yeah, a man should have the right to decide if y'all got together and had a child and that's his child, he should have the right to decide if you're going to get an abortion. You should have to sign off. And not only that, that's the least of it, but to add to kind of contradict what Mr. Chris said, I understand that you don't care about having kids, but at the same time, if you claim to be a black man that cares about the black community, these are black children that we're discussing. Unless of course you're coming from the perspective that some people come from, and that's not a baby until it takes its first breath outside the vagina. But if you're under the auspice that most people go under, that this is a child, a black child, it shouldn't matter if you want children or not. We're talking about millions of black children being killed every single year. So that is a discussion in itself. It has nothing to do with your personal preference.
Okay. No, but let's look at it how it is right now. Let's be completely honest. If we're looking at fetuses as life, I mean, yeah, from my personal perspective, yes, this question doesn't really attend to me. However, our society can barely hold up the foster children we have now, and black men can barely support the kids they have now because we are at such a generational wealth disadvantage. So are
you saying that black people need population control? Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I'm saying at all. That's not what
it sounds like. You sound like Margaret Sanger.
No, not misconstruing the words, because right now I'm saying we need a better quality of life. So I don't think it's reasonable to even have the perspective of, yes, let me bring some fucking kids into this world when I know I can't take care of them. So that's why I'm not I'm not invested in this conversation.
So it's okay to kill them and as opposed to focus our resources on educating them from getting pregnant in the first place, or maybe educating them to having skill sets to take care of that baby. Because remember,
that's what I'm saying. Why are we not over there? I mean, yes, if we have to, abortions are going to happen. That is an undeniable fact. Do I think I deserve a choice in it? No, because at the end of the day, I can leave. I can always leave. That's the thing. I have a choice. Women don't most of the time. So I just don't think it's fair for me to say, women do have a choice. I don't have any actual responsibility towards that child.
But guess
what? Women do have a choice, right?
Yeah, women have many choices. And first of all, once the woman has a baby, she can go and give it up for adoption immediately. No questions asked. They don't charge. They're not going to make her pay for the baby. Nothing like that. The man does not have that right. The man has to pay whether he wants to or not. So again, this is one instance in which the patriarchy doesn't necessarily help us. The woman has many options to where she can get assistance with that child if she wants to have a child. If she doesn't want to have it, she can completely give it up for adoption. There's many different instances, you know, whereas, like I said, the man is still fighting for basic rights to even be able to say, hey, don't kill my child. So if I'm with this woman and I actually love her and I get her pregnant, or you know, and she's like, nah, I don't want to mess up my figure. Let's just say that, because there's actually some women who don't want to get pregnant because they just want to keep having fun and they don't want to mess up their body. That's a real thing. Some people won't admit it, but that's a real thing. So let's just say I'm with a woman. She say, I get her pregnant. I love her. We love each other. But she say, no, I'm pregnant, but I'm about to get rid of it. I'm 22. I'm living my best life. I don't want to fuck up my body. Remember, what was that song by Remy Ma? Conceited. I know you know that song, CCTV. I'm conceited. I got a reason. Remember that? In that song, she said, what she say? I look too good to be having kids. That's what she said in that song. I look too good to be having kids. So there's a lot of women who feel like they look too good to be having kids, but you got a man ejaculating inside you all the time. Like, that's not going to lead to a kid. Then when you get a kid, now you just want to get rid of it. It had nothing to do with your resources. It had nothing to do with you being raped. You just didn't feel like you were ready. And that does not give you the premise to be able to take the life of another black child just because you feel like you weren't ready. And that's what needs to be discussed. And that's all I'm saying.
Okay, so my question is, some women in the chat have came to the conclusion that these men admitted to not wanting a black woman but got the nerve to have an opinion on abortion. Is there any man here who does not want a black woman, just so that we're clear? Bolarin,
No.
yes or no? Or do you want a black woman?
I want any woman.
Nigga.
I want a black woman. I love black women. So I don't know where that came from. Not as far as
J-Leethal wants a black woman.
I'm in love with a black woman, so.
Okay, you're in love with a black. So
brother, you gotta give a yes or no. You gotta look. You gotta
weird. Do you want a black woman?
Everybody
answer. Love black women or not?
Okay. I don't know why
it shouldn't be a yes or no.
I love black women.
I forgot to tell y'all that Bolarin is an all lives matter type of.
Oh man, get him out of here! Get him out of here!
Inclusive as hell, like.
Get him out of here. I knew it. See, that's what it was. See, every time you answer the question, look. Every time he answers a question, well, you know, maybe here or there. Nah, brother, look, I'm gonna tell you like this. In 2020, you gotta pick a side, man, and we see stuff like that. I'm peeping you this whole time. I'm letting you know that makes sense. You are all lives matter, dude. And your parents from Nigeria calling us a kata. Okay, that makes sense. I'm just peeping. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, Consciouztv. I'm just documenting.
Look, I'm not sure if this panel helped with women tonight.
Bring them on. We haven't seen a woman yet. I haven't seen a woman yet. Where they at?
Oh, Father God, help me, Jesus. Okay, so I'm gonna give my views on abortion really quick. Look. My whole J-Leethal, stop with the smile, you obnoxious motherfucker. Look, there are a lot of black men who are angry at black women. Okay, I personally hold a very, some may say, a biased view of women, but I don't think it's biased. I think I have the capacity to really critique anyone fairly. However, I am a black man whose life was really shaped and supported by Black women and not by necessarily Black men in terms of my aunts. And I come from a very matriarchal family where women really led. They held down even the men. My grandfather, came down with dementia, and it was the women who galvanized to care for him, to support him. Like, the women are in charge in my family. So I've always seen like a superheroism out of Black women. Where I haven't seen that where I haven't seen that equally is in Black men. I just haven't. That just hasn't been my experience. However, I love Black men. I'm a gay Black man. I date Black men. I'm attracted to Black men. I want to spend the rest of my life with Black men. I am good friends with Black men. I see where Black men are also good, but just in terms of speaking from a personal experience, Black women have been like the shit. Like, even as a queer man myself, like, one of the first sexes to really embrace like queer people were women. It wasn't Black men. It was Black women who created space for trans women, trans men, lesbians, gay men. And so I've just seen in general a better sense of humanity, or I've been able to see more of a humanity from women than from men. Now, that may be without the nuance of Black men being performative under toxic masculinity, haven't allowed Black men to naturally operate in a humanity that could be second nature to them, that could be natural to them. But because of you bring in white supremacy, you bring in systemic oppression, you bring in double standards, you bring in anti-Blackness, you bring in all these things that have shaped us, then maybe Black men's humanity disproportionately has been more eclipsed by a lot of that anti-Black shit and a lot of that egoic shit than it has been for women who have still been like atoning for the sins of their community, who've been atoning for the sins of men and still carrying the torch.
Oh gosh!
Look, shut up, J-Leethal. Even when Black men drop the ball. With that being said, because I had to preference this when I go into abortion.
So now you're about to give it to him, right?
Huh?
Now you're about to go in, right? You have to preface it. So now you're about to go in.
I'm just about to say this. I'm about to say, like, because I have really been able to, and I'm lucky I've been able to, and I want to see Black men's humanity equally too, which is why we have all these challenging conversations, and it's why we confront toxic masculinity, because we want to see the same beauty and graciousness and see the same full actualization of Black men as we've been able to see from Black women, even underneath colorism and anti-Blackness and sexism and misogyny, that Black women, even with all of that other shit on top of them, have still been able to show up for the work and still show up with their hearts and their souls intact. And that's just kind of fact in general. Now, when it comes to, we're gonna go next, Christopher. As it relates to abortion,
I got 23%. Just letting you know, my battery's like kind of charging slow, so I only got 23%.
Okay.
So.
All right. So, with that being said, I believe that. And I'm talking about Black woman here, because I don't
give it to them like you give it to us, quickly and easy.
It's nothing to give to them, because I believe that Black women should have the final say so in abortion. And honestly, I'm talking from experience, okay? I don't know. I being raised up around girls and young girls who got pregnant, and Black women who have gotten pregnant and went through with an abortion, more Black women have gotten abortions because they either believe that a man who was perpetrating himself to be a stable lover in her life either deceived her just to get in her draws, just to play games with her, and or were made promises by men who were not going to show up, and or upon getting pregnant, broke that news to a Black man who then wanted no fucking interest, who wanted her to abort the child, who left their relationship, who all of a sudden stopped receiving her calls, stopped receiving her text messages because she's now pregnant. And so Black women do like when I say Black women and abortion, like it's almost as if we're talking like Black women just don't give a fuck about Black men and don't want to raise Black children and then just go and make that choice. Most Black women are making that fucking choice who want to be with the Black man, want to have a family, and because of all the reasons and a ton more that haven't been listed here, end up feeling alone, don't have the resources on their own, who are in their own living experience, cannot afford to care for and raise a child. Their own mental and emotional health is tainted. I mean, there's a plethora of shit, not to mention the mortality rate for we just had a young UK Black female YouTuber who died during the fourth trimester of her pregnancy because of the mortality rate as it relates to Black women. And so there's a lot of nuance that has to go into talking about abortion as it relates to Black women that is very unique to Black women, that's not unique to the white woman, to the Brazilian woman, to any other chick. Okay, so considering all that Black women endure and go through emotionally, the disparity in wages, the shit they put up from men, the way that Black men behave toward them when they get the news that they're going to be a father, just bringing in all of that. Should a fucking Black woman have the right to say, you know what, I don't want to carry this child to term, or you know what, my health, I'm going to put my health before I take a risk to give birth to this child because I have more susceptibility to certain issues during pregnancy that's unique to me as a Black woman, and on top of my financial situation and on top of my personal situation. See, these are all things that men ain't got to worry about, and that's where the privilege comes in at, because Black men ain't the ones getting pregnant. Black men ain't the ones getting knocked up. Black men ain't the ones who are being abandoned at the point of, hey, I'm pregnant, girl. Like, Black men ain't, they have to intersect with none of that. And so because of it, yeah, like Black women, make your decision, dog. You know, yes, I believe that women should have the final say so. And I have seen Black women attempt to make Black men a part of that choice and a part of, well, what happens now that I'm pregnant, okay? And so a lot of Black women have had to make a lot of executive decisions, and a lot of men, I feel, who weren't interested in raising a child to begin with, then hoop and holler about a woman's choice. It's like, this is a child you wasn't going to be involved in any fucking way. And then let's talk about her having this child. Your expectation is that she's having a cisgender straight child, not to mention that you're not going to give a fuck about this child if he's flaming gay like me, not to mention that you're going to want no part of that child if it's a Black trans woman who that child is going to be. And so Black men have a lot of have 101 reasons why they check out and bail out on supporting their own. And that's a reality too. If we're talking about keeping it real and coming to the round table, we got to be honest and upfront about it, and we got to really fucking talk about it. So yeah, I stand behind Black women making that choice.
Thank you.
I mean, look. We at the round. It's round, right?
Let's hear from Mr. All Lives Matter.
I only have one thing to say about, only one thing to pick at as far as what you just said, would just be the mortality rate. That is something also I've heard of and I've learned about. And to be honest, the person that I'm emotionally attached to right now, I don't know what our future holds, but I care about it so much. That is something I'm worried about. Like I'm conflicted with the fact, like, it's just a scary process. Like, my cousin just had a baby and he said he was terrified of the process. Like, and I'm terrified of like losing someone that I care about so much through childbirth. Although, because of my stance or my stance on abortion, simply for the fact that I do believe it is killing. What the reason why I removed the mortality rate is because abortion is for the purpose of an unwanted pregnancy. If that person who would die through,
can I intersect? I think that we also kind of put abortion into a box. I don't think that the only definition for abortion is unwanted. I think the other reason for abortion is a pregnancy I can't survive is also there. A pregnancy.
What do you mean that you can't survive?
Yeah, or because I just want to add this part. As a man who talks to a lot of who's been able to afford, who's been afforded and privileged to talk to women who've undergone abortion, I think if men were able to sit in the bedrooms of the women who contemplate finally concluding that abortion is what they need to do, if you could actually see the pain on a woman's face and you could be in the body of a woman who realizes that as much as she may want to have this child, she, for her own reasons, feels she can't. If you understood the emotional weight of what it even takes to come to that conclusion, I think that Black men would be a lot more empathetic toward women who do have to walk into that abortion clinic. I think that Black men think that Black women are just throwing an abortion party and just coming to these choices overnight and just deciding, I don't want to have the child, let me go. Not to mention that the abortion process is very harmful to women's reproductive systems, okay? Yeah. Women are actually compromising their health and kind of choosing between the lesser of two evils. I'm not having a child, but I'm still fucking up my body in exchange for not doing so. And so I think that we have to, as men, I know that it's not our position, and it's not something we can even understand because we don't get pregnant. But I think we have to listen to women on this issue. We have to listen to women who actually have to be pregnant and listen to what their experience is and really honor that, because Black men just have this picture that women just wake up and just want to kill their children. And that is just that easy to do as well. Not to mention the shame that you endure from your community. Not to mention that if you are a girl in a religious family and you're being judged by your parents, you're being judged by the church for getting knocked up and then also getting an abortion, because we also don't include the intersections of sexism, misogyny, and patriarchy as it relates to all of those other dynamics that women have to endure. And so I think I can understand why it pisses Black women off to the highest festivity when Black men just so easily say, so easily assume agency over their bodies and over their wounds, or talk in a way that's so void of what women endure on all levels as it relates to getting pregnant and as it relates to canceling and aborting the pregnant. I didn't mean to interrupt. Bolarin, I'm gonna let you finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, if I could, no, I completely understand, and I definitely get that. But that's why I was saying, for me personally, I think the reason why I was sharing that, the fear of losing someone you care about through childbirth, I am very conscious of it because I now have a certain empathy for that because of the person that I care for so much. And this is, I'm in my 30s, and I've only ever had one girlfriend, and I've never felt this way about someone. But now, because of that and what I've gone through with the person, I don't know if you remember, we spoke about this particular person before. I'm still dealing with him, and I would be terrified to lose him through childbirth. So it's not lost on me how dangerous childbirth can be for the African American woman, although I don't believe that I don't believe that holds any merit in the discussion of abortion, because unless I'm incorrect, there's no way to tell someone you are going to die if you have a child. You know what I mean? So because let's say someone wants an abortion because they're not ready to have a kid, if they finally meet someone they're ready to have a kid with and they're going to die through childbirth, it's not going to change. You know what I mean? Unless there is a way to tell, you need to wait a few years, or you know what I'm trying to say. So that's why I feel like it's not necessarily fair to use that in the discussion of abortion, because it's not going to change that outcome whenever you're ready. As far as we know, there's no prevention to that because we don't know if the person's going to die if they have the child or not.
Have any of you ever had to make that choice? because I'm coming at this from the perspective of having to make that choice with a woman.
The only choice I've had to make is aborting my kids doing masturbation.
Yeah, I've had to make the choice a few times.
Yeah, it's and being involved in that choice. CTV makes explaining statements in regards to that, because I can say I did have those very typical responses of like toxic masculinity at that point in time, like, well, you should do this. And you know, at the end of the day, when the choice arose again, I was like, you know what? After experiencing it and distancing myself and learning much more about how the world works and how we should treat each other, I stepped completely away from it. I said, whatever you want. Because at the end of the day, how is it fair for me to choose to like put my ego over 2 other people's whole lives because of what I
Y'all, I'm listening, but I you know, it's funny. I think we're completely missing. Okay, let's just say, oh, that's completely true. Can we all at least admit then that you're murdering a child? Can you admit that?
I can't even admit that because my understanding.
I can admit that. I can admit that I've sinned. That's just the case.
Because a lot of my
that's great with me. But as I've learned throughout life and like learning more about like, because I honestly think if we only look at this from a Judeo-Christian perspective, we cannot gain true perspective on how.
No. A human being, is that a human being or not?
From the Judeo-Christian perspective, yes.
No.
And I agree with it because I come from that perspective. But
who brought out Judeo-Christian? I'm talking about human beings, just like I'm talking to a human being. I don't know about I don't know if you Judeo-Christian. I'm talking to 3 human beings. So is that a 4th?
No. So you're telling me that your perspective is not at all influenced by religion whatsoever. You can say that.
No. I'm saying that I know how to distance that from this particular conversation. I know how to leave that out from a conversation that pertains.
So are you talking in terms of pure science? Because we're talking pure science, then no. That way I wouldn't consider that a human being because we wouldn't classify that as a human being.
What do you mean you wouldn't what is classified as a human being?
At what point do you consider an embryo a human being?
No. I'm asking you. You're the one.
Because like, if that's the case, every time I jerk off, then I'm killing.
No. That's not the same thing. Because when you jerk off,
is it like
no. Hold on, just real quick. See, now you're just lying. See, you can't just keep talking once you just make up something false. What you just said was it's the same thing as jerking off. When you jerk off, your sperm does not meet with an egg cell and go through conception. So what you just said was false, and you might need to take a 3-minute timeout just because.
Okay. What if he just told you? Hold on. So what if he just told you no, that he does not believe that what's aborted by the time a fetus is aborted is a child? No, is the answer.
No. I mean, I just want to take it one step at a time because, like I said, we needed to let me know in the chat. Jerking off is not the same thing.
We know that jerking off is not, because sperm requires an egg. Okay.
So as long as we all know that, because remember when we start just throwing stuff out.
Information is just genetic information. It's still just genetic information until a certain point of time.
Yeah.
See,
until a certain point, that egg is nothing to me. And I will make that clear. There's no lie about that. Until a certain point in that egg period where it starts taking on specific forms, it means nothing to me.
Okay, so that's and at that point, what you're talking about is the time in which millions of people killed their baby. At that point, when it's already formulated. I'm sorry.
And I will admit that I've done it. And I'll leave it at that.
You'll admit that you've done it?
Yep, and I will admit that.
Right. So you're contributing to Black genocide.
I guess so.
So you should probably be removed from the chat then, because we don't need somebody who's contributing to Black genocide actively and doesn't even have compassion about it to give their discussion on.
Let me ask you something. What if I told you it wasn't with a Black woman? Does it matter then?
No. You said,
because let me ask you this: at what point is a child considered Black to you? Because there's so many little nuances that you are trying to.
Well, if you're a Black man, let me tell you this: if you're a Black man, your child is Black. So if you killed that black child, it doesn't matter about if she was Filipino or nothing. You killed the black child. So what we're talking about is you kill black children, and not only that, but you don't even have a repenting spirit, and you don't even see why it's a problem, and you don't have a problem.
Hold on. So let's be clear. First of all,
you're okay. Let me say this. If I am in no way, shape, or form able or capable to take care of a child, bringing a child into this world and putting it into a system that also won't take care of it isn't helping anybody.
But no. But that's a decision. That's a decision that sounds like you're making. It looks like you're in a decent house right there. Why can't you have a 3-year-old toddler running behind you? What's wrong with having a 3-year-old toddler behind you right now in that house that you're in? You don't look like you're in fucking poverty. You got a nice beanie on your head. Why can't your son have a beanie on his head? Because he's not there.
So
let's get
I understand how passionately you feel about this, but if I had a son, I couldn't be here. Like this.
How do you know that? You're saying that.
Like,
you're saying that.
That's not a children do things, and you know that. And if you have it changes things.
It changes things, but it doesn't.
If that's not necessarily the case.
Okay, so just say that. So say that
I'm only here making money.
Let's just say this.
I couldn't necessarily be here if at 17 I had a kid and had to raise that kid.
Okay, so just listen.
Better choices to make sure that I have a life that I couldn't.
Let's just admit, okay, I killed my baby because I didn't think I could take care of it. Then just say it like that. Then I can admit it. Then I can accept it.
I killed my babies because I couldn't take care of it.
There we go. Thank you. Now let's move forward. Let's move forward. Consciouztv.
That sounds crazy.
And that's how we should put it.
I mean, I appreciate it.
It's okay. It's okay. I like it. If you sound honest, then we can have a discussion on that. But hey, it's fine. I'm cool with that. My friends told me to kill my children. See, people gonna make fun of you either way it goes. I have kids, right? And my friend made fun of me when I was 18 and I had a baby. He said, "Why the fuck would you have a baby? You just get her to kill the kid." That's what he told me. That my friend told me that. So this isn't the first time I've had this discussion. It's either or.
At the end of the day, I don't have a choice. You know what I mean? Like, I can only influence somebody as much as they allow me. I can't, unless I stab her in the stomach.
No, but you said you're the one who was talking about you couldn't provide for it. We're not talking about the woman. You're the one who said you didn't want it because you couldn't provide for it. That's what you said.
No, I'll admit that, and that becomes and up to a certain point, that's majority of where my instincts come from. But you also have to remember, if I was with someone, I can't force them to do anything.
No, we're not talking about the person. You're talking about you. You said you couldn't provide for it, so that's why you wanted to go through with the decision. We're not talking about your partner. Remember, accountability. All I'm asking for is accountability.
I can't force anyone to do what I want. They make their own choices.
But it sounded like you wanted to make the decision. You said you couldn't provide. You said you couldn't do it. It's not about your partner.
No, when the second time came, I was straight up with them. I gave them full information.
I wasn't calling you out purposely. I wasn't trying to call you out. I'm saying this is if we brought up abortion, because remember, I went through with mine, and now I'm going through some custody shit. So maybe somebody can make the argument that I should have aborted my kids. But remember, I don't know if you saw Kanye West crying on camera recently, but Kanye West was crying on camera like the other day because he was running for president, and he said, he was crying because he was gonna kill his own baby. That's what he said. He said, my daughter North, I could have killed her. And when Kim Kardashian got pregnant with my daughter, I wanted to kill her, but I love my daughter and I would have killed my daughter. That's why Kanye West is crying. So this is a real conversation, and all I'm saying is, hey, on whatever side of the coin you're on, just call it like it is. Yeah. But don't start saying, oh, it's not a baby yet. Don't do that. It's a baby, but you just didn't want to go through it.
But that's strictly from your perspective, though. Let me say, if I aborted it right when it's fertilized, it's a baby.
Let me interject. Hello, let me interject real quick. God. Okay, so just to be clear, Jay, Christian was answering your question because you asked the literal question of, do we consider it a child? So he answered that.
No, wait. No, he never answered. He said he started asking me questions about at what stage does the embryo and all this. I said, is it a child or not? And I never got the answer, but I basically assumed he was saying it was a child once it gets to a certain stage.
So he didn't even answer the question, but you already had started like
no, because it's a yes or no question. That's why I was like, okay, I'm gonna answer it for you. It's a yes or no question.
No,
is it a child? Is it a human being?
It's not the whole reason why.
No, we'll just go no. I don't want to continue this.
Okay.
I don't think
we're going to learn from this, but
that's the truth. Because at some point in time, yes, it is a kid. Because okay, let's just. Can I give an analogy? Because I know you like it. So let's say I have 2 liquids, right? I have 2 liquids. One's water, one's food coloring. One's soda, one's like Kool-Aid mix. At what point in time, how much Kool-Aid mix do I have to pour into the water before we consider? Same premise. At what point in time does the transition happen from this being water with some shit in it to Kool-Aid? It's the same thing with baby. At what point in time is this just some cells to a baby? There's a duration for that. If we ignore that and act like that doesn't exist, there's nothing.
Okay, so then you answer it because you're posing the question. My theory is it's a baby once it comes together and it's conceived. But since you're posing the question, how about you answer it? At what point is it a baby?
Okay.
And after that, please let Bolarin answer so somebody else.
Oh yeah, of course. I'm so sorry. We just heating up. All right. I guess once different sort of developmental tissue starts. So once different organ tissue starts developing, it's a child. I'll accept it.
No. So give me a month.
I don't know that at what period that happens.
Okay, so what if I were to tell you that people are still killing? What if I were to tell you people are still killing them after that period of time? That whatever little body parts you're talking about are forming, those body parts form. People are still killing the baby after that.
Then we are committing genocide at that point.
Okay,
here's the thing: when it comes down to that point, we need to educate ourselves as a community and have better ethics about how we handle these situations, because no one wants to have to come to that table if no one wants kids. We need to educate ourselves to make sure that we are providing the proper protection and the proper education, so we don't have to come to these arguments. And ultimately, we need to support our system with a better infrastructure. Like, I don't want to have these kind of arguments because these are the shittiest arguments to have. Like, when is the baby? Because we have to justify that to ourselves. Because at a certain point, when are you a bad person? And that's basically the line we're trying to cross.
Thank you. I completely agree with that.
J-Leethal.
Yes, sir.
If I'm ever afforded the wonderful opportunity to be on your platform, my nigga, you better let me rock the way that I let you motherfucking rock.
I understand.
I better be able to rock, god damn it.
I understand.
Okay. So before we finish touching on the abortion situation, because that's the whole quarrel in the medical community, is that you have doctors who can't even come to a conjoint consensus in terms of what is what. Like, this has been one of the philosophical debates of the ages as it relates to abortion. There's religious influence there, there's science influence there, there's all this other shit there. But my question to those who are very like very anti-abortion, why don't I ever see the same outrage as it relates to police having the power to kill, our military having the authority ethically and morally to defend this country, even if it means killing children, killing women, killing babies, bombing and nuking hoes? So it's like, I just think it's funny that we get into this whole conversation around protect life, but then we completely support a police task force. We completely
Who does that?
We completely support the death, the capital punishment. We completely support the military and their right to choose under what circumstances they kill and don't kill under, but yet we get very narrow and stark when it comes to deciding if women should be able to take a life that's coming through them at any point in time. Bolarin, go please.
I wish I would have said that before you said it, but often when I give my points and views on abortion, I often bring up the fact that I probably would not be picked for a jury that would commit someone to capital punishment, because regardless of what that person did, I don't think anyone has the right to determine whether someone should live or die. I think that's actually a barbaric way of doing things to even still have it. And I think that's why there are not many states left that still even do it. As far as abortion, I definitely...
Can I just ask a question? So you say that you actually don't believe that any system should in and of itself make the choice to kill. So how do you feel like if, like, let's say for instance, your home was broken into tonight, the intruder was in your home, police came and they end up subduing the suspect by having to kill him, you would want to take the right away from police officers to have taken the life of the intruder? Or
yeah, I mean, why would they have to kill him? I mean,
hold on, wait, because maybe he had a weapon, maybe he was firing back as well at the officer, maybe he was going to cause you harm and they shot him to keep him from shooting you. I mean, a plethora of reasons can determine why they employed the use of brute violence. I
mean, I believe that people can be subdued with, a non-lethal force.
Okay, so what if the people who come in for you are employing lethal force, like terrorists, for example? Like, how would this country defend itself against any terroristic threat without brute force if your opponent is using deadly and lethal force against you?
But those are different circumstances, because now that's for instance, like the description you just gave where someone broke into my house and if they shot at the cops, the cops shoot back. I believe that's kind of like you're bringing that on yourself. You gave out that energy is sort of coming back at you. But to catch someone, subdue someone for a crime that which may have been murder, and then for them to go through trial and then make a conscious decision to put someone to death is much different than the acts of war and what have you.
Well, so, I mean, but the reason why we're able to say that these are different circumstances is still all based upon our construct of morality, immorality, ethics, like that. What gives us all permission to do or not do a thing is comes to a personal belief system or a personal ethic, a personal morality. Because for me, I'm going to tell you right now, I believe in the killing of other people under certain circumstances. I am not pro-life in terms of like pro-life extreme across the board. Now I know that we're kind of talking about a different circumstance because we going it back to children, okay? But if I'm saying that if a lot of pro-life people, they're able to do this, like they're able to sit in private and say, oh yeah, well, I don't believe that anybody should, kill anybody, police, the military. However, we don't see them protesting outwardly against that. We don't see them pushing for legislation to end capital punishment. We don't see them doing any of that, but we do see them outside of the abortion clinic. We do see them pushing legislation against violence upon fetus or unborn children, etc. And there just seems to be like this gap and this hypocrisy between pro-lifers who only want to talk about pro-life as it relates to children, but then like they would completely employ police and they completely stand in support of our military doing whatever it needs to keep us and our families and our land and our country safe from lethal threat, and don't mind our taxpaying dollars supporting that military, supporting that police task force that also have an ethic and a morality around when they decide to use deadly force. I just don't know, like, why the hypocrisy, because I don't see the same outrage from pro-lifers.
I get it. Yeah, I get it, and I wouldn't necessarily call myself a pro-lifer. It's just more so like, if you ask me my opinion on abortion, this is it kind of thing. Yeah. Although, based on what you're saying, I'm never a person that tries to pretend I know all the numbers or start spitting out all these facts. Although, if I'm not mistaken, a lot of states, if not most states, the last time they even had a death penalty executed was many years ago. So it's, you know, as compared to abortion, which is happening daily.
That's not true. That's not true. We recently executed 2 people under the Trump administration.
And then before that, I mean, even if it was recent,
Obama's executed people too, dog. Let's not lie about this. Like, it still happens.
Wait, you said who executed people too?
Had 2 people executed as well. Hold on.
Obama. He said Obama.
And I'm not saying it's not happening, but I'm saying at the rate it's happening, it's hard to compare. It's hard to compare, like, why are so many people talking about abortion as opposed to why is no one protesting for capital punishment? It's happening at a much larger rate. Plus, you're talking about babies compared to adults who are likely criminals. So these are 2 drastically different things.
But remember that we don't.
Very good point. Good point.
Everyone knows that something looks
not a good point, because we have also stated that medical scientists are even at odds with this.
All lives matter.
It's not objective that it's a child. Like, where everybody is pulling from to support the fact that it's a child or not a child is from, like.
But in this situation, like, and for specifically born, I thought all lives matter. Even if criminal or not, should we even be doing this in the first place? Like, you know, you got to stand on your square, man.
But what I want to say to this, and I want everybody to, like, go one at a time so that the chat don't have to hear people, like, flying through each other. What I'm saying is, even the medical scientists are at odds with this, which is why abortion is more of a subjective issue that we're fighting, and it's not completely objective, which is why it's legal in the first place. Like, how many cells does it take to create a child? We don't fucking know. The Bible considers it a child when blood goes into that blob. Until blood starts moving through that blob, it's just a blob of cells. Some people would say that blob of cells is a fucking child, whatever the case may be. Now, whether you consider the blob to be, like, for me, I make the distinction between when it becomes a living thing and when it's just a vehicle being preparated. Now, some people will have an issue with when the process of pregnancy begins, all of it is considered life. That's what some people think. Once a woman tests positive, everything that begins is about in support of life. So I really fucking get it. But we still have this issue of, like, personal agency, and where do
So sorry, but at the end of the day, the woman gets to decide when it's not a human being.
So what?
At the end of the day, the woman gets to decide when it is or when it is not a human being. If it is or if it is not a human being. The woman gets to decide because it's attached to her body. Yeah. And therefore, she gets to decide based on her ideologies and her understanding.
You can strip all of that. A woman is getting to decide because it's her carrying it. Simple. It's
okay. So because she's carrying the child, she can decide to kill it.
She can decide what happens to her body, including what's in it, even if it's life.
Right, including the child that's in it.
Even if it's life, yes, it's her.
You're talking about the evil patriarchy and the privilege of the patriarchy, but a woman could just decide to kill a human being if it's attached to her body.
That's not an evil patriarchy, because the circumstances in which, especially a lot of Black women, even have an abortion are all. No, this is what I'm talking about. or even having an abortion, be altered. And so we spend more time trying to philosophize over abortion in and of itself. I'm more interested in actually creating better conditions for women to support bringing life into this world, rather than the actual question of, does a woman have rights? Does a woman have the ultimate say so over the lack of life or the life that's inside of her? Why are we not talking about the conditions? Because those conditions move women to undergo abortion. Even with abortion being completely legal, like, more women are going forward in pregnancy than getting an abortion. So technically, like, child brought into this world is still the majority amongst women undergoing abortion. Okay? Abortion is a very new, it's not a new idea, because women been sticking shit up their vaginas since cavemen. But in terms of the actual institution and the process, the medical process of abortion, like, that's a new phenomenon. Women been pushing babies out since the dawn of fucking time. Like, it is what it is. But why are we not concerned with the conditions? Why are we not talking also to black men and saying, look, we don't give a fuck if this was a one-night stand, whether you don't really love this chick, that you need to be there to support this child emotionally and financially, irregardless. Like, why are we not applying pressure to, once again, the circumstances that make women feel like abortion is really the only option that they have on the table, rather than abortion in and of itself? And like we all have said, even women in this chat who talk about how damaging foster care is, how damaging the foster care system is. Also, the fact that black men are complaining that their children, that there's a lack of personal development and learning, and that homosexuality and all these things are being derived out of a single parent household, but yet want black women to be single parents just for the sake of bringing children into the world. Like, I think the way that black men talk about these issues and the way that women who contest abortion talk to women about abortion be from two different polarities, okay? Be from two different sides of the spectrum. But what about the actual condition? Would women go forward in abortion if the circumstances were different, if the resources were there, okay? Because we have people like the J-Leethals of the world who are saying that, look, well, welfare is not the answer, but that's one of the resources afforded to them. WIC is not the answer, but that's one of the resources afforded to them. Government housing is not the answer, but that's one of the resources afforded to them if they go forward and bring in Daesh children into the world, if they can afford to independently take care of these children. So for black men, like, what the fuck is gonna make you fucking happy? It's like y'all complain if the woman don't bring the child into the world, that if the child comes into the world, but then she don't turn out the way she needs to, and the woman is doing everything she can to provide for her children, even if the conditions are poor and raggedy, y'all disapproval. What? So what is it? What actually fucking is it? What is it? What is it? Tell me, please. You raised your hand. Tell me, what is it? What is it? Y'all not happy either way. So what is it?
Can I? Man?
Go ahead, because J-Leethal is gathering. Okay, start.
What I actually wanted to finish saying earlier, at least as far, I mean, I agree. It just definitely seems like there's, like the African American men aren't happy either way. Like, they want women to get an abortion, but then you have some men saying, like, they shouldn't be having abortions. My personal stance on it just comes down to my own personal morality, where I just feel like, it's the arrogance of men. When I say men, people or humans, where we feel we are able to deduce when something is a human or something is deemed as a human being or whatnot, or worthy of being alive. Because we see something as cells or whatnot, we have no idea when life truly begins and whatnot, but it's what we are able to recognize or identify that when we usually start to determine what is actually alive. Is when that baby starts to look like a baby, is when we start to say, okay, now it's actually a baby. But in all reality, we all know if anyone here now was aborted, you wouldn't be here. No matter what stage that was, when that egg and that cell met, it doesn't matter if it was the first night or 8 months later. Anywhere within that time frame, if you stop the pregnancy, that's it. So, I mean, it's the same way that some people feel comfortable stepping on a cockroach. Is it killing something? Absolutely, but you're not thinking twice because you don't even deem it worthy of being alive or being something worthy of, if cockroaches was fighting Michael Vick or whoever that guy was, he wouldn't have gone to jail for fighting cockroaches or whatever. But puppies, that's different. Although it's still life, and I get it. You don't want to compare cockroaches or puppies to humans, but at the end of the day, it's still killing. Is my point. What I'm trying to explain is it's the arrogance of them, where we think we are the ones to determine when something is alive, and we are constantly learning. We're constantly learning. Like, okay, it could be 100 years from now, we might start realizing, like, oh damn, it's actually like a tiny little heartbeat. 3 days after the egg meets the sperm or whatever. Like, we're constantly learning things. We always think we are in the future. You know what I mean? Like, when the TV came out, there was a lot of people thinking, like, how does it get any better than this? You know what I mean? Now we got flat screen TVs. Like, we always think we're at the precipice of advanced medicine, technology, but we are always constantly learning new things. So I don't think it's fair to just be like, yo, it's not a baby because it's a bunch of cells and stuff. But even in that example he gave, how much Kool-Aid do you pour in the water before it's Kool-Aid? But as soon as you pour that first gram into that water, it's no longer pure water. It's only water when it's water. As soon as you add another element, it's a little tiny grain, it's no longer pure. And it always takes 1 grain. Even if you do it 1 grain at a time, you're still gonna get Kool-Aid after a while. So it might, if you put 1 grain in there, it might not be Kool-Aid. Keep going, you're gonna get something else. So it's for me. Oh, sorry.
Bolarin, like, I get what you're saying, but also, like, how do you feel about the fact that, like, Black men have these conversations about abortion, like, and the conversations are only about bring my child into the world, while Black men, interestingly enough, get to decide they have the choice to not even be in a child's life, but want women to feel pigeonholed by the obligation to have the child. They get to not be in the child's life just by their own fruition. Like, a man gets to say, I don't want to be in the child's life, and not be in a child's life. Do you know how many boys and girls who don't know their fathers and will never not know their dads? Like, I think that it like, men have to realize, like, how interesting they sound to women who have to bear the responsibility, for the most part, of conceiving that child and taking care of that child. But men get the choice to be dad or not dad. But then, even when black women bring the child into the world, Black men not satisfied with the fact that the government is helping the Black woman take care of the child. The Black man isn't happy if the relationship between him and baby mama is not right, but then she has a current relationship with a man who's willing to play a great stepfather. He's not happy with that either. It's like there's no way to satisfy a lot of Black men, no matter which way the Black woman makes the fucking choice. While Black men have all the choices in the middle. To be in a motherfucking life, not be in a motherfucker's life. To be with the woman, not be with the damn woman. To be in a child's life at all, not be in a child's life at all. Like, men cannot work. Even when it comes to talking about child support, there have to be wages to be garnished for a woman to receive child support. A nigga can sell drugs, that money is not taxed. A man can work under the table, that money is not taxed. So even this idea that, oh, well, no, I'm obligated to be, no, you're not. Like, there's so many ways for you to loop and scoop and slip and slide around the damn system so that there's zero fucking accountability, that it makes no damn sense. And yet we talk about women as, here it is, woman needs to go through, hang through, like, and Bolarin, you're black. You've been around black men. You know how many niggas have an issue with their girl's dude who's out at the park with the child they don't go to the park with, who's out in the family pictures playing responsible parental figure that the biological dad isn't interested in doing, okay? And we're not even talking about baby daddies who have been restricted from parenting because the baby mama crazy as fuck and the baby mama is abusive and taking advantage and acting like a fucking fool and weaponizing the fact that most of the rights are on her side. We're literally talking about like the baby daddy who just don't give a fuck, like don't give a fuck, have no interest in the woman or the child, but want to have a say so if woman should abort or keep the child, and then can't even satisfy his ass no matter what she does. If she's on government assistance, a problem. If she got a new man who's willing to do it, problem. There's just problems, fucking problems. Like, problems.
No, I agree. I totally agree. It's not perfect system. And I hate to make it just sound so like I can just chalk it up to like life or death. But I just feel like none of these things outweigh life. You know what I mean? Like, because that the system or the situations for African Americans all over the world, let alone America, are so poor, and fathers can just leave, or they could just choose to be out the person's life, and then the mother has to struggle. I feel like none of these things outweigh life. I don't feel like none of these things make it okay to take a life, essentially. And that's why, and I'm not saying none of these things are perfect, they're great. And that's why I do think it has to start before that then. So then a lot of people, including myself, have to take better care in preventing these pregnancies. I know it's not perfect. You can take birth control, you can have a condom on, you can do all this stuff and still get pregnant. But I believe it's safe to say most of these pregnancies are not coming from people who were wearing condoms and stuff like that. You know what I mean? They're just simply not taking those precautions before they have intercourse. So I believe that's where it starts. So for me, when I hear everyone having this argument and they're saying, what about all the systematic this, that, da, 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 it's like, yo, so why not put more attention into having all of us, including myself, take better care when we're having sex? Strap up, do what you need to do, rather than be like, you know what, kill it. Because that doesn't make any sense to me. It's like, yo, why don't you be an adult, do what you got to do to not get pregnant, rather than just being like, all right, I'm here now, I got pregnant.
But does that also apply to men? Because men can get a vasectomy and never have to worry about ever having children if they're concerned about what will be the future of a child and a woman who they may only choose for one night, or a woman who they may only want for sex or as a cut friend. Like, there's like, it seems like more of the response. Yeah, we talk about shared responsibility and contraception, but most of that, if we're speaking honestly, men look at safe sex as a woman's responsibility, not as theirs. Okay, if a woman ain't willing to push no condom, most men are like, good, because I prefer this raw sex, this juicy ass sex, this hot warm clitoris tight around my shit ass doggy style meat in the brick ass sex. So most men is completely with raw sex. They're leaving it to the woman. I will say, yes, women, if you're not married and if you're not in a stable relationship, you best to be doing your part in making sure that you are thinking about your future and your health and about, what the possibilities are. Because yeah, safe sex is definitely a two-way fucking street. But a lot of these, if you talk to a lot of women who like undergoing abortions, a lot of them like was in relationships to men up until they got pregnant. All of a sudden, once again, the man is out of here. Like, I've heard so many horror stories of women who were good and steady with they dude until she got pregnant. All of a sudden now, there's no relationship. all of a sudden now, this, whatever. But at the end of the day, morally and ethically, whether abortion is right or wrong, yeah, that's going to be debated for the ages. But at the end of the day, like, the woman has to endure that. And should men be just a little bit more empathetic and compassionate, even if it's theirs, that ultimately this is happening to the woman. Ultimately, at the end of the day, yes, mine, I ejaculated it into her. She couldn't get pregnant without me, but she got the hard work to do. I did the fun work by pumping my semen into her. That was a pleasurable, very exciting experience. She actually has the fucking hard work of natal vitamins, doctor's appointments. If she is a smoker, she loves to smoke weed. If she loves to drink, guess what? Her whole life for 9 months comes to a halt because she actually has to bear the responsibility that men don't as it relates to pregnancy. Just don't. Like, there's just so much of this that just don't affect men. Aside from the fact that once it's out here, then I get to decide if I want to be a part of it or not. I mean, even look at Future. The rapper Future was in a strong relationship to Sierra. Then the bitch bounced and the bitch cheated. And then when Sierra got married to a good man, you know what Future started doing? On top of not wanting to pay child support and not wanting to take care of his child, started dragging Sierra and dragging Russell. Dragging this man. Why? Because he makes you look horrible? Because he's doing what you know deep down you should be doing, but that you make a conscious choice not to, okay? And do you know who gets dragged and who pussies get dragged and who reputation gets dragged? Sierra's. While Future gets to look cute in all of his toxic patriarchal rhetoric bullshit. I agree. Safe sex, shared responsibility, pregnancy, ultimately, women get to sign off on it. Just get to sign off. J-Leethal, you've been leaning back, smoking, swallowing it down. What? Because I know I know it's in there. What? Come on and rebut. Come on and do what you're gonna do.
No, it's good. I just wanted people to know the reason why the conversation be 10 hours is not just because of me. I know that. The conversation is not 10 hours because of me.
Good.
Secondly, for this to be a space for men to be, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, basically. Okay, I'm just saying, for this to be a space where men are coming together to, heal, and men are coming together to save their part. It sure doesn't feel like
no. Y'all saying y'all damn part, honey.
It sure doesn't feel.
And y'all are.
No. We're saying our part, but it doesn't feel like our part is allowed to exist without immediate rebuttal. If this is a place for us to come and exist and talk amongst men about how we feel, it's just weird to me that every single thing we brought up is immediately attached by a rebuttal from what the woman would say. And mind you, I've yet to see a woman
who wants to come on, let me know in the comment section. If there's any of you women in the comment section who have something to say to Consciouztv, have something to say to J-Leethal or Bolarin, or have any comments to make about anything that's been discussed for the past 4 hours and a half, would you like the link to come into the StreamYard? We would take you all one at a time, okay? Because J-Leethal has been dry begging to hear from y'all the whole time anyway. So let's give him.
Well, no, I was assured that there would be women here initially. I thought there would be women here from the beginning. That's why we could have a fair conversation.
No, because again, it can't. Look, you wasn't gonna have a fair conversation with women because women would have been on your neck before you even got a chance to go 4 hours and get it all out your system. You wouldn't even have been able to travel that far without interruption. Okay, Purple Lover says I do. Let's put the invite in. J-Leethal want to hear from you women.
I think I seen Purple Lover before. I think she might have commented on a few of my videos. I'm not sure, but just before she calls in, or while she's calling in, I want to mention this quick little point. I think it's interesting how the same group of people who rally and say that a parent shouldn't, okay, like for instance, you say, like let's just say for instance, the LGBT community, they say that a parent shouldn't have the authority really to dictate what a child, how a child expresses itself. A parent shouldn't have that, regardless. Now, the parent might have in their mind, well, I don't want my child to be gay because I don't want them to go through this. I don't want my child to be gay because I don't want to be ostracized. I don't want to have the church to kick me out. I don't want to have to go through this hard life. I don't want my kid to have to go through this. That might be in the parent's mind when they're making a decision to not allow the child to freely express themselves. But you don't like that. You don't like when a parent
I just want to let you know there is a caller on board when you're ready. I'm just saying,
Okay, yeah.
You ready?
Bring them on right quick so that at least they can hear the.
We are bringing Perp Lover 77 into the stream. How are you doing, Perp Lover? And welcome to the stream.
How are you?
I am wonderful. How are you? I'm happy you can join us.
Thank you. And yes, you have seen me, J-Leethal, in your chat because I try to support everybody.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to always try to support my people no matter what. We don't always have to agree for us to reach out to one another and support one another. What I wanted to address, there's a lot of things that can be said about what we can do as a community, especially as women on our end. So don't get it twisted. We're not sitting here thinking that we're absolutely blameless. But like when you're speaking about abortions, not everybody is doing that willy-nilly or without thought, because we do recognize that this is not something to be taken lightly, because for a lot of us, being able to have children is an extremely sacred thing. So when we make the choice not to have them, then we take that just as serious, because like I had to watch my daughter go through something because of mental health. That she chose not to have one of the kids that she was going to have otherwise. But because of mental health issues and her being concerned about her long-term mental health at the time, she just couldn't do it. So, and I do recognize there are some women who are very thoughtless and do use it as a means of birth control. But it's been my experience, and I can only speak from my experience, that the women around me who had to make that decision made it with a heavy heart. This wasn't something that was just done without actually thinking of how this is going to, impact the fact that this child is not going to have the opportunity to be here with us. So, there's a lot to be said, because like for me, personally, I couldn't do an abortion, but I can understand how other women may have to come to that conclusion for such a woman who had to do that. Because there's a lot of things that go into that. Because we also deal with a lot of women who are raped. We're dealing with a lot of women who are having children, are being impregnated by their own family members. There's a lot of things that plays into that as well. Yeah. But I think the most important thing right now is the fact that we're able to have these conversations and to allow each other a safe space to try to air everything out and heal it, because until we're able to have these conversations with one another, we can't really be a healthy and productive and functional community until these conversations happen. So I appreciate all of you. I respect all of you. And J-Leethal, I don't always agree with you, my brother, but I still love you irregardless of whether I agree with you or not.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
If anything happened to you or yours, I'm going to care whether it's one of us that did it to you or if it's somebody else outside the community that did that to you. Yeah. Your life is not going to be any less meaningful to me because it was taken by somebody in our community. Out of the way of my heart. Just like I don't like to see trans women and men in our community being harmed because we're already an outcast in society. It breaks my heart to see people that look like me and my grandson and my daughter and her boyfriend being taken to the mints or like a Conscious or like one of my folks I love to death, Malibu Dollface. I don't want to see any of us hurt because we are all important. We are all sacred in our own right. And I just want all of us to be able to come together and to allow each other to heal. And I think a lot of the reason why we're seeing a lot of anger on both sides is because you're dealing with people having different styles of communicating. And when we're communicating, it's not always easy to understand. And sometimes we have been raw for so long emotionally that even when I'm saying something out of love to you, it won't feel like love to you because you're so hurt. Because there are times, even with my own sister, she's been hurt and gone through a lot of traumatic things at a very young age that still impacts her to this day. So there's times where I have to just give her what she can take and just respectfully pull back and realize that she can't handle more than what I'm giving right then. So we have sensitivity to one another. And as far as the thing with the Tyrese thing that you brought up, J-Leethal, a lot of women were laughing at him because he was showing emotion. They were laughing at the fact that here was somebody who did a lot of BS. And then when he was kind of like called on his BS, then he wanted to play victim. And you've seen it with women, I've seen it also with men, where they just don't want to be held accountable. And then when they're held accountable, they want to cry victim at that point. So that's where a lot of Black women was looking at that from that perspective. It wasn't about them being emotional, because a lot of us Black women want you to have a safe space where you can be emotional, because we know you damn sure can't get it out there. So we're trying to provide it when you come to us. But we also got to recognize we need to provide it. It can't be one-sided.
Those are really good points, Purple.
Yeah,
then you can say something to you.
Yeah, those are really good points. I agree with everything. Towards the end, you mentioned Tyrese. I wasn't sure. I'm not sure about what controversy you're talking about of Tyrese doing some other stuff. All I can remember is Tyrese was going at it with his baby mom, and we can all spectate from the sideline on what Tyrese may or may not have done with his baby mom. But all we knew from the sideline was Tyrese was going at it with his baby mom, and he made a video because he hadn't seen his daughter in 3 months, and he was saying he pays $13,000 per month in child support, and he still can't see his daughter, and he feels like the courts are weaponizing his daughter against him. That's what he was saying. He was crying, and the majority of people, like I said, unless you know something I don't know. I'm not claiming to know everything about Tyrese's life. I just know when I checked in, that's what I got from it. Now, if he was beating his wife or something, and that's why they were making fun of him or something crazy, let me know. But from what I gathered, it was him. He was going through it with his baby mom. She had sole custody. He was fighting for visitation. Hadn't seen her in some months, and he was paying $13,000 a month. Is that not right?
From my understanding, yes, but also what my understanding was, J-Leethal, is that he had been extremely aggressive and violent towards his baby mama and the daughter. If I'm wrong, somebody please correct me, but that was my understanding. And a lot of Black women were.
Was that a court order? Did he go to jail? I'm sorry to cut you off. Purple. Was this like a gossip, or was this like a court order, like where the police were involved and he went to jail? Like what was this? Where's this information coming from? Well, I'm just saying because I don't remember it.
Okay. Well, from my understanding, it was in the court documents that was the reason for her not wanting the visitation to happen, was because there was a lot of things that were going on. He put out one image in the public but behind the scenes, he was doing something entirely different than what he was saying in public. In public, he made it seem like he was missing his daughter, but in actuality, she was, from what I recollect, and I, like I told you, J-Leethal, I could be completely wrong, but from what my understanding is that he was putting out this one image to people, but in actuality, when it came to his daughter, he had done things to upset her, and he had done things with the mom that wasn't okay. And that was the reason why she was seeking for him not to be able to see the kid because of some stuff that he was doing at the time.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. I'll give you that.
I want to add something to that. I know that Tyrese also had put out a personal statement saying that there was a conflict about how he disciplined his daughter that led to, I guess, her mother not feeling like it was safe for her to be to have unsupervised visitation from him, and so he was making the argument about discipline, etc. But I also want to ask you, J-Leethal, how do you feel about the fact that Tyrese turned around and also said that he pretty much bamboozled the public because he was like acting when he was doing all of that carrying on and crying, that he was playing it up for the courts, I guess, to make him appear in a lot of emotional distress, but the whole thing was just an act.
Well, like I said, I haven't kept up with all of Tyrese's antics. I know I'm definitely not caping for Tyrese. I mentioned him in passing as an example of black men who cry and get made fun of. That's why I also mentioned Michael Jordan, Will Smith, Kanye West. Just regardless of the breakdown or regardless of if they did deserve something, to that they did something stupid and then they started crying. I'm saying that there's a lack of sympathy and empathy for black men, whether they are genuinely going through something or whether they may have done something stupid. Whereas a woman gets to cry, even if she knows she did something stupid, she starts crying and people start patting her on the back. It's okay. We forgive you. Yeah, you did something stupid, but we forgive you. But when Tyrese does something stupid, you don't forgive him. You mention everything he did. Or when Kanye does something stupid and starts crying, no, it doesn't matter. And that's kind of where I was mentioning the Tyrese thing is as it relates to the patriarchy, not allowing, and mind you, I'm not on the campaign to tell black men to start crying everywhere. Believe me, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the sentiment is not even there to allow us compassion for when we do state our grievances. Forget crying, just our grievances. People poke fun. People say protect black women, but I mean protect black men as well. Because okay, Will Smith. Well, since we're talking celebrities, Will Smith. We don't know what happened in their relationship. If you just talk about what happened on the talk, people were joking at the fact that he was looking emasculated and he was looking sad and he looked like, meanwhile, Jada Pinkett's sitting up there laughing and giggling and the whole joke was Will Smith was just distraught at the fact that his wife, has a new fling. And I don't know for sure, but I can almost guarantee if the roles were reversed and a man was just laughing in his wife's face because he has a much younger fling, I just can't imagine people gathering around to laugh at the older woman who's distraught at her husband who has a new little plaything, because that's really what and that's really what it is. Because I mean, August Alsina was the young plaything, and so I don't know if you want to say something, Conscious, but I'm just saying like in this particular situation, I'm not harping on Will Smith and the entanglement because that's a whole other thing. I'm saying with Will Smith sitting there, the whole joke was they made a meme with him sitting there because it was the joke of him feeling emasculated and him feeling less than, him feeling played. And so with this, I would just like some people to maybe think, because a lot of black men never think about this stuff. Black men don't have time to think about their feelings. That's the thing. We don't have time to think about our feelings. Everybody else, you watch The View or The Real with Lonnie Love and them, they're crying all day. Black men don't have no TV shows to cry. That's all I'm asking you guys. While you're criticizing us or lovingly critiquing us, I would ask for just a little bit of compassion to also remember that we don't have many avenues to vent. We don't have any avenues to emotionally heal. And even and when we do display that, and we step out on a limb and we go against our homeboys who might laugh at us for expressing our feelings, when we do come out there, you say, oh, look at this dude, he's too sensitive, or he's talking too much, or there's so many different shaming tactics. You know, there's a new one, beta male. This is what a lot of women use. Oh, he's a beta male, or he's this, or he's that. There's so many different titles you'll throw on a man but you don't want to be categorized. And the last point I want to make, this isn't for you, Purple, but this is kind of what I was mentioning about the abortion thing, just to kind of put a cap on that, is okay. I find it interesting how you don't like when parents don't allow their children to express themselves. So me as a parent, if I don't allow my child to express himself, say he wants to transition, and I won't allow that. My reasoning is because, listen, my reasoning is because I don't want to be ostracized. I don't want my son to get made fun of. I don't want to lose job opportunities. I don't want the church to know about it. That's my reason. So I don't let my son express himself. You don't like that, right? But that's the same exact thing that mothers are doing when they don't have a child, because what they feel are going to hinder them from their life. So if in one instance you're saying you're not going to allow the man can't say that, the parent can't say, son, you can't be a girl, you can't be a woman, because I don't think that's going to be a good future for you. You don't think the dad should have that right.
I don't. I would never say that.
To decide if you know this child is going to have a good life or not. You can't have it both ways. If you're not because by very definition, you're not allowing the child to express themselves. You're not allowing the child a chance to fight and to see if they're going to have a good life. You're being the dictator, and you're using the fact that it's attached to your body to make the decision. But then when it gets older, now you think it's oppression to not allow them to express themselves. And I don't know if that doesn't make sense or not, but I hope I got my
perfect sense what you're saying. But what I would say to you as this, I would respect how you feel about wanting your child not to do that, and because of the fact that there are safety issues that come into play when the child doesn't fit the status quo. There's a lot of concerns, and we also have to be very mindful about the survival impact that it has, because to be honest with you, when children are not quote unquote the norm, when they do want to express themselves in that way, we're talking about a group of people who are more likely to commit suicide. There's a lot more attacks on children who tend to say that they want to identify a certain way. So I can understand the concerns and safety issues that come along with that. And you have a right to try to protect your child. I will never fault a parent for trying to do the best that they can for their kid, because at the end of the day, real parents just want to make sure that their kids are safe and that they're happy and that they can survive out in the world. And as much as I love my conscience and my transgender people and stuff in the community, I'm not ignorant that there are certain risks that just because they're trying to live their life the way that they see fit, that this world is not safe for them. Because, like, if we're talking about transgender people, they are one of the most highly attacked groups of people besides Black women. So I understand the dangers and wanting to protect your child and wanting to not have them ostracized or not wanting to have yourself ostracized. But at the same time, we have to just be mindful about how we go about things. Because, like Conscious said, he really brought up a very powerful point one night about how me being born naturally female has certain privileges that I wasn't even aware of until he made me aware of that. Just like right now, there's certain privileges that I have as a light-skinned Black woman that I wasn't even aware of until my daughter pointed it out. And she's light-skinned herself, but she was darker than I was. And the way the cops treated her and the people that were in the car with me versus how they treated me was an entirely different story. So there's a lot of privileges and stuff that we kind of take for granted, because until somebody tells you that you're different, you really don't realize that you're different. So that's why it's so important to have these conversations, because I don't want another Breonna Taylor. I don't want another George Floyd. I don't want another, I forgot the name of the transgender lady that was killed. I don't want none of you hurt. Because in order to have a healthy society and community, I need all of you. I don't want nobody missing out of our community. And I think that's so important. We have to say, you know what? I'm going to love you, period, because you're part of my community. And I just want us to have healthy dialogue with each other and to be patient. And yes, I totally agree with you. We should provide safe spaces for one another, for us to be able to show emotions, say what we got to say, and know it's going to be taken in the spirit that was intended. Because a lot of times we're dealing with one another and we're extremely angry and hurt. And it's the anger and hurt that's really talking. It's not the logical person that's talking. It's the pain and the hurt that has happened that's actually speaking. And that has more of a voice than what we would normally say had those situations not occurred. Because I was raped, but it did not make me want to give up on my Black man because I was raped. Because that was a person that did that. That did not reflect all of you. That was who made a bad decision that wound up impacting me. So I would never sit up there and bash all Black men and say that this or there's that, because at the end of the day, the reason why I'm sitting here talking to you is because a Black man chose to make a child with a Black man. They're both Black natives, but so there would be no me without you. And I think that's something we gotta remember. There can be Black race without both of us coming to the table and playing our part.
Yeah. That's amazing.
I agree. I wanna add this part too, since we bringing up the trans and the gay. Jay, can you in some way see the correlation between, like, because it's funny to me how the patriarchy and the matriarchy are like kind of at odds, but now Black men are wanting they're wanting to be able to experience certain parts of themselves and be supported by their own community and by their own people, like their pain, like their grievances, like their tears, like their vulnerability. But I think it sends a mixed message when Black men are on the front lines against trans people and queer men, because it's like you want to now be able to be a different type of man now that you know that the model is not allowing you to have a full experience of yourself, but we want to be prejudiced against other types of men while ourselves wanting to operate in unconventional ways outside of the system. Because as Perk said, as you said, J-Leethal, Black men are not living in a space where their emotions are valuable, where their pain is valuable to their community. So to see a Black man crying becomes a caricature, it becomes a parody, it becomes a mockery, because that's not something that we are accustomed to seeing. But if Black cisgendered men want that, then they indirectly have to like stand for all men, not just men like them, because when you oppress, when you stand in any kind of way against one man from self-actualizing in whatever way he needs to, then you, of course, directly set up that same boundary and barrier for yourself as a Black man, because like there is no way to have one without the other. So I think that Black men, like it's important for Black men to stand behind the self-actualization of all Black men, including queer men, including effeminate gay men, including trans men, including all these variations of masculinity and all these different plays off of feminine and masculine principle. But it's like, and I'm okay with men wanting to live in a society that fully supports them. But I know that Black men won't be able to have that without supporting every other man in the way that he needs to be supported too. Because once again, like freedom for one is freedom for all. And that means like I have to create the world in a way that fully allows you to do you and to be you and to feel whole and complete within, so that I'm also able to live in a world where people like support me and doing the same in whatever way that looks for me. So are you like, how do you feel, J-Leethal, about like, because we consider emotions honestly to be effeminate, but we also know obviously because Will Smith cries, Kevin Hart cries, the other man who you listed here, Kanye West cries. We know that men have emotions too. That means that men also have what we would consider feminine consciousness as well. It's just suppressed. It's just imprisoned by toxic masculinity, which doesn't allow men to be comfortable in their vulnerability. So even heterosexual men have to quote unquote embrace their femininity because it's going to be in the best interest of their own mental and emotional and physiological health. Like it's in their best interest to be in touch and to be self-aware and to be able to express their emotions. Gay men are already leading the pack for what men can look like, even cisgendered men, because once again, we don't always got to make this about sexuality. Sometimes it's just literally about just being in touch with yourself in a way that's authentic. And that goes back to a point I made hours ago when I said that I believe that a lot of cis hetero men are jealous of Black queer men because there's a freedom there that they know subconsciously they don't have. And they're watching gay Black men skip a loo down the street and just don't care, and that's flamboyant and wild and clueless and just as alive as they want to be. And Black men know, damn dude, like I don't get to be in the world and that fucking chipper and that fucking happy and that fucking spaced out, like. And so therefore their inner frustration gets projected onto those men who are free. Even if he's a straight cisgender man who dresses differently as a cisgendered man, even if he has different mannerisms, that because we straight Black men, not a monolith, right? Everybody not a J-Leethal. Everybody don't wear the fitted caps and have the dreads and have the beard and the mustache. Like that ain't every Black cisgender man. Some Black cisgender men are more soft-spoken or more naturally effeminate, but heterosexual. But a lot of the patriarchy and toxic masculinity that Black men walk in don't allow for any of those intersections or nuances at all. It's a very straight and narrow system that Black men afforded. So I'm happy that Black men are now like, it's almost like it's a human combustion. Black men can't hold it no more. They can't pretend to be happy under this system. They can't pretend that this is what it simply means to be a man, even a straight man. Like, I need my fucking emotions. I need to fucking cry. I need that connection and that vulnerability in my life. I need to be in touch with my people and my tribe in a way that's substance driven. I can't live like this no more. I have to be supported emotionally as well. I know we said that it's being a bitch and it's being weak and it's being da 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 da. But the reality is, This is the reality of Black men. I have my emotions too. I have a heart too. I hurt too. I cry too. And I want to be able to be free. I want to be able to hug my brother without saying no fucking homo, because hugging him ain't got shit to do with the connotation about sexual attraction. I want to be able to squeeze my brother and love on him and compliment him without having to worry about what the interpretation is, because it ain't about that. It's about literally being free to support and see the good and see the beauty in my niggas without nothing, without no crucifying, no nothing, just being present. That's what a lot of us want for Black men. That's certainly what the fuck I want for Black men, because I look at Black men as caged up. When I look at Black Black men, I see caged up men. I see men who want to be free, who want to thrive, who want to connect, who just want that pressure to be no more, but have no other option because they don't know what it looks like to be free, except for in the gay man. But it's like, that's a bad example to the straight man, because it's like, well, I ain't gay, and if I'm free in any kind of way that nigga is free, it must mean that I'm gay, but I'm not gay. But so then it gets all convoluted. So I understand that, yes, women also have to help Black men be free by also denouncing toxic masculinity and supporting masculinity in a different way and redefining masculinity, so that Black men who don't huff and puff, who don't want to be thugs, Black men who want to just be able to be them without being deemed as gay or soft or less of a man, so that they can stand and thrive and be seen as valuable, because that's what healthy masculinity actually motherfucking is. It's not none of that shit that the media has constructed, or even some parts of our own culture has constructed as a result of a defense of patriarchy. Because all that hardcore rap shit is a rebellion against white supremacy and patriarchy. It's Black men saying, bitch, if you're gonna put me in a cage, I'ma act like what you obviously think that I am, a wild motherfucking animal. So when I'm out here killing niggas, and when I'm out here terrorizing my community, nigga, I'm only treating the system like what the fuck the system sees me as, a motherfucking animal. And so you have a culture that produces art and imagery and sounds and music and all type of narratives and urban legends out of that pain to ventilate that shit. And none of that shit is a true representation of what it means to be a Black man or to be masculine. And so Black men, even cisgender Black men, are at a crossroads with being like, with having to think about, is this what you want for yourself? Is this version of masculinity honestly what you want for your boys and their boys and your children's children? Do Black men need more of the pot and need more of the spectrum? And that's something that Black men are going to need to stand up for if that's what they want. But they got to be honest about the fact that at least that's what they want. It starts first with being able to admit, yeah, I need that. I'm going to need that. I'm going to need you to come up off of that. I'm going to need that. Is Bolarin still here? I don't know. J-Leethal?
Yes, sir.
I'm still
okay. I know you yawning and everything.
Nah, I'm just taking it all in. Looking tired. I'm looking tired.
You being looking tired.
We at the 5 hour mark.
Okay. You ain't got nothing to say now. Like we done drained you a life. Okay. Okay. Well,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut across you on Jay.
No, go ahead, Mark.
Did you want to go ahead?
Okay,
what I was going to say is one of the women that I admire a lot is Consciouztv, and she always basically closes out her YouTube shows with, when you, I can't say it exactly how she says it, but basically she says, when you are good to yourself, you'll be good to others. Amen. And I think that's a lot of it, is that we're asking for Black men to give themselves self-care, and a lot of them don't have an example of what self-care really looks like.
Yeah.
For the longest time, mental health has been a taboo in the Black community. Yep. So they weren't allowed to really, they didn't learn how to truly process their emotions and their feelings. And now we're seeing a lot of that what that causes when you're not allowing people to be able to have their voice and feel like they are heard. I can say personally from being an empath, a lot of the work that I do is not healing anything in the typical sense of me, you know, sending energy and doing it. A lot of it is just allowing people who felt like that they were voiceless to be heard and to validate that, hey, I understand where you are and what you're going through, because you'd be amazed at how powerful that is when somebody is hurting and you just acknowledge their hurt and say, you know, I can sit with you in this and respect how you feel and the pain that you're going through. Because a lot of the work that I did with my sister was exactly that too, was just to say, you know, I appreciate the hurt and the pain that you're going through. And people do want, you know, a way out. A lot of the things that we're seeing with Black men going out here and being violent, a lot of that has to do with hopelessness. When you're hopeless, you're going to move and react a heck of a lot different than if you feel like you have something that you're working towards. When we're dealing with a group of people who have been hopeless, who's watched job opportunities, their own homes, because we cannot forget that, yes, systemic racism plays a part in this, because when I'm not allowed to get a home because I'm Black, that has a powerful impact on our communities. Communities were redlined, so if you were in a Black community, the being able to get things like a bank loan and stuff was off limits to you. And that has had a powerful impact. Because even though my father was able to leave my mother in a financial situation, and his father, who only had a fifth grade education, was able to leave my grandmother in a good financial situation, that unfortunately was not the norm. And those things also have an impact, because the same way that was true for my father's side of the family, on my mother's side of the family, my grandmother was working a job taking care of my mother and her sisters, because my grandfather had left the home, and that was on some Jerry Springer crap. But anyway, left the home, and he was told to pay child support, but did not receive 1 cent. My mother asked him to send money to her for college, and he told her to go get it out on the street the best way she could. So we have to also acknowledge that those type of situations happen, because my grandmother will often go without eating to make sure that her kids were fed. So there's a lot of different sides to that story. And that's just in one family. You can see the extreme where my father lived a very middle class lifestyle. In a lot of respects, in the Black community, it would have been considered a wealthy lifestyle, because my father had a car in high school that he was driving around in, because my grandfather was able to do that through the shipyard. There were a lot of people who weren't able to buy homes and stuff. My grandfather was just really good at how to move. But on the same token, we look at my grandmother and you can see just how drastic things can be in the exact same community. We're talking basically, my grandfather was in one part of the city and my grandmother on my mom's side was in the other part. But their realities were so dramatically different. And we have to make space for all of that Black experience to coexist.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And we want to welcome Miss Bonita to the chat. This is Bolarin's love match. Him and her been trading off love signals all night long. How are thou, Bonita?
I'm doing well. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Can I just start off by saying I really, really, really enjoyed, and I'm enjoying this conversation. And the dialogue is very enriching and interesting. And I think it's a worthy conversation to have. in our community, because oftentimes we talk around each other and don't get a chance to listen to one another. So this is good.
It is. Yeah.
So what I wanted to say is, and Purple just tagged me, I felt in my soul when she talked about mental health, which is my passion. With Black people, we are still fighting dehumanization, and that's a big thing, and it's pervasive, and it's a part of an oppressive system and a racist system, but that dehumanization is affecting our mental health, both men and women, which is what is allowing toxic masculinity and patriarchy to grow and to have legs and have impact. For the men's side, we are told this myth that men don't have emotions, which of course is stupid. They are human. They have emotions. And many times as women, we aren't taught how to recognize and how to empathize and how to employ compassion and really nurture an environment that allows for safety, for a psychological safety that allows a man to express the range of his emotion. For the woman, we are also dehumanized in that we are told we are supposed to be strong, which is another myth. We're not supposed to be stronger than we are. We are human. So during slavery, or part of the things that allowed slavery to exist in the hearts and minds of white folks is that they felt like Black people were, quote unquote, suited for this type of work. And so rather than being people who they could recognize as having pain, having suffering, emotionally attached to their children, all of this was taken away because they thought of us as property, not even animals. So for a woman to be strong, it didn't mean a mental toughness. It meant you were built in a way that you could handle everything that I throw at you. And we continue to have that mindset to this day about one another as women. And also for men, we tend to pick up that strength. And sometimes that doesn't allow for a range of emotions. For the men, and I heard the examples about Will Smith and others, Tyrese and others, and I thought, like, who is over here clowning these people for doing what we all do, which is cry? But realizing that sometimes the toxic masculinity is transmitted from man to man. So when do we check? So brothers, when do you check your brother on certain comments that are made or certain perceptions that are had about what it means to be a man? And some of that conversation needs to pass from father to son, or from, male mentor to boys, or however, but we internalize our oppression. And that is what we need to begin to undo. And to undo it, we have to understand it. First, understanding what we are not. We are not property. We have a distinct culture. We are valuable. Every piece of us is valuable. And so when we even come to the conversation about abortion, and we fixate on birth versus life, yeah, we can talk about the 9 months or even the decision to be sexually active and have the possibility of bringing life into the world. But for me, the conversation is about life. So what is the quality and quantity of life that we are producing in this world that we are bringing children into? So if I'm pro-life, then I have to be Hello?
Preach, sister girl. Come on.
If I am pro-life, then I have to be pro-health. I have to be pro-mental health, social health, sexual health, physical health, spiritual health, health in terms of economics, health in terms of finances, health in terms of education. And when you don't have Black people who are even participating in their communities, who are voting, who are attending school board meetings, who are standing up on their job and saying this is not how it's going to be, we're not creating an environment that we should be bringing children in and expecting them to thrive. I don't want to bring children into the world and have them experience something that is less than what I know they deserve. And so while we might not be there yet, but we need to be working towards a life for our children that is free of oppression. just as much as we want to regulate each other's bodies, we should be regulating this entire community about what it is producing for our children. And that should be the major concern. When it comes to a woman's life and health, I think both sides need to learn about biology and what happens during pregnancy and how we can make better decisions about ourselves. So if we're doing sex education, there needs to be emotional education about that too, and about emotional awareness and emotional maturity, because just being able to stick something in a hole don't mean that you should go around sticking. So what is your thought process behind that? As a woman, I know I have felt many times pressured to do things that I should not have done with the people I should not have done it with. Not because I didn't know better, but it was because I was not emotionally in a place that I needed to be with somebody and feel that type of pressure. So we have to think about really like, what is life for us? And as human people, as actual people, what do we want to create for each other? And start there and be really honest about it. I think I'm going to stop for now.
Look,
well, may I piggyback off of what you were saying?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. I have seen something that was really profound for me, because a lot of the Black community doesn't recognize how you're being portrayed on TV also has a tremendous impact on how you're treated in public. Because for a lot of people who are able to interact with a lot of Black people, they believe what they see on TV. Recently, I saw a video. I saw a video on YouTube, and they were talking about the strong Black woman trope, and they actually talked about how that even though Black women meant well by creating that trope about the strong Black woman, about how detrimental it winded up being to the Black woman, and the type of consequences that was had, because they see us as not the same. So like when you're getting medical treatment and stuff, there are treatments that are given to you because they think you can take pain better than other people. There's a lot of things that have come from that. And that was one example of where I was seeing that the tide is turning, and people are understanding us better than they have previously, that we suffer and we care about our kids, we love each other just like everybody else does. We have our issues. And I also wanted to say to you, J-Leethal, you asked, what have I done wrong as a Black woman? I can tell you I was in relationships that I should not have been in, and when I found that they were wrong for me, I stayed in them too long and wound up being detrimental to me and the person I was with. Because I should have left the situation when I really realized that this wasn't going to work. I should have left right then. But because I was going through my own self-esteem issues, I didn't leave when I should have. And that did cause a lot of problems because I didn't recognize my worth at the time. So I didn't leave when I should have. But I also saw recently in a TV show where the strong Black woman trope was immediately addressed, because this Black woman had been supporting everybody else in the show. And a Black man came to her and said, I know you feel strong for everybody else, but now it's okay for you to feel safe and to let out all the stuff that you've been carrying, because you've been taking care of everybody else. Now I'm here to take care of you. And you got to be a strong Black man playing a positive role and showing support and love and care for a Black woman. And it wasn't a sexual thing, it was a friend, and they were both involved with outside the race. But at the same time, you still got to see us playing a positive role and it being acknowledged that, hey, even though she may look strong and she's all these amazing things, she's out there in the world and she's a lawyer and she's this and that, at the end of the day, she's still human. She still has times where she needs to be held. She still has times where she needs to let her emotions out as well.
Yeah.
So that was extremely powerful.
Yeah.
And I think it's starting to come. It's very slow and it's coming. Because for the longest time, this Tyler Perry crap, where black men ain't crap and black women ain't crap either, mentality just was a bit too much. Like I never seen somebody that claimed to be so positive be so freaking negative with the stereotypes. Because you always got him portraying black men as being some poor black woman, and then she comes and finds the savior. And it's a lot of colorism with it too, because normally the guy that's being the black woman is a dark-skinned black male, and the savior is the light-skinned dude that's supposed to be, lollipops and gumdrops.
Yeah.
And to see a dark-skinned black man and a dark-skinned black woman, because they love to make our dark-skinned sisters the angry black woman, you got to just see her in her humanity and her be appreciated and honored in her humanity. Because these two characters were very valued in their community, and the community was mostly white that they were being valued in. So that was profound to see those type of instances happening. Because I even seen it in another show that was mostly white, where this white woman was talking about how lucky people were to be in love. And there's a black couple that walks by, and she looked at them. She was like, "See what I mean?" So black love was being promoted as beautiful and healthy. So even though there's a lot of work to be done, there are glimmers of hope everywhere. You just gotta allow yourself to see it.
I totally agree with that. There are remnants of hope and oases of hope everywhere. You just have to make them your point of attraction. And I love the conversations around mental health and how important that is for us as a Black community. Even going back to the points about abortion, how when we talk about pro-life, people are not considering that it's not about just life in the context of making it on the other side, but about what is the condition of that life. What life is that child going to live? Because life also encompasses the nuance of emotional health, as Benita said, mental health, spiritual health, etc. And so once again, the conversations around abortion, they're way too narrow in terms of the way that we define life. And it's not just about being alive. I don't want to just live, or I don't want to exist. I want to live. And you have a lot of people who weren't aborted, who were afforded to be here, who are deeply unhappy, traumatized, miserable, in lots of emotional and mental agony, suffering from all type of trauma, unresolved issues. And so it brings back the question of how are we defining life, and what are we going to do to make this world, especially for underprivileged communities, better for the lives that we're going to bring into this world? Because even as a gay man, I'm attracted to men, but I'm still very much capable of bringing children into this world. And someday I plan on bringing my own biological children into the world. But there's nothing going on in this world right now that is inspiring me to even want to bring forth a child. Nothing. There's nothing about our judicial system, nothing about our culture, nothing about a lot of the crap in terms of how women are treated, how Black men are treated, how Black women are treated, how queer people are treated. I don't know what type of goddamn child I'm going to have, but there ain't enough happening here that would inspire me to want to bring a child into the world. If I brought a child into the world, it would be because that was just a result of sex, but that would not be intentional at this place in time in life. And so I think that, we got to continue to fight to make the world a better place. We got to fight for proper legislation. We got to see all Black people as Black and a part of the same universal struggle, even though we all may have individual identities that white supremacy, that respectability politics, that colorism, anti-blackness, that all those things impact us, whether we're women, whether we're men, whether we're gay, whether we're trans. That blackness is an experience all by itself for biracial black people. Look at all the heat that Christian took in the comment section from people who just felt like, nigga, why are you here? Like, you don't even get to be a part of that. And so all of these intersections and nuances, like, we gotta clean it up. And that really does start with thinking about the quality of life and what that actually means for black people, and not making that so willy-nilly, like, just bring me into the world. I know at one point in time I struggled so much in my youth that I wish my mama would not have had me. For a lot of people who have been suicidal at any point in their life, or had suicidal thoughts, or suffer from deep depression, wish that they would not have ever been born. Wish that they would have never came into the damn world. And there are plenty of people who take their life as a result of their experience in this world. And so, yeah, it begs the question of what is life outside of biology, outside of cells, outside of blood. What actually is life? And as Benita said, like, what do you want your children to inherit? Because if it's broken homes and foster care systems and not knowing where they come from, and molestation and rape and racism and police brutality, and just living in a space and being part of a community that is being underserved, my God, like, even if that was the only premise women were not having children under, even if beyond the conversations of, is it a child or not a child? Is it a fetus? Is it a like, even if just looking at the world and being like, no, absolutely the fuck not. I think that's valid. I think that's valid for people to absolutely just say, hell no, hell no, hell no, hell no. I'm not bringing a child into this world just to get fucked up through the life experience. Might have made a mistake laying down and not having unprotected sex, but that's going to be where my irresponsibility comes in at. I'm not going to bring a child to inherit the same bullshit that I have lived, that plenty of black people are living. So yeah, I think that we just have to be more compassionate toward each other. I think that black men and black women have to be compassionate toward each other. And I think that, yeah, we got to realize that we've all been impacted in the worst kind of ways by what our people have been through as a result of cattle slavery and being brought up and raised up in a system that wants us to be like it and not like us. So there's some deep identity issues that are being confronted right now in the black community, and I appreciate it. I also appreciate these type of conversations, which is why I'm willing to have my ass up at 2 a.m. in the morning, 5.5 hours in, talking to you folk on StreamYard, because the field is plentiful, but the laborers are few, and we've got to dig and dig and dig and rummage through these conversations and come together as a community and really put in the work to bring perspective and truth and healing and context to our living so that we can move forward in a better way. And I really appreciate all you guys who show up for this. I appreciate J-Leethal, because he and I just fell out once again a few days ago. And here it is. We back at the field hammering away. And this is why I really love this dude.
And can I also comment on that?
Yes.
Thank you for showing that black men can come together and work out their differences with respect and honor to one another. Yeah. And as far as the mental health thing is going, I just recently found me a person for me to deal with some of the things that I want to work on, because I want like different tools on how to help raise my grandson and some other things that I want to work out that I need to release. Because you and another psychic was the reason why I really pursued it even more, when you was talking about, allow the emotions to come and deal with them and actually just sit in them. I actually started doing the work that night because of you.
Wow.
And now I found somebody that's like a version of me, and she does crystals, aromatherapy, some of everything. So, so it's going to be an awesome experience. And I reached out to her. Yeah. But I'm also doing it to show that you please don't wait until you need intervention before you get assistance. Health is about maintaining and preserving what's already there. You shouldn't have to go into a mental crisis for you just to take care of your mental health.
Absolutely.
Because, you know, the most powerful gift you can give to your family and to your community is a sound mind.
Yep, I agree.
And that's so important.
Agreed.
Absolutely.
A loving heart and a sound mind is what the Father has given to us. You better preach.
Yeah.
Preacher, perp. Now, J-Leethal, you wanted these black women, so you got to flow with them. Is there anything you want to say, throw their way, speak to, get them to answer to?
Any questions you want to ask, I'm more than open to answer to the best of my ability. Any questions you have, maybe.
Well, I think I was gonna ask, but I think she started off by saying the perfect thing. Well, both callers are amazingly insightful, but none of them sound like they're really disagreeing with my main sentiments. You know, when I was talking about the women calling, and I'm like, I want to see a woman
you
tell
want an argument, okay?
Yeah, argument against it, but really, I'm glad that the points that they brought out. And the main point that Purple said, yeah, we have to both admit that, we need healing and we need to come from that place. And I think that's what I want to focus on more so than an argument or pointing fingers. I think I really want us to all let's at least put one step forward with the understanding that we both need healing. Both sides need healing, and both sides have contributed to this mess that we're in. That's all. That's literally. I'm not saying I have all. I really am not saying I even know the first thing to do. All I'm saying is I think a reasonable step that we can all take, regardless of our whatever, regardless of our upbringing, we can all move forward and take one step forward. Like, okay, I'm gonna move forward with it, knowing that we're all hurt and we all need to, we all need to do better. That's all I'm asking. And so I don't really necessarily have any questions. Of course, I can ask, well, what about this? What about that? What about weave? What about twerking? What about? But that would be a whole nother 5 hours, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, I think what we have here are two very articulate women on the line who understand and love black men. They understand that women do things wrong as well. So I think we have that in common. I was really when I issue that challenge to women to call in. The challenge is more so to tell me that what I'm saying is wrong, or and from that perspective, not saying that not belittling what the claims that women are making, but tell me that the claims that men are making are wrong as well. Because I want to hear a woman tell me that I can raise a child once every other weekend. Like I mentioned that one. I'm still waiting for a woman to tell me how, as a father who has been deemed the non-custodial parent by the United States of America, I'm still waiting for the parent or the woman to tell me how I can parent my child if I only am allowed to see them once every other weekend. That's the call I want.
Well, can I jump in?
Well,
can I jump in? So let's understand what we're doing here, because I think that there are places in which I absolutely disagree with your conclusion, but I think if we are thinking about what's best for our culture or what's best for us as a people, our disagreements aren't points to fall out about. I think, like you said, a mature perspective is to let's agree on the basis of this, which is we need to move forward. And to do that, we have to address where we are. Now, if we're talking about patriarchy, we need to say this, that both men and women uphold that system. It is not just because men benefit from it that they are the ones holding on to the reins of it. It is a system that I play into and you play into. And if both sides can't acknowledge that, then it's very hard to have a conversation where there's learning. Secondly, this idea of right and wrong, which is what oppression is all about. It's how we use power to pull people together or push them apart. And so, yes, there is a perspective that I have, but it's shaped by who I am, where I come from, what I've read, what I've been exposed to, what I've not been exposed to. And it's the same with you. So I can't sit here and say, without being you, I can't tell you that everything you're saying is wrong or you're wrong to come to the conclusion that you have. I can say, here's what I see. Here's, where I could poke at your conclusion, here's where it doesn't make sense to me. And here's where it might be harmful for people who are like me. But I'm not sitting in your brain to be able to tell you that, okay, where you've ended up is absolutely fundamentally wrong. I can't do that because I'm not you.
Right.
Let me backtrack a little bit because, like I said before, my passion is mental health, and Purple just like, ooh, she's in the spirit on today. Because I don't want us, like she said, to wait until there is a crisis before we get in here. There is a crisis, and that is transgenerational trauma. All of us are dealing with that. We're dealing with the effects of what has happened and what is happening to us as Black people and the things that we haven't awoken to yet. And so we all need to be in some type of self-care with someone or something else. And I would tell you, and because I do it, but because I'm trained to do it as well, like, get you a counselor, get you a therapist, get you a spiritualist, get you somebody to work these things out with, because if you're in your own echo chamber, you will never be able to receive from someone else, and it will be antagonistic when you come across somebody who is different than you. So we all have to kind of get into a space of healing to have the conversations that we need to have, where we may not always agree, but we can agree on where we're trying to end up and work towards that.
Mm-hmm. I totally agree with that. Just, are you here with us?
Yeah, because I don't agree with everything you said, but I'm not going to be antagonistic towards you.
Strong Black woman. Is this Her Majesty? Hello?
Just be real. How you doing?
Hello? Just, if you're there, let me know you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Okay. Is this Just Be Real or Her Majesty? Like, can anybody hear her? Or is it just me?
I can't hear anything right now.
Okay, we can't hear you, Just.
Really?
Nancy?
Very,
It's
very
all
faint.
about to tear it down. This shit got quiet. I was saying this sound like she was about to tear it up.
Uselessly sexy. You over there being mighty useless, and your girlfriend Bonita on the line, and you ain't had nothing to say to her. You ain't even greet her since she been here for one.
I've been listening.
But like I was going to say to J-Leethal, I took it as a personal challenge when you were like, these women up in here, they probably disagreeing with me and they're not going to come to see me or nothing. I took that as a challenge. That's why I walked up in there and put, just showing you some love, J-Leethal, because I was like, I can disagree with you and still love you.
Oh yeah, of course.
We're not going to agree on everything.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's never a thing of like an issue of a challenge, like a fight type thing. It's more like, okay, because here's the thing. I'll be on here for 5 hours, 46 minutes, and 34 seconds, and somebody will just type a comment like, he's full of shit. Okay, all I'm saying is, let me hear your voice, tell me I'm full of shit, and tell me why, and then we can discuss it. But when I'm having a nuanced conversation, I don't appreciate comments from, and yes, I understand comments. The comment section is the comment section, but when we're doing this video chat type dialogue and we're being vulnerable and we're allowing callers Oh, I think that's just Be Real. Say her Wi-Fi trash.
Yeah. Oh, that was Just Be Real. Okay, yeah. I didn't know whether that was Just Be Real or Her Majesty. That's what I was trying to
I
figure
knew
out.
where you were coming from, but I had to pick with you because you were like, these black women in here ain't gonna do nothing. They're not gonna come and talk to me. And
you proved me
I was
wrong.
like, oh, let me just show them how we
I
really
appreciate
do it.
that. You proved me wrong. I'll give you that.
Huh?
So
you proved me wrong. I'll give you that.
So my question to you, J-Leethal, is what do you feel about Her Majesty saying that men, or that women never deny that women aren't problematic, and she's hitting on it because the bigger criticism of women, of black women, is not men, it's other black women. Black women are have more critiques and call other women out on their shit.
Well, let me ask you this.
More than men do.
Let's ask you this, Benita and Purple. Maybe you can give me two different things, maybe one each, or maybe you can both agree on the same thing that Black American women do without bringing it at all to the fault of a man. Tell me anything that Black American women do that is not beneficial to the community. I'll start. I'll start by giving you something that Black men do that is not beneficial to the community. Black American men kill each other over Michael Jordan shoes. That is something that is predominant to us. I don't see Asian men doing it. I don't see Black women doing it. I don't see the LGBT community doing it. I only see Black heterosexual men killing each other over tennis shoes. That's something we should not do. That's something we should never do. That's something that is not good for the community. And I'm willing to accept that. Even though I've never done it, that's something that I'm willing to accept that we as Black men do. And I'll put myself in we, even though I didn't do it. So Benita and Purple, I'll ask you each, respectively, do you have anything that maybe you can say that although you might not contribute to it, you see it's predominant with Black American women that they're doing that is not healthy and productive to society?
First of all, can I just congratulate J-Leethal on actually having a positive comment about the gay community? Did I hear that we don't contribute to the killing of other Black men? Kudos to you, recovering homophobia.
I'm fair.
But
I'm fair.
I wanted to make that was worth noting.
Yes.
I will gladly give you my answer. We enter into relationships that are destructive because we haven't dealt with our own issues. It's one of the things, and we tend to degrade one another because it's all stemming from the fact that we're having issues that we have to deal with in ourselves, so we project it onto other people and in our relationships. So there's been a lot of self-hatred that has expressed itself in toxic relationships where we're allowing ourselves to be abused and stay into things like I was telling you earlier, like when I stayed in that relationship that was toxic for me, and I knew it was toxic, but I just couldn't really let go of it because you tend to fall in love with the idea of what the person could have been instead of dealing with what the person actually is. So I see a lot of that, just dysfunctional relationships, and then it winds up leading to dysfunctional families because we haven't dealt with the dysfunction in ourselves.
Okay, that's fair, and that's a good.
Can I add one too? And I think that J-Leethal, I said, can I add one too? I think that J-Leethal will appreciate this.
Go ahead.
I think that's something that Black women do that's detrimental to the Black community is weaponize the children against the Black father and
thank you for that one.
against him for very personal reasons, like not liking him, like being upset that he cheated on her, that he wanted to break up with her, and then punishing him by withholding the child for those very, very personal reasons. I completely disagree with that.
Yes, I agree totally with that, Conscious.
Benita, how do you feel about that?
There are two warring thoughts inside of me. First thought is I'm not sure. I'm just gonna say this. I'm not sure why the question. So that question mark is going on and off in my brain. Well, there's three now. The second part to this is some of the things that we attribute to ourselves as toxic behaviors for us, whether that's Black or white. I am not sure that those behaviors are only germane to us. So some of the ways in which we relate to one another, for instance, in relationships, we sometimes act like white people don't do this to each other too. And we should tell the truth about that, because I feel like another way that we internalize our oppression is that we tend to think negatively about ourselves and our community, and automatically elevate white folks primarily at a higher plane. So, for instance, things like statements like welfare queens and everybody's on assistance and blah, blah, blah. Well, if you look at the statistics, it's the white folks who are using those systems. So I think what we have to do first is tell the truth about the truth, which is, why do we see ourselves as less than, or are we quick to judge ourselves negatively as if the dynamics that are happening in our community are solely to our community? So that's my second thought. My third point, or to your point, my third response would be, one thing that I see that Black women do, we don't appreciate our beauty and our intelligence and our gifts. So we allow.
Get out of my head, girl, because I was thinking the same thing about allowing white America to tell us who we are as women with the beauty standards. Because just because I'm light doesn't mean I want to see me all the time. I want to see different shades of Black women, the dark skin, the really dark chocolate, the caramel. I want to see the whole spectrum. Don't pigeonhole me to this one little teeny image. I'm not everything. And I resent seeing me as the standard when, like I said, there's so many different flavors to Black women.
Right. Yeah. Right. And it's unrealistic. And again, it goes back to that dehumanizing behavior where you pigeonhole all of an experience into one or two categories as if that is the totality of who we are. No, I believe for a very specific reason, like we are diverse within ourselves, and it is a disservice to us to try and make us into the same thing over and over and over again. So the thought about Black being beautiful in all shapes and sizes and expressions, I think that we have to do a better job of embracing and teaching our children to embrace, and do not, and not let go of that as an ideal as we go forward. It has to be beautiful in all shapes, sizes, and in all contexts as well. So I am right now struggling a little bit because I'm about to tear my work up, because I work in a place, I'm one of the only Black faces that, people see, and I'm about to be blackity black up in there on purpose, because I need them to know that the Benita that's sweet and cute and intelligent and all the things that y'all love me for, that's a piece of me. Now, if you want the real me, I'm going to give you the real me, whether or not you ask for it. And so I'm setting myself up for this, knowing that there's going to be some pushback and I'm going to have some very serious conversations, but that comes from me deciding that it's not okay for me to silence part of myself in order for me to be part of this world. That's no longer acceptable to me. So I have to make those decisions consciously, but all of us aren't making those decisions, and we need to start thinking about those types of things.
We definitely do, and call people on their mess.
Yes.
Because it's sad to say, but there's a lot of Black people who are ashamed to be fully themselves and all their blackness and all their beauty. Because my niece had a teacher that told her that she wasn't a Black native, and my niece came home crying, and my sister did nothing about it. But to me and my sister's parenting styles are way different, because I would have shown up in full regalia and said, "And who the hell are you to tell us what we are?" I would have confronted her straight away. And that's something else. We need to remember it takes a village. Because when I was standing up for my daughter, I was also standing up for your sons and daughters as well. You're not going to do anything to these kids while I'm sitting right here in this classroom. And if you do something, I'm going to hold you accountable for it. And I'm going to make sure their parents know so they can hold you accountable for it.
Now, can we acknowledge something that's a little bit difficult to admit, and this might get us in trouble, but let me just go there, is that sometimes it is safer for, especially in the workplace, for Black women to make that type of stance versus Black men. Because I know where I work, if a Black man would have the same energy that I do, there are some specific barriers that they would come against that might be significant enough that would result in them not having a job. And
definitely.
So that's part of the quandary, is like, what do you do with the fact that we want all of us to stand up and all of us to, be our full selves, but knowing the systems that we are playing in, we also have to be real about what the cost is for all of us.
I'm definitely naive, because I know that they want to, especially somebody that looked like J-Leethal, they want to turn him into the poster boy for the person to be abused and degraded. There's certain interactions that white people, just from him having locks alone, is going to make them feel some type of way towards him. They're going to see him as more aggressive. They're going to have all these type of stigmas attached to him just because of the way he looks.
Right.
And I'm not ignorant or naive of that, which is why it's so important that we do our own businesses and that we hold people accountable and stuff. Because I watched the dude I was with at one time. He was dark skinned like J-Leethal and stuff. And the cop kept trying to get aggressive with him. And he wasn't doing anything. It was just the fact his mere existence was the sole reason for him being aggressive.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to also introduce and say hello to Majesty, because she joined us a few moments ago, but we didn't get a chance to greet her. Are you there, Majesty? Majesty, are you there? Are you there, boo? If you in the chat, oh no, J-Leethal, I know I don't see a yawn. I know.
We 6 hours in. I'm just saying,
in droves now, baby. This is the time to get that energy back, cracking, lacking. We just scratching the surface.
I'm just saying, man. I'm good. Don't worry. I'm here. I'm here.
Her Majesty.
Saying, like I said, Majesty. Did Majesty say anything?
She's here, but I don't. She's in the chat, and her avatar is here, but I don't know if she's.
Okay, how about this?
Majesty, come into the. You're already on the stream, so just actually speak. I also wanted to. There's other people lined up also in the and coming on to the stream, but I can only host 6 people at a time. So I wanted to ask.
Hopefully, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Majesty.
Okay. Hey, nice to meet everybody on here.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Wanted to say a few things. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I want to thank Perp for coming on. She done hauled ass super quick. But thank you for coming on, Perp. I love your perspective. Majesty, I think we might have some feedback. Is there like a separate device that you listen to in the background?
Wait, let me see if I can press pause on the background.
Okay. Yeah. Then we getting that feedback. I know you about to rip J-Leethal a new one, honey.
Okay, is that better?
Yes, that's better.
Okay. I want to say I've been sitting and I've been listening, I've been watching, I've been looking at everything. It's specifically J-Leethal. I've been watching his body language, I've been watching everything. He's kind of in cahoots with everything as far as understanding that patriarchy is a detriment to men, but they only realize it's a detriment when it harms them. But when it's okay, it's okay. That's my problem with it. My second thing is, as far as Black women, it's not about Black. I think Black women are becoming more aware of them seeing that the men that we are in proximity to, when they talk to us about white men and they talk to us about harm coming from Black men, we're not directly in proximity to them. Actually, all my harm came from Black men. I can see the racism. I'm actually, it's complicated because most people like to have their racism undercover. I like to know that you don't like me as a Black woman. I want to see that. I because I know what I'm getting. Whereas Black men, they have this thing of pro-Blackness. It's only good when it's pro-Black. And if we being honest, we need to tell the truth about pro-Blackness centering Black men. That's why Black men, I have my own reasons for not liking Black Lives Matter. That has nothing to do with Black men hate for that. Black men hate for Black Lives Matter comes from their ego, from them not being catered to, because they feel like, oh, this some dykes created this, and it's a whole nother conversation that needs to be had. So when Black men talk about nuance, they only care about nuance in the sense of themselves. So we need to be able to recognize that and say, hey, I do care about the police brutality that happened to Black men and shit, but at the same time, we have to say, hey, we need to get the reciprocation for us too. Because we can't sit up here and act like it's all, oh, pro-Blackness is this and that, and oh, you pro-Black. Like a lot of Black women, and this is what Black men don't understand, they like, oh, they joining the feminist movement, or they joining the gay agenda. This is my thing with this. This is why Black cis heterosexual in particular men feel like we have a gay agenda, because gay Black men are allowed to be themselves and they don't ask for approval. Whereas cis heterosexual Black men, they begging for approval. They at these protests telling people, see my humanity, whereas we're ourselves as queer people. I'm a queer Black woman. My whole argument when they talk about, oh, date interracially, this is my thing. You can't out-divest me, I date Black women. So your whole divestment thing is a thing of the past for me. Because I'm a Black woman, so I know we go through. So when Black men sit up here and they get on these platforms and they have these egos about, no, y'all don't understand, we going through this. Black men act like they understand that everything is about racism when it comes to them, but they still don't see that sexism predates racism. So when you're going to get into that, race has nothing to do with that. We have to have this conversation. So to talk about nuance, bring it all in. Don't cherry pick like Christians do, because you ain't no better than them. And that's all I gotta say. And I love this platform. I'm happy this conversation is being had. I don't want to.
You can stay on, because I'm gonna let J-Leethal respond to that. And I love some of those sentiments. And I agree. I echo some of them sentiments throughout the past 5 hours. So J-Leethal, what would be your feedback for Miss Prophecy.
I heard some noise in the background.
I'm gonna mute my mic. Yeah. Let me mute my mic.
Wait, I'm gonna mute my mic so he can. I'm gonna mute my thing.
Yeah.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. A lot of that was correct. And yeah, it's when we're talking about the nuances and stuff, it's all about the context. So you want to bring out as much as all the perspectives. I'm not against that. So she brought up a few points. I wish I would have wrote some down. Basically, Majesty, can you tell me in short the main thing from your perspective that you disagree with that I can retort to real quick in summary? Because I know you did say a few things, but I don't want to forget the main sentiment that you disagree with.
Okay, first of all, I want to address the comment to somebody saying just because the men you dealt with hurt you. Think about a self-drag towards men. You telling me that a man hurt me, that's not a self-drag towards me not liking them. Think about that. Think about it before you tell me, oh, just because a man hurt you, that's why you're doing this. It's still a self-drag. To address the question, enough, that's right there. But okay, to address you, I'm gonna let you speak your comment because I want to be clear on what you're saying and I don't want to overtalk you. So what was your question directly for me?
Oh, well, I think men and women do that. They kind of say, try to shame you and belittle you by saying, who hurt you? You know, women do that to men all the time.
Her Majesty, it's definitely it has a lot of feedback in it.
Oh, I cut my sound off and down. I cut it.
Okay, because somebody got feedback somewhere. I'm gonna mute my phone. Y'all can hear each other fine? Can everybody in the chat hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you clear.
Okay. Okay, let me mute.
Yes, it's a slight feedback, but either way, hold on. Can you hear that?
It sounds like it's a whole nother voice, like speaking. I don't hear it now, though. Well, I hear it.
Hello.
We got major feedback. So what I'm gonna do is everybody stay right there. I'll take everybody out to bring everybody back in to see if that helps. So
everything is clear for me. I'm gonna just clear my sound and I'll put my sound back on after he answers his question because maybe it is mine.
Okay.
All right. So I think it's better. So, like I said, I want to let it be known, like, speaking of, okay, like she mentioned Black Lives Matter. This is in no particular order, but I do remember she mentioned Black Lives Matter. And no, we're not against Black Lives Matter because, well, yeah, we're against it because it's against us. It doesn't mean it blatantly excludes the heterosexual black male. It particularly goes out of its way to exclude us. But here's my argument to anyone who says that, you know, we're only campaigning for us out there in the streets and our humanity. If you look on the NBA right now, every single NBA player, including LeBron James, when they go do their interview, and you guys can look it up, you know, you don't have to trust me, my word for it, but every single NBA player, including LeBron James, when they're doing their interviews, the press is asking them about their you know, the plays and who's going to win the championship. And all of the black men are saying, I want the cops who killed Breonna Taylor to be arrested. That's what all of the black men are saying right now. all of the black men are saying, I want the cops who arrested Breonna Taylor to face justice. Not only Breonna Taylor, but we also campaigned for Sandra Bland. We also campaigned for Corinne Gaines. There were many black women that we've campaigned around who've been targeted by this white supremacist society, just like men have. But yes, there are a disproportionate amount of men versus women who are being targeted. Because just like you said, Benita, or I don't know if it was Benita, but it might have been Benita, yeah, that she said that in her workplace that an outspoken black man is much more threatening. It's the same in the streets. So yes, you're going to see more instances of us campaigning around black men who's being murdered because there's more black men being murdered than women. But like I said, that's not to say that black men don't campaign for black women. Black men always campaign for black women. And like I said, most recently, LeBron James himself, just the other day, when they asked him about how he's enjoying playing basketball again, because they just opened up the basketball season again. They asked LeBron James, how does he feel? He said, we want the cops who arrested Breonna Taylor to be arrested. Who killed Breonna Taylor to be arrested. So we campaigned, and when Sandra Bland was killed or arrested and she died in her cell, we campaigned around that. We were black women were trying to figure out if she committed suicide or if they hung her or whatever the case. So just to that point at least, I wanted to mention how Purple Lover says the feedback is peaking in heart, but I don't know. Either way, just to that point, I wanted to mention that we campaign for black women, and Black Lives Matter, though, particularly have something against heterosexual activity. That's why we have, it is targeted. We do need to mention that because we can't have a conversation about cohesiveness. We can't have a conversation about moving forward righteously and in a healthy, productive manner when you have a group in the forefront who is purposely excluding us. You can't claim you want exclusion, and I understand the patriarchy and all these other arguments, but listen, you can't. How are you going to have a thing called Black Lives Matter and utilize things like the death of Eric Garner, the death of Mike Brown, the death of Tamir Rice, the death of Philando Castile, the death of Trayvon Martin, the death of George Floyd? You're using that as a catalyst to boost this Black Lives Matter thing up. But then when you go on the website, they mention every single body but black men. That doesn't make sense. You have to call that out. When you go on the I got you right now, Conscious, but when you go on the Black Lives Matter website, they mention people with disabilities before they mention black men. They say we're doing this for trans, gays, women, people with disabilities. They mention everybody, and the one person that they don't mention is the black man. And of course we're gonna have a problem with that, particularly because that's not showing cohesiveness. But most importantly, because you're using black men to hoist your thing off the ground. Black Lives Matter, arguably, Black Lives Matter would not be what it is today if it wasn't for the death of black heterosexual men. Black Lives Matter got boosted off the ground from Ferguson, Missouri, where a black man was killed. Okay, so that's how Black Lives Matter gained its notoriety. But then when you go on the website, they're excluding black men, heterosexual black men. That's a cause for concern, Majesty. And we're gonna call that out.
You want a footnote on the website, though? That's what you're upset about. I'm trying to understand.
No. It's not a footnote because I'm not sure. Okay, like if let's see, I work for FedEx, right? Okay, I work for FedEx. Okay, but when you go on the FedEx website and you go and you talk to the owner of FedEx, there is a core belief system. When you go to any corporation, they have what's called a core belief system, and that is the central driving force of every corporation is the core belief system. You can go to restaurants, you can go to Apple, Macintosh, AT&T, FedEx, Taco Bell. Every single corporation has a core belief system that they are centered around. This is the person like Steve Jobs has a core belief system. So
I understand what that is, but what I'm not understanding is
real quick. I promise I'm gonna give up right now. What I'm saying is, what you call a footnote on a website is actually the core belief system of this movement. This isn't a footnote on a website. This is the core belief, the central driving force of this movement is excluding the heterosexual black male. It's not just a footnote. That's all I want to say.
That's your belief. Okay, y'all can have it. All right.
But when you go, that's literally what they call their core. I mean, fair enough.
That's a larger conversation about how you perceive yourself as a man, and what writing the names of all of the other disadvantaged groups on that site and elevating them and amplifying them, why that is important. That's
because you excluded the black man. You excluded
no one
the
is
black
excluding
man.
the black man, because Black Lives Matter was started with Trayvon Martin's death.
It wasn't started with Trayvon. It was started in Ferguson, Missouri. But on a side note,
on their site it says they started in 2013 with after the death of Trayvon, and it was a response to what happened with the acquittal of George Zimmerman.
Right.
So your point being that there are so many black men who, quote unquote, Black Lives Matter has been caping for, and I'm guessing that you're saying they have been using these men, but not calling men out on their site as part of their core values. Is that what you're saying?
Well, what I'm saying is, when they mention on their core values, when they mention who they are standing for and what they are and who they're standing for, they did not mention heterosexual black men. That's all I'm saying. I don't know.
They have to mention heterosexual black men on the list of their core values in order for us to understand that is part of what they are doing. That's what you're saying. Okay, well, I'm sure everybody else had something to say. So
because they specifically mentioned all other groups besides heterosexual black men. So when we're talking about this quote unquote agenda, it doesn't help the argument that there's no agenda when you have a group that is LGBT that is not mentioning heterosexual black men. It doesn't help the argument that you have an agenda against us. Mind you, it's not, like I said, it's not just a footnote. It's when you go to their beliefs, you go to their core belief systems, the reason why they started in their central driving force. They say they want to elevate these voices and they want these people to be in the forefront. They mention heterosexual men and fathers, particularly fathers. That's another thing. Forget heterosexual men. They made no room for fathers at all. Does nobody see an issue with that? Yeah, we have to mention that because they called out who they want to uplift. They said people with disabilities. That means you're going to let a white person, they didn't even say black disabled people. They said just people with disabilities. So that means Black Lives Matter is more concerned with a white person with disabilities than a black father, because you didn't mention us. And how is that not alarming that you didn't mention us?
I think that is alarming, and I don't think Lethal is wrong about asking about them not being centered. This is my thing, why y'all are not centered, and y'all need to listen to black women when we talking to y'all.
Okay, what are you saying?
The reason is not that you're not. You have always been centered since Black Lives Matter started in the form of black justice for people in police brutality. That's
Thank you.
In y'all feelings about straight pride when it's not a thing, because straight pride is always the standard. That's why y'all hate when people bring up shit about white women being the standard. Y'all be like, that bitch ain't the standard. We don't even like her. She don't got no ass. But y'all don't even show black women love who have the ass that y'all claim y'all want. So bringing it back to you, making it about Black Lives Matter and them not centering y'all actually was centered for years. Y'all turned it on y'all self as black cis heterosexual men. Y'all was always the standard for women of advocating for police brutality. Black women stayed on the line. Every picture you look up when you type in police brutality on Google is black women with their fucking fists in the air with guns. They protecting y'all from white men.
I agree.
Period. Don't act like
talking about.
nothing.
I'm talking about the Black Lives Matter organization.
No, you're being ableist to say, so y'all saying disable over us. That means so y'all allow white people. No, let me talk. Let you talk. You said y'all saying disabled people are allowed to go in before us. That means black men, y'all the standard. That means we need to keep talking for y'all. Every name when you went to talking about Black Lives Matter, you named 2 black women and fucking 11 black men. You erased it. It's not a thing to say. I just want you to think about what you're saying. I'm not coming down on you. I want you to hear what you're saying. You saying that not centering you when you already knew from before it started. George Soros paying for this shit for black women. This is my thing. You can't say this Black Lives Matter movement don't center me. Well, start a Black Lives Matter movement that black men fund that center y'all. You can't get mad at white people trying to co-opt some shit that we started. We already know it's a fucking gag. We already know it's a key. It's a lab. We know that Black Lives Matter is no longer centering technically us. We know that it's been co-opted. Y'all telling black women that in the face and to spite us to be like, see, we told y'all this shit was fake. Y'all only doing that in the face of showing us that y'all ain't the center anymore. Y'all been the center. Start something that makes y'all the center that y'all don't gotta point the finger and say to these white men, because that's how we get infect. Like the shit we got going on right now. That's how we got the shit going on where Trump sending in the troops that's unmarked with these fucking camouflage fits on and they ain't got no names on and they kidnapping people and that we sitting on here talking about Black Lives Matter, but Black Lives really matter. When y'all sitting on here talking about abortion and children that's hypothetical and they got children in the actual fucking community right there. Y'all pass up every day and talk about their mama like trash, and y'all say, "Oh, that bitch a crackhead. She fucking every nigga," but y'all ain't trying to check on that child.
I just want to stick to one thing at a time. I know it's a lot of fucked up shit, but we can't. We can't. You know what I'm saying? We got to stick to one thing at a time, though. And I'm not saying nothing that you're saying is invalid. I'm not saying.
It's moving 2020. Every meme you see, people like, hold my beer. 2020, like, hold my beer. Bitch, I got you. You can't slow down for the times. Life gonna catch up with you. It's real life. Like this whole pedophile ring going on, and every fucking news media outlet wrote it off as a fucking conspiracy theory. This is shit that been in 2020. Christian Spiryt had tweets since 2015 about piecing with kids and these code names. And they wrote it off and they deny every fucking fact. And we sitting here talking about Black Lives Matter. I don't give a fuck about that. I give a fuck about kids, period.
I understand, but guess what?
Black men not centered, and black men ain't even centering black kids. They only centering themselves. And I'm talking on cis heterosexual black men because it seems like everything is coming from them. Like everybody seems to understand, and everybody seems to say, "Oh, I get it." And like I said, I actually agree with the shit you said about Black Lives Matter and y'all not being centered. My reason is y'all not centered because y'all already been centered. It's like people complain about straight pride and all that, and why we can't have white pride.
So you're saying black men have already gotten justice?
No, what she
I'm not
is that like my ex. I'm sorry, Majesty. I didn't mean to cut across you. It's like my ex.
Telling white people to see, begging white people to see your humanity. You already a human. Stop asking them to see the human in you.
We're not
already human.
Ma'am, respectfully, ma'am, since you're not a black man, respectfully, I'm telling you as a black man.
You feeling played because you're talking as a whole. That's why black women feel like you taking it on as a whole.
But I understand, but respectfully, I'm not viewed as a human by these people. So I'm just trying to figure out why I'm not included with the disabled and the trans and everybody else. That's all I'm trying to figure out. I'm not.
I actually agree with you that it's not centered, and that's why I said it's.
But that's what I'm saying. It doesn't. I'm not asking them to center it around me. I'm just asking them to include me in all of the names that they name.
Guess what? You don't need to be included. You're already included. Everything there. That's why they out here for George Floyd. The protest for Breonna Taylor started because of George Floyd. Acknowledge that.
But no, how about okay, I'll acknowledge that. Okay, but listen,
George Floyd wasn't. Let's take that to consideration.
Okay, ma'am, I'll acknowledge that. But can you also acknowledge that more black men are killed in the streets than black women? Can you acknowledge that, man?
And guess what? You know what? I'm actually going to acknowledge that because you're not lying. But I'm going to talk about every 21 hours a black woman is killed by a black man. I have proof.
No. Oh, see, no. Wait. No.
Black on black crime, like they try to lie and talk about it and say black crime is a myth. That is a fucking myth. The truth is, a black man kills a black woman every 21 hours, and that is fact.
Ma'am, did you see what you just did? Hold on.
And I'm gonna show you the proof, and you're not gonna deny, and you're not gonna put it out there and show other people that you learned it.
Did you see what you just did? You just did what the white woman does. You just did what the white woman does.
You know what I'm saying? No, I'm holding y'all accountable. I'm not playing that shit with black men and saying, you see what you did? I don't do that because guess what? I don't have to date y'all and I don't have to sleep with y'all and I don't have to cuddle y'all every time.
But we're having a conversation though.
I'm gonna hold black women accountable, whether they're gay, straight, or not. I'm gonna hold black men accountable, whether they're gay, straight, or not. Whether
we're talking about
because I'm gay too. That don't mean I'm allowed a certain privilege because I'm gay. I'm talking about all this. Trying to hold selective outrage for black men. No, don't do that.
Ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am.
I'm letting you talk. You acting like I'm over talking you. I'm letting you talk.
You were. I was trying to get through. We were talking about mind you, there's a little background.
I already know what you about to tell me. You about to say we was talking about the Black Lives Matter. We was talking about why black men aren't centered. We was talking about why people got into it and it turned into. I get it. You're right. I'm not you. That's the argument with you. You trying to fight with me about something I'm telling you right about, and I'm acknowledging that you're right. But you need to understand that Black Lives Matter is now.
You're moving from one point to the other, ma'am. You're moving from one point to the other.
Plays into the part. That's why you can't understand patriarchy. That's why you fell asleep when you heard black people talking about our problems.
Nobody ever fell asleep. I had work today and I've been on this live for 6 hours and 30 minutes.
I'm saying your body language showed that you wasn't interested in what black women was saying on this panel tonight.
Okay, okay, since you can read my body language, then that's fine. But what I'm telling you is the person who actually has my mind, I'm telling you what I'm saying. And what I'm saying is you're moving from point to point.
My point is I actually agree with you, but now you're upset that it don't fully just stop right there where I agree with you. Because actually, if I was right there and agree with you, I had nothing else to say.
I just want clarification. Because what happened was this. You said I mentioned you. Okay, hold on. That background noise. I don't know. That background noise kind of throw me off. But you said I mentioned a bunch of men and only a few women when it came down to Tamir Rice, and I only mentioned Breonna Taylor, Corinne Gaines, and Sandra Bland. That's what I'm stuck on. You said I only mentioned a few women and a bunch of men. What I'm trying to tell you, and I need you to understand this before you move on to any other thing. The only reason why I have so many men to mention and so few women is because, just like I said, mind you, We're only talking about instances of police brutality right now. See, that's why
so to act like that, so to act like there's many few women, and to act like it's that many men, and you saying in the sense of police brutality, you don't even do your research. You know how many men and women you could have named in between saying those just 3 main women names who everybody know off the top of their head. If somebody say mention police brutality to women, the same name you named, everybody knows those 3 names.
Ma'am, but you didn't. But I got you. But can I at least finish real quick?
Every time I call you on your shit, you always talk about, can you ask me something? Say it when you got to say it. This is my thing. Like
I haven't got to say anything yet.
I already know it's not all men. So when women bring it to me, it's not all men, or men bring it to me, it's not all men. Clearly, we know that it's not all.
It's a conversation. We're having a conversation. Are we not having a conversation?
I know that.
Are we not trying to have a productive conversation?
We're gonna have a productive conversation. I need you to acknowledge what I'm saying. Just like I said, I agree with what you say. Don't try to act like I'm being contrary the whole time. I actually agree with you. That is true. But see, you told the truth.
Right, I get it, but I'm saying when you jump to the next point, because I was on one point and then you said, well, black men kill each other. That's the same thing white people do. If we're talking about what I'm saying,
you know how I know you on a deflection tip? Because I never talked about black men killing each other. I said a black man kills a black woman every 21 hours.
You said black people. You said black. Okay, forgive me, I misspoke. You said black men kill black women, but we were talking about police brutality. That's the issue. We're talking about how many black people are killed due to police brutality. And when it comes to police,
you're talking about police brutality. The status of this post is called
"Black
men really hate black women." Isn't that the caption of this post?
No,
it said, "Do
black and me were just talking about Black Lives Matter and why it was created." You and me were just talking about Black Lives Matter.
I think
guess what? I'm saying that me and you was talking about Black Lives Matter. I actually agree with
Black Lives Matter. Combat police brutality. Black Lives Matter was created to combat police brutality, and you admitted earlier that more men and more black men
who don't have to worry about police brutality. We are worried about y'all now.
No.
Because we are worried about y'all now.
No, but listen, you can't move to the next because I'm not willing to move to the next topic until you at least admit, because we have to get clarification. So what I'm telling you is the reason why I mentioned, the reason why I have so many men to mention versus women as it relates to police brutality and police killings is because that's a reflection of real life, where more black men are killed in the streets by police than black women. You even admitted to that. So since we can argue that more black men are killed by police than black women are killed by police.
Okay, now let's say now let's say I take that
telling me that black men kill black women too. We're talking about police, that's all I'm saying.
So this is my point. Let's say I take that as facts of what you said. Okay,
yes,
I agree. Let's say I take that as facts, what you said, which I actually, part of that I actually agree with. My whole thing is, I can name fucking 15 black women. If I ask you who they is right now, you could tell me nothing about them without Google, period. And your only reason for having the names you gave me is because it was in the media and you knew of them. That's why you brought up Corin Gaines and Sandra.
That's the same thing with the men. The men were in the media too.
Come on.
The men were in the media too. That's the only reason why I know the men.
Can I talk?
Okay.
I'll let you talk.
Yes, ma'am.
My whole thing was, I don't disagree with you saying what you say about black men being disproportionately affected by that. My thing is with black women, our proximity to y'all is the hurt come from y'all. We don't. White supremacy and police brutality technically don't hurt us like that. Y'all, our hurt come from y'all. And in school, I ain't never had a white boy tell me, fuck you, you crack ass bitch, besides on some racist shit outside of my home. I'm saying inside, where I grew up, where I grow, where I thrive, every hate that I got, it came from Black men. Every hurt that I got, it came from y'all. And when y'all want to bring that up and deflect and say, oh, it's not about that. We're not saying that it's a myth. We know that white people bring it up and bring up black on black violence. I'm saying that, no, just because we denounce that what they saying ain't true, I'm saying that y'all need to listen to us too and say, y'all hurt us the most. But when we say that, y'all deflect to this. And that's why you can't handle that. That's why
I can handle it.
Open and close.
I can handle it, but I'm just saying I want them to be two separate conversations. See, now that we're having a conversation about Black men hurting Black women, I'm willing to listen because that's an area where you can probably teach me in. But when we're talking about police brutality and the names that I mentioned and stuff, you can't conflate the two issues. Because again, what happened was we were talking about the men versus women who had been killed by police.
Doing that to y'all. Police shouldn't. Y'all do not deserve that as Black men. I will say that. In my other defense, I will say this too: the leniency y'all want us to have towards us, y'all don't have towards each other when y'all do it to us.
May I ask a question real quick? Please, I'm sorry.
And you can't say that it's irrelevant. Oh, it's another separate conversation we need to have. Why you ain't been have this conversation then if you been new this? Why you keep talking about police brutality and the white man and begging for your humanity? You ain't noticed that Black women stopped giving a fuck about begging for our humanity? We stopped doing it with y'all. So you think we give a fuck about begging these people for it, especially queer Black people? We already been in rebellion to y'all shit. My only thing is, I actually have compassion because the queer people who sit around and they could have the compassion to listen to y'all cry about the same shit y'all perpetuate. My compassion is for them because they could see that y'all deserve better, but y'all don't see that y'all deserve better. And my mic is dropped, and that's it. I'm done. I love all y'all. This was very pleasant for me to enjoy. I'm happy. I can't wait to hear.
I also think the reason why it was.
I love y'all.
Can I ask you a question real quick? Wait, can I ask you a question? I'm sorry. This is who's this again? This is just
Her Majesty.
Your Majesty. Can I ask you a question real quick?
I don't know. I think she might have left.
I've been seeing you on the Grapevine TV, so I can't wait to see what you got to say to add to this.
Oh Lord! It sounds like you in.
I've been watching, so I ain't gonna have no extra forms about it. I actually love this. This is
Majesty.
Hey, you know, right? You from the NO that know you?
Can I?
Yes, God.
Yeah, I'm from New Orleans, baby.
I can already tell she come with that straight energy. You can never mistake New Orleans, girl. You never mistake her. One of a kind.
So
okay, Mr. Bolarin, go ahead with your question.
And please forgive me because admittedly I was in and out, but it sounded like you were saying you got your pain from straight men or something like that. What was you saying? I'm sorry.
I was saying basically that this thing that we have going on in the Black community about white supremacy, all of that is true. We've been systematically oppressed. I'm saying my oppression directly came from Black men.
You said she hasn't really seen oppression from white men as much as she has.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that white. Of course, I know what systematic oppression is. Clearly, I'm saying that ain't no white boy never told me ain't no other person that's not black. I ain't gonna, because I don't use POC. Black, either you black or you white or you ain't. I'm saying specifically, every hurt that I got, every I felt bullied, or felt unwanted or unloved, it came from black men. I didn't feel that from other races. It came systematically in the form of oppression through a system. Other than that, directly, when I went to school, everything I did, black men was the people that didn't like me. Black men, I was trying to be somebody I wasn't for. I wanted black men to like me in a certain way. I wanted them to see me in a certain way. I wanted them to think I was as pretty as the light-skinned black girls or the lighter black girl that they thought I was. I wanted that from them. I didn't get that. I'm saying my truth. It is what it is. My direct hurtful oppression came from the men close to me. Period. And I can acknowledge systematic oppression as well. That's all I'm saying.
And I want to, before you go to that, Bolarin, I wanna add on to the tail end of that. That's the case for gay men as well. Like, a lot of us have went through that bullshit with black men. We have not been through that with our white counterparts, only in the form of what she said, like systemic oppression in terms of the bullying, in terms of the othering, in terms of the physical violence. That's
Ask Ruby Bridges.
Huh?
Ask Ruby Bridges if her experiences was the same with white men.
Ask who?
Ruby Bridges.
Who's that?
You don't know Ruby Bridges?
No, I don't.
That was the little black girl in the 1980s.
Basically, you talking about a little black girl that went to an all-white school, and when we decided to start assimilating, she was one of the little black girls that her parents let her go to a school for all white people and let her go through that. That's what he's not bringing up, but that's what
you talking about like one of the first black females who participated in
what I'm saying is
our oppression ain't real from them.
What I'm saying is while we're having the discussion, yes, believe me, it's not deflecting, but yes, while we're having the discussion about black men hurting black women, let's also keep in the and also acting like white men. We haven't seen where white men do anything. Let's not forget that white men spit on a little black girl who had textbooks, just trying to go to school, just trying to learn.
Nobody denied white men doing that. We talking about y'all doing that to us, and you keep deflecting and bringing it up.
No, you mentioned white men. You said you didn't see that from white men.
No, I mentioned that I recognize systematic oppression, and I recognize that my worst hurt came from black men as a black girl.
Right. I understand that.
And we're talking about our personal experiences. Like, everybody here has already recognized a racism as a system and anti-blackness and white supremacy. Everybody has been impacted by that, even if they haven't directly experienced overt racism in the form of "you nigger," you right. Because but in response to what Uselessly Sexy was asking about the experience and what Her Majesty was saying, I was saying that if you talk to queer people today, a lot of their hurt has come directly from the Black community, not necessarily from non-Black communities, because which is to be expected, because white people interact more with white people and Black people interact more with Black people. So the hurt, naturally is going to be there. But yeah, I was just adding to her saying that, for me, even as a queer man too, like, Black men have treated me the worst in terms of like direct relationship and direct interaction, not white men. But were you finished with your point, Uselessly Sexy? Because I know you were trying to go somewhere with your ass.
Oh no! I didn't actually have. It was depending on her I just wasn't sure. I was almost confused because I thought she was saying. I thought she was saying African American men hurt her on a relationship level, I know that she identifies as homosexual. So that's what kind of confused me.
But to answer your question directly, J-Leethal, about why they didn't mention black men specifically when they were speaking about Black Lives Mattering, is I think it was because, like my ex used to say, some things don't need to be said. The fact that they were formed, I'm just playing devil's advocate here. The fact that they were formed as a response to the Trayvon Martin thing, would by implied knowledge would state that it was also covering black men, because the reason they were formed in the first place was because as a response to the Trayvon Martin situation.
Fair enough. And I respect the
That's
devil's.
why it wasn't said, because it was implied by how they came to be in the first place.
Fair enough. I can understand that devil's argument, that devil's advocate argument. But I'm just saying, like, if let's just say, if, for instance, the Black Lives Matter, on a side note, if the Black Lives Matter organization, if their goal was to say, have the conversation about racism in America, let's just say, because that's what I'm assuming, Black Lives Matter, they want to have the conversation about racism in America. Many people have never had it. Many people don't want to have it. Many people don't know what about it. But you want to have the conversation about race in America. You start a group called Black Lives Matter after a black man gets killed. And then when you set up your core belief system, and people go to it and okay, we want to have this discussion about race. We've never talked about it. We saw the pictures. We know about slavery. We want to talk about it. So they go to your website. They go to your core belief system, and the black man is magically just missing. The father is just missing from the whole thing, and I'm supposed to believe, oh yeah, because it's insinuated. But they mentioned disabled people. I mean, are we listening? They mentioned disabled people.
I get what you're saying.
Every other life, but the black father, it's implied because because he's dying everywhere.
The thing is,
you would rather
even though we're speaking about the black male about the black male being targeted, these other groups have not been in the forefront as much as the black male has been. So that's why I was specifically named, because you are, like, in the gay community alone, even though I'm not a part of that community, there's a lot of real messed up racism that goes in the gay community from the white side as well, that's not really discussed in the regular black community, because that's not a part of our community that we deal with on a regular basis. So they're bringing it to the forefront, because a lot of people, if I didn't know Consciouztv, or if I didn't have a cousin in that community, or heard of another YouTuber that spoke about the racism in the gay community, I would not know that otherwise. So a lot of this stuff is because these other communities are not being as aired out as the Breonna Taylor, as the Trayvon Martins are. And even with the Breonna Taylors, they are still being buried compared to the coverage that we get saturated with about the black males that are being killed. It's just not in the same intensity. So that's why they're showing the other different communities, because even though you're in the forefront, there's a lot of communities that are still being impacted that have not been put in the forefront, because
we didn't.
Just like with the George Floyd,
we gotta. I'm sorry.
Just like with the George. I'm sorry. Just like with the George Floyd thing.
Can I say
that
this?
That was more promoted than the Breonna Taylor thing. So you had a lot of black women saying, hey,
we didn't have Breonna Taylor shot on camera. We didn't have Breonna Taylor with a knee on her neck on camera. George Floyd made a noise because there was a knee on his neck, broad day in camera. Eric Gardner made a noise because he was being choked out. I'm not saying the coverage shouldn't have been there, but it's just that people are feeling like that their voices are being drowned out. Remember when we were talking about how everybody needs to be heard? Those communities were talking
targeted because they felt like they weren't being heard. So that's why it was put specifically to them. Because at the end of the day, as a heterosexual female in the Black community, as a heterosexual male in the Black community, our voices are dominant. The other voices that we're speaking of tend to be receptive in the background.
Well, why
so
did
they're not getting the same type of attention. So that's why it was put specifically in there to say,
But
yes,
they
we're
mentioned
dealing with Black Lives Matter, but we're also dealing with these communities.
right. But they mentioned, but I understand that. But to your point, all that would have been perfect, but except for the last point you mentioned that heterosexual men and women are dominant, so that's why we don't get no. But they mentioned heterosexual women as well. So that's what I'm saying. The only group that they did not mention was the heterosexual Black male. So
That's
from what you're saying.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut across you, but that's because you're the head of it all.
Right, but it just seems a little odd to me when you're mentioning all the people. Why not just throw us in there? Why not just make us feel included as well? Because guess what? We don't get a prize for being the most killed, the most choked out, the most head to the pavement. We don't get a reward for that. So when it comes time to opening a movement or an organization to speak for us, yeah, we would like you to mention us. You can't just say, "Oh, because you're the niggas getting killed."
People get a prize for being the most raped, the most disrespected, the most hated, the most.
Yeah, can't you see how it's disrespectful not to mention us? Can't you see that?
I can't honor and respect what you're saying, but I'm also saying other communities are feeling like their voices need to be heard too. It's not.
I don't have a problem. Why can't we all be in the same thing? We say, look, we are here. Why can't it be the traditional, like for real, all Black lives matter, trans lives, disabled Black lives?
I do.
Go ahead. You don't matter. It's just that they're not being heard.
I definitely want to, sir.
There's going to be people who actually put you
Black
out.
men are not being, but guess what? Black men are not. But guess what? Black men are not being heard. Guess what? Hold on. Guess what? Black men are not being heard. George Floyd wasn't heard.
Everybody has been yapping out at the lips for 100 miles an hour. I would definitely love to just insert a small point here. And we do have to get to Bolarin's broken heart as well. But I just wanted to make sure that I took the time to hear what everybody kind of had to say in full. And I do understand what's being communicated here. I just want to make this point about Black Lives Matter because J-Leethal had also turned me on to what the actual website stated, because I didn't know that statement was on the Black Lives Matter movement, which was very interesting to me. So my interpretation of what looks to be like a contradictory is that, and I was telling J-Leethal this offline, is that obviously the Black Lives Matter movement has been co-opted by the Black community as a whole. What started off as a monarch and what started off as an organization by queer women to stand up for the injustices done to them under the guise of the law was more so about covering the people who they felt like were underprivileged. And as Her Majesty stated, Black men, even before Black Lives Matter, have more so occupied the visibility as it relates to dead Black bodies in the street and the publicity behind that. We've seen a disproportionate visibility of trans women being marched for, of Black queer men being marched for, of Black cisgendered hetero women being marched for. So this particular independent organization of Black Lives Matter was intended to target those people. But what happened is the Black Lives Matter monarch became such a monarch that it ended up being echoed by the community at large. And then Black men who already occupied the majority of the visibility, once again, indirectly, without intention, co-opt the movement. So what that tells me is that Black Lives Matter, it wasn't necessarily about an exclusion of Black men. It was more so an acknowledgement that, hey, Black men are taking up more airtime than everybody else.
Oh gosh, again, our privilege. So we get.
Hold on, wait. Let me get it all out. That Black men are occupying more of the airtime. Therefore, let us create other spaces for other types of Black people who are dying, the same way. Okay, because guess what? While you, J-Leethal, can talk about what the website says about Black men, we can also question why doesn't on the Hotep movement website there's no visibility in support of trans Black lives and of queer Black lives. Okay, just like there are plenty of subcultures and other Black organizations that openly exclude other Black people because of the intersection of gender identity or the intersection of sexual orientation. That wouldn't be something that only the Black Lives Matter movement would have been lacking. The entire Black supremacist model is an exclusion of Black queer men and queer women and Black trans women, and hell, honestly, almost the damn Black cisgendered women. So Black Lives Matter movement, did I interpret it as we're just interested in the lives of Black men? No, it was just apparent to me that this personal organization decided to focus upon people who they weren't seeing in the news. And while Trayvon Martin was the catalyst, once again, that was the catalyst. Why was it Trayvon? Why wasn't it a Black woman who was the catalyst of the movement? All the evidence is in the continuation of the visibility of Black dead man's body in the street and not Black women, which is why, yeah, we marched and we acknowledged Breonna Taylor, but obviously not to the same severity, not as profoundly as we did for George Floyd, who we can at least say George Floyd was suspected of a crime because apparently he had used a counterfeit bill. But here it was, Breonna Taylor was asleep in her own apartment, minding her business, getting ready to get up to go to work to be a productive citizen. She was nowhere to be suspected of any crime and yet was crucified in her sleep. And as outrageous as that circumstance was, did it get the same height in publicity? No, because Black men have that Black male privilege in that instance. Okay, so when we talk about patriarchy and talk about male privilege and talk about Black male privilege, we are talking about there's levels to the shit. And in the Black space, even though Black people are oppressed and are second class to white people, there's even privileges that Black men in a white supremacist model still have. There's still favor and advantages, okay? Because right under white women comes Black men. Right under Black women comes Black women. Right under Black men comes Black women. Right under Black women, then comes Black queer men. Under Black queer men comes Black queer women. Under Black queer women comes the Black trans woman, etc. Like there's levels to this shit, okay? So
just like point in case, even though the transgender woman that got killed was covered for weeks, it's sad to say I can't give you her name. And that's the difference.
It is. It's sad. Because I bet J-Leethal can't name one Black trans or queer life either. Because the focus has been, unfortunately and fortunately, cisgendered people, but particularly cisgendered men. J-Leethal, can you name one trans woman that's been marched for? Can you name one Black queer man who died in police custody? And don't be looking at Google trying to scramble no answer together. Look in my eye. And
I don't gotta look on Google.
Oh, okay.
I don't. And I don't
exactly. But that's
no, it's not about a point. It's the fact that if with all of Black Lives Matter's backing, why haven't they made these names notable? Who's making these names notable? Who's the one? You're acting like Black heterosexual men are the one making George Floyd's name popping, making these Black.
It's the community at large, unfortunately.
Okay, so why do we keep on talking about the patriarchy? This isn't Black men. This isn't Black men
but
prioritizing. wait, hold on.
You're sitting here talking about the patriarchy because you know that you occupy and that you are a part of the majority.
Oh my God! Can you please? No, I don't know any of that.
Yes, you do.
I don't know that.
I'm telling you that you are. There's more of your cisgender hetero folk in the world than there are queer folk. That's a correct statement. If you need to
that statement is correct.
If you need to pull up the statistics to prove it, to do what you have to do. Okay. So because you represent the majority, okay, you even want.
We're talking about women.
Honestly, some of your sentiments about, oh my God, what about the black man? It literally was giving me all lives matter tease. It was like, oh my God, what about white people? Oh my
yes, what about the black man? Because we haven't been.
What about
we haven't got justice for us yet? What are you talking? We haven't got justice for us yet. And the reason why I don't know any black
I'm talking about visibility. You all occupy the visibility space. Before we even get to justice, before we even get to what are the stories that the gatekeepers are perpetuating? It is of black men being dead.
Who are the gatekeepers? You just saying
who are the gatekeepers?
No, you just saying stuff now. Our community has even gone as far as to say, right now we're dealing with Black Lives issues. We can't deal with the gay issues. So when statements like that are being made, then when those people feel disenfranchised and disempowered, you can't be surprised when they choose to give a response to being ignored for so long. Just like we're doing
nobody
the same
ignored
thing.
you. We've been too busy. Black, I don't know where have you guys been in the history books, but black men have been getting killed continuously for a very long time. We have not had any time to disenfranchise.
Everybody don't see his main focus is towards black cis heterosexual men.
You're doing
Consciouztv clearly keeps saying it's not about it's happening.
I just wanted to back to them what the white man has done to us, because it wasn't a real experience for the white man. He chose to completely ignore what we were saying. Our community has done the same thing to them. Even though they're speaking out, we're saying right now, yeah, we hear you, but go away and let us deal with our stuff.
No.
And that's been the same type of response that white people have done to us. We were told that even though we were saying that we were being treated unjustly because they were not experiencing it themselves, they said that we couldn't possibly be having these experiences. And the truth of the matter is the experience was actually going on, but because they weren't experiencing it themselves, they could not acknowledge or empathize with us because they had no experience, because their privilege kept them from being able to understand where we were coming from. We are having that same type of situation happening. We're having that same type of situation happening in the Black community, where because we have been in the dominant position for so long that even when our brothers and sisters are crying out and saying, hey, there's levels to this, we're saying, it's levels. We're doing exactly to them what the white man did to us. We're not showing the empathy because, like I told you a while back, as an empath, one of the greatest gifts I can give to you is to make sure that you feel heard and seen. They're not feeling heard and seen. That's why there was a response. There wouldn't have been a need for these Black queer women to come up with a Black Lives Matter if they were being heard and seen in our community in the first place. That's all that's really being said.
I can understand that. But can you understand that they're clouding the issue when we're having a discussion about police brutality, and then you're introducing a conversation about trans lives being attacked by Black men?
And I can respect how you're feeling, but let's keep in mind that's what the white man said to us. You're clouding the issue. Just like when we started protesting, they tried to tell us, well, you're not protesting right. When things are unjust, it's not going to look pretty when things are being healed. Healing
But how
never
are we?
looks pretty.
All I'm saying, how are we gonna be on one fight, like standing at one march, marching against police brutality and black on black violence at the same time? I
The
mean,
way you
yes,
said,
yes,
you gotta
both,
make sure
yes,
everybody
both,
feel heard and seen.
yes, yes, both things need equal energy, but you tackle one at a time. You do not go to the protest against police brutality and black on black violence. Those are two different issues that, while they both may intersect, those are two issues that we have to tackle.
But did you hear
one,
me, J-Leethal?
Yes.
I'm talking about when trans women, trans men, queer women, and queer men die also at the hands of police brutality.
Right, and that's
not when straight men just kill queer people. We're talking about when those injustices happen to black bodies.
Right. So what I'm trying to get you guys to see is that, and maybe my brother here can help me out here.
Yeah, because he's not his head like he can help you.
Well, what I'm saying is, I've never met a black man who saw a trans person getting killed by the police, or I've never, again, maybe it's because the media didn't say it, but hey, you're expecting me to do research on something that I don't know exists? Just think about what you're asking. You're asking me to do,
because
just wait.
But this is a prime example of, even when we introduce the information, the talking points are talked over, bulldozed over, ignored, and then like narrated a whole different way, even when y'all are made aware. That's why I told you in the last conversation, like, all you had to do was look in the comment section of all of the posts by the loving people who did share the stories in which queer people were killed in police brutality.
And so you
can see. And you can see cisgendered heterosexual men and women participating in transphobia, homophobia, and ultimately
saying what?
Saying everything that you would expect to be heard.
Like what?
The gay agenda. Who cares? A man, like the conversations get hijacked about, oh, that's not even why we referring to this trans woman as a woman.
You know these things. You want to act like to make you say, you know it.
No, I'm saying if a trans person is killed by the police.
Everything Consciouztv is saying right now, he knows this. He see these posts, he skip it because he knows for a fact he not down for that. So he like, fuck all that. Because like he said, we all have the same agenda. We want the same thing. But he's denying the fact that cis heterosexual men and black women are transphobic and homophobic, and that's why he don't know Tony McDade. If you ask him anything about that, he can't tell you nothing besides Google, and that shows you everything you need to know.
That doesn't show me anything.
It has nothing to do with you or him not knowing or not trying to understand. It's like a deflection. See how Bolarin just sitting there? Like, I already seen it. I've been watching Bolarin on shit. But guess what? You know why I was Bolarin being quiet on his shit? Because Bolarin not fake about how he handle himself. And I like that. I like to see that how you feel towards me. I can see it. It's like seeing races in my face. Don't be fake racist with me. Let me know you hate me so I can know how to deal with you. And that's what cis heterosexual black men don't get. That's why they mad that everybody is being centered and not them, because everything is about them. So it turns into a conspiracy for them. Oh, what you saying? I saw it. Oh, I posted it. You ain't see me say nothing. It only goes so far, because at the end of the day, it's only about the advancement of them. And I'm not saying that it don't count, but we have accountability and say that cis heterosexual black men agenda is only for them. That's why they believe there is a gay agenda. And the only reason they believe is a gay agenda, it has nothing to do with white people. It has everything to do with black queer people being themselves. And they feel like, oh, white people letting them be themselves, and they're gonna let them come down on us. If we say something about them, white people in control of them telling us to shut the fuck up. That's their whole thing. They actually don't even care. In the hood, you see it every day. When a girl getting beat up by her boyfriend, and they're gonna be like, oh, she gonna go back to him. I'm not joking, which is rightfully so. But this is my thing. You can still jump in and be like, nigga, that's fucked up. That's wrong. They don't do it because it's not their business, but it's only not their business when it pertains to us. But when it pertains to white supremacy, everybody should care because they are more disproportionately affected by it. And I'm not doing it. Our black women, we are tired. We are not doing it. Y'all still talking over us. You're still not listening. You're still over talking queer people. You're still over talking gay people. Still not listening to what queer cis men are saying that is gay. You're still not listening to what people saying that don't fit the binary that you claim is gay. All these people keep talking about, oh, male and female. Imagine when y'all find out that people are born intersex, y'all gonna lose y'all motherfucking mind. And that's a whole nother conversation. Y'all ain't even ready for that. Y'all still on a binary of male, female, and this and that. Why women don't like that? That's crazy. That's a small thing to talk about. And guess what? The whole time y'all don't even know that people are born with both parts, and it's a big thing. You know why it's quiet and shut down and shut? Because the motherfuckers like y'all that won't keep this narrative alive that it's just male and female, and that people wasn't people before we had labels, regardless to whatever we live by. Period.
Yeah, I agree. And I want to ask a Bolarin, like you are a cisgender straight man. Like, do you see the disproportion that Her Majesty and myself are talking about? Like, as somebody who is a part of these conversations, obviously as somebody who surfaces the internet, do you see the same outrage about queer and trans deaths as it relates to police brutality that you do to cisgender straight men and women? Because you're the other straight male counterpart.
Sure. In short answer, I would definitely have to say no. But
okay,
I would. In addition to that, I would also think you would have to point out the fact that every straight male that is murdered by police does not get a huge amount of media either. So I think there's a lot of people who are murdered by police who sometimes or many times unjustly, and it does not get this type of recognition. To be honest, when I heard about the George Floyd thing, I was surprised when I finally learned that there were protests and riots. I had no idea it was going to happen because this does not happen every time someone is murdered by police. As far as the name that you guys were mentioning, what's the person's name? Tony McDade.
Hold on, let me pull it back up.
I don't know how to pronounce that.
So you guys don't know the name either, but you're mad that I don't know the name.
You don't know any of the names, sir.
What you name one name for me right now?
You don't know any. You don't know any name.
You name one.
You only knew two straight women.
Name one.
Any trans and gay.
Name one right now.
Name
one right now, Consciouztv. Name one. Name one. You see how you're trying to go to Google? Name one right now.
Go to Google. I'm hands-on. Go to Google.
Name one.
Your parents is real. So I'm trying to go to
Name one.
You don't want me to do you in like that.
Name one. There's 5 people watching you right now. Name one LGBT person killed by the police. Name one. Name one.
You know zero. You actually.
You know zero. Okay, name one. Prove me wrong.
Like what we're talking about is an urban legend.
Name one.
An urban legend. Do you even believe that queer men and trans women die against the police?
Name one, buddy.
No, how about you name one? Go actually do the research, buddy.
You can't even name one.
You know what? We have done too much of the work for you guys already. That's why y'all don't know shit. So how about you go?
Y'all can at least see this, right? He's telling me y'all mad at me because I don't know any names, but Consciouztv doesn't know one name.
We just gave you Tony McDade. Now, do you know who that is?
No,
do you know what
you
happened to Tony? Do you know what happened to Tony McDade?
No, you said don't mention him.
Do you know what happened to Tony McDade?
Since I need to know all the names, name one.
Do you know what happened to Tony McDade? Yes or no?
You don't know one.
Do you know what happened? Because I know what happened to Tony McDade. Do you know?
Let's name another one.
Know how they were killed?
Show me that there's multiple.
They were killed.
Show me that. I can name you a million heterosexuals.
Do you know that?
I can name you a million heterosexuals that were killed by the police.
You a question, sir, because I'm the queer one. Remember these issues.
So name me some queer people.
Need to be educated.
So where are these queer people who were killed by the police?
Do you know anything about Tony McDade?
Where are the queer people that were killed by the police?
Question with a question, sir. You can't answer questions with a question, sir.
I just want people to see that you don't know.
The issue that the comment section has had with you is that you never stick to an actual answer. You never.
I'm sticking to it right now. You're telling me that I'm wrong. No, listen.
You never really have any. I find it interesting that you can have clips of Billy Porter. You can have clips of Ellen DeGeneres.
You don't have any. You don't have any men that were killed by the
police. You don't research everything that's relevant to defending your claim about your cisgender hetero privilege, but you don't have nothing to also substantiate any of the claims.
This is why we never get along around the 8th hour.
Fascinating about your privilege.
This is why we never get along around the 8th hour.
And we got a hell of a panel lined up. Deshaun, are you here on the panel tonight? Are you here, sir? Are you there? Because we got 2 other extra characters. Deshaun, are you there?
Here. Okay, I'll tell you a couple of things that happen in the LGBT. I think, like Malaysia. You know Malaysia, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Malaysia got beat up by heterosexual men. Oh, I'll actually get. I want $200 to beat this, bag it up, or something like that. Beat her up, tore her up.
Wait. That's who I was thinking of. Thank you.
Women actually had to help her get into to recovery because they were going to kill her. They were actually going to kill her. Last year, I think it was last year.
No, but who did this?
What is that big black dude's name?
Was it a police officer?
No, it was not no police officer.
Okay, so next caller, we're talking about police brutality against
T.S. Madison. T.S. Madison was was actually beat up by police officers. She was
T.S. Madison was beat up by police officers and was killed by a police officer. We're talking about
she wasn't killed. No, she wasn't killed.
So then why are you talking about it?
No, because she was actually police brutality.
You brought up police brutality. That's why.
That's one of them.
Sir, we're talking about people who were killed by police. That's what we're talking about. Very explicitly. Very explicitly, trans people who were killed by police. And I asked my brother to answer one name and he couldn't do it. That's what's going on.
Yes, there was one. There was a trans man that got killed by a police officer.
Okay, name him.
He was born a female.
That's who they were telling you, Tony McDade.
No, but that's one person. Y'all tell me I need to know a bunch of people. You named one person. Name more.
Go do the fucking research, J-Real, so that you don't have to argue. So that you don't have to argue. So that you don't have to argue about the fucking point. Go do the goddamn research. Go read it for your fucking self so you can be convinced about some shit. Don't take my motherfucking word for shit. Go and motherfucking read it for yourself. You're asking a fucking question because you want to be able to argue shit that you don't know
the name. So don't tell me I need to know.
Same one you and same ears you used to listen to Young Pharaoh ass and use that same brain and
you don't even know the name
so that you don't have to fucking argue and let fucking queer people do the work for you. Do the fact that we got
don't know the name
privilege as it is. The fact that we
don't know the name
that speaks to your fucking privilege.
You literally don't know the names, though, Conscious.
Ain't nobody gonna fucking do the work for you at 3:49 a.m. in the fucking morning. Like,
Conscious, it's not about doing the work. You can easily say the name.
Or substantiating everything that every queer person is saying here on this panel. How about you do that?
I still love it, but you talk too much. You say
because
the
you
name.
want to collect that evidence when it comes to
all that talking. Just say the name. You
about what the hell other motherfuckers are saying.
You talk so much.
You don't want to do the work, and anybody who's really interested in doing that,
You talk so much, but you
we
say
can
so little.
we can actually count off several hundred straight cisgender men and women who done been killed by police. You can't do one, and then you only want to ask.
You can't do one.
Question so that you can argue the
You can't do one.
research, bruh.
Hey guys, it's not getting anywhere.
You can't name more than that one person that y'all all keep naming.
I'm about to give you a laundry list, okay?
Yeah,
and I'm gonna email you that laundry list. See, you don't want and Google our facts, right? Google our facts, right?
When you
I'm about to give you a whole laundry list.
Don't tell me I need to know these names if you don't know these names.
Because I want to know
crazy.
I want to know what type of shit.
Crazy.
I want to know what
y'all are crazy.
Because I want to know what type of shit you gonna talk then when we give you that laundry list.
Can we be fair though?
Because I bet you. Hold on. When we give you that laundry list, sir, I bet you're gonna have.
I don't give a fuck about the laundry list that you
exactly. And we don't give a fuck to educate you. Exactly.
That's not the point. You should
and we don't give a fuck to educate you.
No,
and
why did you go on Google?
You. And we don't give education.
Why did you go on Google?
Okay, because when we give you that laundry list, you ain't gonna do nothing but have a bunch of shit to talk because you don't.
Why do you have to go on Google?
Information. You are Mr. Google. You are Mr. Google. So now all of a sudden now you don't disapprove of Google. All of a sudden now you information.
Guys, wait.
You're Mr. Google.
Can we all just get along? Wait.
He didn't know. Get along, and we gonna keep it motherfucking 100 as well.
Kumbaya.
I'm gonna have to come to talk.
Yeah, we gonna get along, and we gonna keep it 100 in the kitchen as well. We gonna fry fried chicken.
You in South Carolina, right, brother?
No, I'm in outer fucking space. That's where I am.
Well, maybe I might have to come and see you. We might have to have a real discussion, man, because all these internet discussions don't ever go well. But what I'm saying is,
you find the ticket, I'll purchase it for you. There and back.
If you'll fly me out, I'll come out
there and back. Send me the link, send me the ticket, I will purchase it for you. You set the time in your schedule.
You know my email. If you gonna fly me out,
give you an allowance. I'll make sure you're good in this sunny southern weather.
All right.
Hold on. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
All right. If I may interject, because I was starting my point before you started asking them to list all these people, and that took a little bit. So if I can try to attempt to get back to the small point that I wanted to make, because I think I was just asking how to pronounce the name before all this started. So Tony, whatever. Sorry, no disrespect to the person, but just to avoid any interruption. Tony, that person that was unfortunately murdered by police in Florida. The reason why I was bringing it up is because I am unfamiliar with what happened, and it happened after George Floyd. So for that to even
wait a minute, hold on, wait a minute, Bolarin. Like, did you go and do the work yourself? Did you go and do the work, bro? Did you actually use your device to go do the work? Wow, bro. You setting an example right now. You leading the motherfucking way, child. Lead us to freedom. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
It's too bad you didn't know that off the top of your head.
So we know that because we know that J-Leethal ain't no shit. So go ahead. Let that man be great, J-Leethal. Don't be jealous. Go ahead.
It's too bad you don't know nobody that was killed by
Bolarin. Don't be hating, J-Leethal. Go ahead, Bolarin. What's up?
So what I was actually saying before too was like I don't like to speak on anything if I'm not familiar. I'm definitely not familiar with Tony, and so I just checked real quick. To that example, what I was saying before, I think I was mentioning that a lot of straight African American men who are murdered by police do not always march for them, let alone someone from the LGBT community. Are people less likely to march for them? Absolutely. I agree that's safe to say people are less likely to march for them. Although, what I think separates something like George Floyd and this, the name that some people have been mentioning in the comments, when I looked at it, it said that he was suspected of fatally stabbing someone. Now, I read some of it. It says that the details are a little murky, and what police say happened compared to some witnesses say happened are contradicting. Although they also said that a gun was found on his body. So now you have someone who may have committed a crime, who had a deadly weapon on him, compared to someone who might have been, who seemed to have been cooperating with police, at least on camera, and the camera was murdered while he was not resisting. You can separate the LGBTQ sexual preference, whatever, apart from the two, and where you just have someone who seems a lot more innocent compared to someone who might be a suspect for murder, and it's just two different things. Every person that is murdered by police is not marched for, especially when they seem like they might have committed a crime. So I'm sure there are more people who.
Here's the issue.
Who have been murdered by police. Unfortunately, I don't think this is comparable because there's too many loopholes there. And of course, another example, we have a camera, we have video footage of Floyd. We don't, as far as I know, we don't have anything for Tony. So,
well, we don't need it. Just like we haven't needed anything for a plethora of Black lives that were not recorded but yet documented, where there was witness testimony, etc., that we've been out in these streets marching for. Then, secondly, you got to look at statistically. See, one of the reasons why when Jussie Smollett came forward about his mega hat, terroristic, homophobic, racist attack lie, was because it was one of the first times that queer people got to actually see crimes and assault by them taken seriously, because there's literal data that J-Leethal can go look up, that you can go look up, like you so kindly exemplified for J-Leethal, okay?
You didn't know the names. Don't get away from that. You didn't know any names.
That show how crimes committed against trans and queer men against police and regular citizens are disproportionately not responded to. That queer hate crimes committed either by the law or by the general public against queer people rest on the precinct floor, okay? When we were,
yet you didn't know. Is that why you didn't know him?
Is that why you don't know him?
I mean, hey, I don't know him because
your Black Lives Matter, right, is about all Black lives, right? But you can't name one. You can't even name one instance in which queer men or a trans woman has even been assaulted by non-police officers.
Because all the people I know,
you're that far removed. Because
I'm not even trying to be combative.
Because you're that far removed, right, from the actual issues, right?
I'm not trying to be combative.
We can go through my platforms and see me champion for queer men and for the deaths of Black cisgender heterosexual men and women, but can we go through yours and see any champion of trans Black bodies on the ground?
Listen, okay? I'm just being very honest. The things I know and the things that I've the campaigns that I've went on, or the times that I've reposted anything, is for something that has been readily available on the media.
Well, don't be so lazy and be so readily available. It's not about there's a lot more going on in the world than what's readily available on your sister news. The whole reason why Black lives.
Even letting me finish a fucking sentence.
I think it's so funny that you said that, because that's exactly the point of that statement on the Black Lives Matter website. That's exactly why it's for trans women, queer women, Black queer men, and Black handicapped people. Because y'all only want to stand up and defend what's readily.
So you feel like you really think
that's exactly why that statement.
Wow, you're really that delusional. You're really that delusional to think that if we see somebody.
We can have a person speak.
You really you are delusional. You need to sit back and think.
You're only as strong as your weakest link.
You can't sit on this platform and act like you care about Black women voices or queer voices in that sense that's not cis heterosexual. From us, what it seems, regardless to what you're saying and you acting like you're for, you're actually against. You don't even allow queer people to say they're safe. Like you don't notice Bolarin taking note. I hated this nigga on fucking Grapevine. You know why I actually respect him? Because guess what? He didn't fake his authenticity and coming and saying how he felt. He said exactly how he felt. He didn't deflect from, oh, this is my personal feelings and how it is. He actually listened. That's the difference. So I'm not mad at him. Like, I actually hated this nigga before I saw this shit. Like, I was like, damn, every time it came, I'm like, why Bolarin on this shit? Actually, what? Now that
thank me later, Bolarin. I helped to redeem your reputation, bro.
I'm used to it.
You are nowhere down for this. You like controversy. That's how you get your clicks and views. You know why? Because you want people to be in opposition and staying on your side instead of saying, guess what, sis or bro, I understand. You know what your thing is? Damn, they will pick handicapped people over me, and I'm a straight black man, and you're not even understanding. But Larry even fucking understand that he know the shit. He not saying that people are coming over him. He realized that it's not about him specifically. That's why he didn't say shit. You, on the other hand,
are you sure?
You know why? You know what is coming out off as? It's coming off as closet for you. It's like you trying to live this life. I'm not calling you and saying you nothing. From what we you acting like a closet gay person.
But guess what?
That's what I get from your persona. I don't care.
But guess what?
Because guess what? You hate your own being. For you to act like you acknowledge that they have people that's not. That's why we brought up. Imagine when y'all find out intersex people exist and that people are born with both. Y'all gonna lose y'all motherfucking mind stuck on male and female. Y'all don't even know that it's been hidden that people were born with both. And people, when they grow up and they be like, my mama chopped off XYZ. You know why? Because their mama didn't want to feel the ridicule of them saying, my child got both. Actually, people in the world like that been existing. So for y'all to actually think that it's just male and female, quote unquote, all y'all is really fucking lost. So for y'all to say it's binary, oh, it's always male and female. The Bible told us man should never live with man. Y'all don't even give a fuck about that yourself. Because y'all wearing mixed fabrics and eat crab legs and y'all do everything everybody else do. But guess what? When they sin different than yours and when straight people see it as a sin, then that's the whole sin. It's regardless of what it is. And I respect people like Bolarin simply because they will say, I don't understand all that. I don't know that shit. I'm going to just say what I know. I respect that instead of people like you who sitting up here acting like you just down for a cause and you can't even relate to people who is probably a fucking elderly lesbian and you feel like, oh, y'all letting disabled people come before you. Guess what? Ableism is a thing. You can't even look that up. You think Consciouztv coming down on you about telling you about what's going on and telling you that you don't know shit about shit. Instead of you looking up something that day, you fussing with Consciouztv about, oh, you gotta look it up. Think about what you're saying. Listen to yourself. You don't think that it's making you look crazy?
Wait. Okay. Can I respond now? Can I respond to you now?
Let me talk. Had a whole you had a whole conversation the whole night. I'm done with you. I done heard your whole shit. I've been listening before it even came on.
Okay, but you haven't heard shit though, obviously. You obviously haven't
beyond because that's why people think queers got because of people like you making it seem like it's controversial. We all love each other. We all care about police brutality affecting us all. But we can't act like shit not happening under the direct sun under that. Let's say we get together and eliminate racism. Guess what? We got to deal with niggas like Lil Boosie and Snoop Dogg ruling us because they talking about they the elite. I would never let a nigga like Lil Boosie allow his children to get molested and all that. And it's a nigga who I got to listen to and follow suit. And you is one of them niggas who feel like I don't agree with them. Guess what? They right. I feel like, and it's a thing with you within yourself that you not seeing. That's why you want to combat everything and not listen. Consciouztv actually didn't say nothing wrong. Consciouztv actually agreed with all the shit you said. But you turned it around into, oh, now you're trying to make it into a queer thing. No, Consciouztv actually was saying it's not about it being a queer thing. You need to know that he exists and it's not in a vacuum. And how y'all tell white people we are not a monolith, Black people and queer people are not either.
And that's the point. As long as you're only as strong as the weakest link in your community, as long as we have people out here uncovered and open for attack, it doesn't just make it okay for them to attack the transgender or to attack the gay person or whatever. It makes it okay to attack us all, because when you come for one of us, you're coming for all of us. They're not going to just stop at the gay community. So we have to be very aware that we have to protect all of us. And we can't exclude any of us out of that conversation, because like I said earlier, our community is greater than this little tiny, teeny narrative that we've been saying.
Agreed. Now I think we got Random Crafting Gamer on board. I'm not sure if you're still there.
I'm here, baby.
All right, baby. Let's have. What's going on? Tell us how you feel.
Just so you know, I got 5%. So if I cut off.
All right. Yeah, we can hear you.
No, like it seems like there's a lot of misinterpretation of actually what the word value means. And a lot of people use it very loosely. And I hear a lot of people with a lot of different personalities, different understandings, different mindsets. And I hear a lot of people finding an uneasy agree to disagree, if you will. So this is why I was pushing so hard to get onto this live. I have a child that is bi-curious, and I am of Southern Baptist. My dad is a minister. So a lot of that, was pushed down on me. I had to eat it. You know what I mean? But I had to push myself to the side for the greater good. And I think that's a lot of what we as a culture, we as a people are missing. Sometimes you have to push aside what you think is the absolute right in order to find some kind of common ground. And I cannot, in my adult life, knowing I've had a child that is open-minded, that is open-loving, if you will, and put my burden of my own personal opinion on her. That's wrong for me. If I'm supposed to love my God, I'm supposed to be a Christian, and I'm supposed to love people no matter what, and to leave God to have his ultimate decisions and give his own, divine, I guess you could say, judgment. How can I, as a person, try and take his position? My job, what I was charged for, was to love, to support, to try and find the best path for my life, to do the best that I can. You know what I mean? You cannot, if you're calling yourself as a Christian, this is my opinion and my opinion only, you cannot, as a Christian, sit back and tell me that my God doesn't evolve. You cannot tell me as a Christian that my God didn't know when he created us and put us on this earth, and we had all these different options and different alleys we could take, that he wouldn't have people taking different avenues that might not have been according to his original plan, that he would not evolve to say, okay, my son, my daughter, I see where you're going. I see what you're feeling. I see your heart. And you may love this person or that person, and I'm not going to fault you because it's still love. Because if we are calling ourselves Christians, we were charged for the bottom line. What is the bottom line? Love. But even if you follow the Bible, it says no greater thing but love. So how can you look at a person that is a man? And I'm going back to, conscious. I'm getting back to what your title says. How can you say a man can't love a man, or a woman can't love a man, or a man can't love a man and a woman love a man? You get what I'm saying with that?
I do.
My daughter, she's only 12, and she has had one love interest, and it did not work out. But now she has a new one, and I'm there for her, and I'm supporting her, and I'm trying to build her, and I'm trying to educate her, because I want her to have that 6-figure job. I want her to be stable, to be strong. And one of the main reasons why I want to come on here is because I hear a lot of my fellow quote-unquote Christians condemning people because, oh, you sling drugs, then you're going to go to hell. Oh, you're gay, you're going to go to hell. Last time I checked, none of us are without fault. All of us have something to learn from each other. All the arguing is not necessary. All of the negative energy is not necessary. We all have something absolutely valuable and amazing to offer if given the right aspect or position to provide it. My brother, you got dreadlocks. I've never done dreadlocks, and I have a profession that stems. Sorry, my speech is a little.
You okay?
Because I had a stroke 4 weeks ago.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hope you're doing better.
Yeah,
I am. But I don't care what my health is. I'm going to continually fight for what's right and what's good. But my brother, you have these beautiful locks, and you wear them eloquently, and you're carrying them with a strong mindset. For you, that is what rocks for you. Your strength is in those locks. You carry them with an amazing energy, with an amazing strength. And I want you to continue to rock at whatever your strength is. And I say that because a lot of people say they want to rock with the locks, but they don't understand what locks really represent. Rock the locks. I was a part of a organization called Dreaded Minds, and the reason we named it, and I was one of the baby founders, not the original. Dreaded Minds literally means let your mind dread. Literally, take in what you can, hear what you can, see what you can, and what applies, lock it, build it, and let it grow.
That's dope.
Man, I love it.
And my brother back there, leaning back there on the windowsill.
Wake your ass up.
Huh?
I said I was telling him to wake his behind up.
But he has energy. I'm going to tell you what his energy is. Do you see his biceps?
Yes, I do.
He has taken the ability to work on himself physically because he knows his body is his own temple. No matter which direction he takes it, whether it's Christianity or some other direction, he has decided this is what he wants to work on. This is his goal. Not goal, G-O-A-L, but G-O-L-D. And he has found pride in it. And he's worked hard with it. So for him, them guns he got up there, that's his locks. You feel me?
That's dope.
Oh, conscious, don't think I'm not going.
I know you was gonna get around to me, sugar. I knew it. You ain't gonna leave this behind.
My absolute beautiful and amazing person that you are. You are my spirit person.
Oh.
Every video that I've ever watched on your channel has just given me energy. It has, even when I didn't agree necessarily with your commentary, your disposition, your conviction, your absolute belief in the moment that you were in empowered me, because you came through. I didn't have to agree with you to just enjoy you. What you were spitting didn't have to be my direction. It didn't have to be a part of what I find to be true for me to appreciate the beautiful soul that's inside of you.
Cry.
And you cannot tell me that our world is so empty that there's not something that is working with us, dividing us into sectors so that we each can have our own specific understandings. Whether it's the conscious community, whether it's the Buddhist, the Baptist, the Methodist, I don't care. Call him Yahweh, call him what do you want to call him. The ultimate creator, whatever you want to call him. We are in a space now where it is literally charged to us as people to try and find a space, especially as Black YouTubers, to find a space.
Can I ask you a question of crafting
understanding? Yes. But let me finish this because I got one more thing.
Okay, go ahead.
And baby, while I'm on you, Conscious.
Yes.
If you don't stop giving me all these teas with all these absolutely amazing hair snatches. Oh my God! You got me here want to go through the YouTube, going through the inches, going through. Honey, if you don't snatch the girls with these changes of color and length and textures. I love you and hate you at the same time.
Okay.
I can't look. As long as God giving me breath in my body, I'm gonna give it to you, baby. I'm all love it, okay?
Oh God.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for all of your energy and your positivity.
Yeah, for real.
Really
Yeah,
refreshing,
awesome.
and your affirmation of all of us. And I know that you're talking like very heavy about love. So I guess my question to you, first of all, I think it's commendable for you to kind of allow the actual love to kind of transcend maybe even some of your theological differences with like people of different orientations, because my grandmother, you kind of remind me of her. She kind of told me the same thing. She was like, look, I'm a Christian. I believe what the Bible says, but I love you and you my grandson, and I just want you to be happy, and that's between you and the Lord. And that was literally it. Like, she just allowed it to be between me and the Lord, and we just keep on moving in our relationship. My question to you though is like, what do you think makes it so hard for us to love each other? Like, what do you think it actually is? Like, we throw that word around, but it seems to be something that we're the least capable of actually walking in.
You asked a very loaded question. Are you ready for the answer?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I believe personally, my thoughts and my opinions are mine exclusively. Please do not hold the content creator according to what I'm saying.
Well,
I hear you making your disclaimer.
No, like seriously, like I believe we're still creating the new world. I still believe, because me personally, I grew up with those old cats. You know what I mean? With the old traditional believings, and you know, God created Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve, and all this kind of stuff. And I had to personally decide, I'm not going to allow myself to believe that if the world is evolving, our God is going to be stagnant. I cannot. I have to believe that our God is evolving with us. Now, I believe a lot of the issues that we're going through, especially in the melanin community, is that we are so accustomed to what is our quote unquote norm or accepted that people are afraid to step outside of that because they feel like they have to still follow these, outdated mindsets. They can't think for themselves. They have to think for what great grandmama said and what great granddaddy said and all these things.
Yeah.
They are not at a place where they can actually create their own personal relationship with their own creator. And it's very sad. And it's very much so still, like drug into us in these, churches. And I'm a PK. Let me just.
Hello? Uh-oh. Are you there, Crafting? Something done happened.
While she's getting herself together, I got like 3%. I might have to go on out of here because I don't want to leave on just.
Okay, so what are your lasting sentiments, Mr. Lethal?
Last sentiments. Good.
First of all, I need you to motherfucking acknowledge that even though me and you are clearly in a very domestically violent relationship at this point in our friendship building, that I have come back for that ass irregardless of how bad you've gotten on my motherfucking nerve.
Yes, and you left. You left. I didn't want you to leave. I was just muting you for a quick moment. You left.
Oh, okay.
You completely left. Made a whole live. I just wanted to mute you for a moment. But on the side note, yes, good discussion. I love discussions like this because it's like fuck it, let it all hang out. That's what I love. And when it comes down to it, it's not that we're pointing fingers or complaining or anything, but you got to expect friction when tough subjects like this come up. You just got to expect friction, to say the least, before we come to resolution. Every time I do have a discussion like this, towards the end, I start feeling, I have a roller coaster of emotions, but I always do feel like there's some sort of resolution, even in the optics of us being seen together, like us having such vastly different backgrounds and opposing perspectives, and we're sitting together for 8 hours on end, and we're not really, we get a little, it gets intense and we get a little feisty, but we don't really, it's no threatening and all this going on. So it shows that we're at least willing to come to the family reunion, so to speak. We definitely don't agree on politics and all this and that, but we're at least all gonna come to the family reunion and at least try to talk. So that's what I always get from this. The women that were on the chat, I appreciate them calling in 125,000% purple. I appreciate you for calling in. I appreciate who was it?
Amazing.
What was the other one's name? Benita, Majesty, and our most recent caller. Yeah, definitely. I appreciate that. All your perspective. It's always good to hear a woman's perspective and the love that because like I said, there's certain stuff that women can only bring. When you bring that calmness, or you just bring that cheer, and you make a smile out of nowhere. Guys can't really do that like that. So you're much needed in all of our complaining, what seems like complaining. At least myself, I never forget my mother and my grandmother, like the real life instances that I had of Black women that cared for me and sheltered me. I didn't forget that, just so I let it be known. And I wanted to quickly mention for it wasn't Benita, it was Majesty, who she mentioned that I don't get it, or I don't talk about. I want to let it be known I do have a channel and I do talk about a lot of stuff, and I don't just talk about I don't just point fingers. There's a lot of videos where I expose things about myself that I've made mistakes. There's times where I just put all my business out there to show, I'm putting my foot forward to be accountable. So I just, for everybody in the chat who may think whatever they think about me, that's fine. But when you get a moment, just kind of scroll down my channel. A lot of it's gonna trigger you, but you're gonna get to some videos that you see I'm directly calling out other Black men as well. And I think that needs to be, I always want to end with that, because I'm not out here just pointing my fingers. You know, I'm somebody who wants to come to the table, but I'm also not going to just bend over to the point where, if I'm a representative, put it this way, if I'm a representative for Black heterosexual men, I'm not going to come to the table and not have my voice be heard, or not and not speak for us. I am going to be accountable and take all the blame that we deserve. But if I'm the representative for Black heterosexual men in America, I'm going to come to the table and state my grievances as well, and that needs to be respected. So that's kind of my last little thing.
No, absolutely. And I have a question before you go. I want you to answer it very wholeheartedly.
Yes, sir.
I know you don't understand everything and you don't agree with everything as it relates to everything queer. But do you love a queer people?
Yes, I very much do. Like, okay, let me ask you this. How about this? If I saw you getting attacked in an alleyway, knowing that we've already had our previous interactions, we've talked on the phone, we've laughed, we've yelled, we've built our rapport. If I just happen to see you down the street getting beat up, are you telling me I would look at you and walk the other way because you're gay? Is that what you're really telling me? J-Leethal would do that to Consciouztv? Because you're gay and I saw you getting beat up, I would walk the other way. Do you really look at me and tell me that you believe that?
No, I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
Okay, so yes, I love queer people.
But
I love you.
The way that you asked me that question, like when you said that it seems like sometimes I don't love or care about Black men. So I guess whatever I give off that makes you be like, I don't know, is whatever you give off sometimes that make people be like.
Well, it's a strong criticism. It's the strong criticism that the same thing is the way I come. The reason why I have no friends in real life, because people are like, I don't like the way you said that to me. They never say, you know, the thing about me, the people never say you lied to me. They say, I don't like the way you said that. I don't like the manner in which you say the things to me. And so I think that's something that I might need to work on. But a lot of the times it's not necessarily hate. It's just the manner in which, and it's harsh because I've had a lot of time to think about these things. And yes, I come with, and a lot of it's shock value and controversial. Why? Because this is my thesis. You know, when you write a thesis in your paper, your essay, the thesis is the strongest point of your essay. And then you back it up with the substantiating claims, the supporting argument. But the thesis, okay, if I'm writing an essay and I say aliens exist, of course, that's the crazy part. That's the one that grabs your attention. But now I have all of these supporting arguments to support my thesis that aliens exist. So I think what people get mad at me is I come off and say my thesis real quick before I explain it. And then they think that's bashing because I come straight to I go straight hard at the neck. But when you really break down the layers, you say, okay, even if he is displaying signs of homophobia, which I'll admit I might, is he coming from a hateful place? Like, does this man really hate gay people? Would this man really attack a gay person? Would he allow his friends to attack a gay person? When you really break that down about me, you're gonna find that that's not the case. So I think it's just it gets a little complex though, because my narrative might sound so harsh. But when you really break it down, like I said, if I saw you getting beat up, I would be the first one. What up? First of all, because we have a rapport together, we have a friendship, but more so, and also because you're a black man, and also because it's not right. Period. And especially if somebody was beating you up on the premise of because you were gay. I under no circumstance do I, and I understand microaggressions, like you mentioned, microaggressions. I understand that concept, but like I said, as far as outwardly, for what it's worth, I would rightfully stand up against anybody beating up somebody on the premise of them being gay, because like that's anti what a black man's supposed to stand for. You're supposed to let people beat them. Now, like I said, it gets cloudy when my criticism is looked at as an attack. You see, that's when it gets a little cloudy, but we've talked about that. You know, I'm still working on that as well. But again, when we have these discussions, man, I've had some of the coolest, like I said, and I don't want to sound like the white person that say I got black friends, but when you know, I have a lot of people that I've worked with that were gay and that were so fucking funny and cool, and but they knew how I was, right? They knew that I had my beliefs, and I knew that they were flamboyantly gay, but we would meet together and we would never outwardly really discuss it. It would never be a thing. We would be co-workers, and there would be a genuine mutual friendship as long as they never crossed the boundary with me and tried to hit on me or mention something to me that I was uncomfortable with. And as long as I never shamed them for being gay or made them feel othered, then it was a mutual respect. And that's been a thing for me for years at work. I've had mutual gay acquaintances where it's never been, it's literally been like, hey, what's up, man? And we're sitting there talking, we're da-da-da-da-da, and he's just as flamboyant as can be, and I'm making me laugh and everything, and there's no hatred there. But also, there's the underlying thing that if we ever started talking politics, we probably would get into it. Just like if you work together, we'd be cool. We have so many likes and dislikes. I mean, so many likes together. We could talk about Colin Kaepernick and everything. But then when we started talking the particular politics about our beliefs regarding the LBG, that's when we might get into it. So I think there just needs to be a distinction between hate versus disagreement or misunderstanding. And that's still where I'm at with it. I'm trying to get you to understand that with me, it's never been a hateful thing. It's only been a strong misunderstanding or a strong disagreement that I'm coming from. You cannot pull up one video where I'm calling somebody a faggot or nothing like that. You can't find one video where I'm like, now mind you, I get petty. Now when Billy Porter come out doing some crazy shit or I'll get petty, but there's no hateful thing. So, you know, that's what I got to say.
J-Leethal, I think me and you got a lot in common. We both like to be passionate, and because of our passion, sometimes our delivery gets a little rough, and it's not so much our message, but how we're delivering it. That's the problem, because that's something I have to work on myself. Because there's times where I'm so passionate about what I'm saying, I'll overtalk people, or I won't really hear everything that's being said.
Right.
So I totally relate. That's why when you were saying the things that you were saying, there were things that I did disagree with you about, but I was able to speak to you in a caring manner because I know what it's like to want to make your point and be understood and have it come off wrong because you're passionate and people are taking your passion as aggression when it's really not. But you're
right.
Yeah. And I guess my final question to you is, since we're about to wrap it up, is what based upon what was communicated here, back and forth from the chat, from women to men, from men to women, what do you want people to take away from this commentary, your feelings? What did you take away from it, and what do you want taken away from it?
Yeah, again, I just want to reiterate again what Purple said. We both need, you know, just take away from that. We both need healing, which she said earlier. We both need healing. We both need to come to the conversation. Hey, we're both hurt. We've both been through this white supremacy thing. We've been through this black on black thing. We've been through baby daddy, baby mamaism. We're both legitimately hurt and tired as well. And from that, we can then begin to heal. Because like I said, if we continue that, we'll have 1,000,000 10-hour chats pointing fingers. But I'm telling you, when we both sit down and we both come from a perspective, okay, I'm calm, I've had time to think about it. You know what? I was wrong when I did this. I was wrong. Because let's just think about a real life conversation. Conscious, me and you. I can say, man, you know what? I didn't like, because I felt like you were talking about my kids this one time, man, and I was sensitive. And
are we going to talk about that since I found out that you kind of went into that a little bit after I had done?
Well, yeah, somebody was there. It was people from your channel who was still asking me, why did you go off? Why did you mute? Why were you mad at Conscious? I said I wasn't mad. I muted him because I felt like he was being petty. I thought he was mentioning, it was a long thing. But long story short, we can talk about that. Like I said, I got 3%. What I want to say is this. If, for instance, I hung up on you one time or cursed you out, but I cursed you out because I felt like you were doing something to me first. Okay. I think we can talk about what you did to me, but I think if I'm going to come to the conversation with you, I should come to the conversation with the first thing out of my mouth is saying, hey, man, I'm sorry I hung up on you. That should be the first thing out of my mouth. Even if I feel like what you did to me was more serious than me hanging up on you, I should come out my mouth with what I did wrong, even if it was small, just because that shows initiative that you're willing to compromise. So all I'm asking for with black men and black women is let's show the initiative that we're willing to compromise. Because if you come to the table and the first thing out your mouth is, well, you did this to me and that's why I did this, we'll do that forever. But if I come to Consciouztv and say, look, I'm not making excuses. I'm passionate. I'm energetic. We were on live. This happened. Yeah, accountability. That's the first thing that comes out of my mouth. And I'll say, I'm sorry for that. And then maybe 30 minutes into the conversation, then I can mention, hey, by the way, man, I don't like how I felt like you were being petty here and here and here. I don't like that. Please don't do that again. Yeah, I can mention that later. Once he's more susceptible to hear it. Once I've lowered his defenses by showing that, hey, look, I'm wrong too. Once I show I'm wrong, now he lowered his defenses, and then we can talk about what he did. But see, so that's all I'm asking from women. Come showing us that, yeah, okay, we're kind of wilding out too. Show men that so that we can say, okay, good. Okay, now let me talk about what I did, and now let's try to meet in the middle, and then maybe, just maybe, we might find some middle ground. We might be able to say, oh, you know what? Yes, ma'am.
Can I go next, please?
Yes, ma'am. I got 3%, so I might end up cutting out, but you can go on, ma'am.
Look, my brothers, and for some, my sisters. This isn't a platform that is beating up on you. Because a lot of y'all going to run around here and say, oh, they trying to say with this and that. No. This is a platform where our host has opened up his space for us to have open dialogue. But let me tell you this real quick, because I don't want my brother to fall out the live when I say this. Stop making other women, if you're homosexual, and other men, if you're heterosexual, accountable for people that you have met in your past. That's the problem. You pull in all that baggage. That's why Erykah Badu said, "Back lady." Okay, go back, listen to that song. Stop making person number 7 still have to deal with and pay for with person number 2's baggage. If that person burned you, you need to get over that and get healing before you deal with anybody else. Otherwise, you're just carrying a bag and adding stuff to it and making other people suffer through it. Stop. If you can't love yourself and you're not happy in the space that you're in, stop making everybody else pay for what you've been through in the past. It's wrong.
Fair enough. Can I say something to that?
Yes, sir.
Um, me personally, I mentioned some of the things that were going on in my personal life, but a lot of what I've mentioned in this stream and other streams with Consciouztv is the things that I've seen prevalent in Black society as a Black man. The same way you as a Black woman can speak for your experiences and the experiences of a lot of other Black women, I'm speaking for my experience and the experience of a lot of other Black men. A lot of other Black men would mirror my sentiments. So this isn't necessarily just a personal vendetta that I have against Black women or based on my personal experience. This is from a collective of Black men, a consensus of Black men who are saying a lot of the same things. I just want to let that be known. But I agree that not all Black. I mean, I've never said that all Black women are the same. So I just want to let that be known. But when I am speaking against a particular demographic of women, they need to be called out. Like, for instance, before I leave, like I said, I'm at 3%. But when we talk about Black men being kicked out of the home, or not kicked out of the home, when we talk about Black men being deadbeat dads, I want maybe one of y'all to, or not purple. I can't see who's on the line that was just talking to me. What's your name? I'm sorry.
I'm random.
Okay, cool. So let me just ask you something. When we talk about Black men, would you say that one of the problems with, I know, that damn 3% is amazing. It's because I have my phone charging. No, listen, the problem is I have my phone charging, but I'm on the live stream, so the live stream is draining my battery as it's charging. So it's like slowly going down.
We love it.
I feel your pain.
Like, you had 3% for the last hour. I'm like, how you?
I thought I'd have been out of there, but I'm going to the wheels.
Yo, my phone does the same thing.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm literally like, but
come through with your question. What's up, bro?
No, I swear I was on a point. Damn, I don't want to miss my point.
Okay, let me bring you back. I was talking about people not being dismissive and women carrying all this baggage into the relationships.
Man, you know what? I ain't gonna lie. I might have lost my last point, man. But I think that you was talking about. I know you was talking about you. Well, yeah. You was talking about. I don't know. It was. I'm about to leave, but basically, I guess I was talking about accountability and coming from a perspective of. I was saying that I'm not calling out all women, but I am calling out a particular. Oh, that's where I was going. So here's my question: would you agree that one of the main factors, or one of the main narratives, is that there's fatherless homes and deadbeat dads? That's one of the narratives of what's wrong with the Black community, right?
Okay, let me expound on that. Now, I understand where you're going with that. Now, I understand your position and the information you just gave us, but I want to add to that.
Yes, ma'am.
It's not just people trying to call these gentlemen deadbeat dads, because we got deadbeat moms out here too. Let's be real. And unfortunately, what it seems to be is in these homes that become broken, one or the other doesn't want to step up. You either have an amazing dad with a slacking woman, or an amazing woman with a slacking dad.
Right.
Now, back in the day, and again, I have to just reach back to my roots. Again, I told you I was Southern Baptist, and this is part of it that I actually still hold true. It takes a village to raise a child. I feel like if you see a gentleman raising children or a woman raising children and they need help as the community, it is up to us to step up and step out and to provide whatever assistance we can. We're community, for God's sake. We are family, for God's sake. Most of us know the great-grands and the grandkids through all the generations. So if we are calling ourselves a community, as a community, it's like a family. And as a community family, we're supposed to look out for everyone. I sit here and I feed kids that ain't even mine. I sit here and I feed people that ain't even literally, directly line blood to me. And I'm telling you, my family household has 4 people, right?
Mm-hmm.
On the weekends especially, I could see up to 12 people. Do you think I let one walk out the door hungry?
No.
We don't have big mamas like we used to have. That is what's really hurting us as a community within our own race. We don't have big mama like we used to. Big mama took care of everybody.
Yeah.
And it didn't have anything to do with relationships. It didn't have anything to do with, religion. It was Big Mama. Big Mama got in there, and if you came to her house, baby, you done ate. You she don't want nothing to eat.
Right.
What you mean you full? Go on in there and get you a plate.
Right.
I'm full. I go on in there and get you a biscuit or something. Big Mama said, wait it. And you never had hungry people in the community. You never had angry people in the community. You never had people fighting in the community. Even if we didn't have this technology we have now, we had kickity kickball. They'll take any ball you got and play kickball. And I feel like right now, with things being so as disparaging and so in such a disarray, we got to get back to those moments where I could be out and I could be playing kickball with you in the sleep, bruh. I don't know his name. His name ain't up there. The sleep, bruh.
Oh, a Bolarin. You call him
sleep, bruh.
And my sister over there, she sleep too. It's okay. It's okay. And I was like, God, what you doing, bruh? He be like, nah. Well, come on. We gonna play some kickball. What you talking about? Come kick.
I'm awake. My eyes are just down. I'm looking down.
Right.
But really, I'm older than all of you. Like I'm an old head. But think back to your youth.
Yeah.
You didn't have to worry about no phones. You didn't have to worry about no arguments. You didn't have to worry about appeasing the masses. You just got out there and was just you. And I think even though we're still out here fighting and looking for equality, trying to and support each other, we still need to get back to that kind of root level where we literally could just be kids. You know what I mean? Like my husband was like, well, so and so and so and so want to go play paintball. I'm gonna take the kids with me. No, you're not. You going out there with the boys. The girls can stay here. There's no reason why you need to take the kids with you. Y'all go out there and be boys. Just be men. And he had such an amazing time because he didn't have to worry about if they was okay, if they were hungry, if they were, wanting water, things of that nature. And I charged my females. That's why I was so passionate about wanting to be a part of this live, because it's not that the Black men have any kind of ill will towards the Black female. For me personally, I feel like the Black female has allowed ourselves to be not only pampered, but not wanting to pamper. It's all good to accept a shoulder massage. It's all good to accept him cooking dinner for the night. It's all good to go out to dinner and feel like a queen. But when do you stop and say, thank you, but let me show you you're a king? Let me show you your value. Let me give you my appreciation. Let me bring you into what I find to be comfortable. I've got the little foot tub and all that, and I can pedicure my own feet because I am a cosmetologist and I can feel all amazing. But for me, and I want my queens to understand this, for me, I get off knowing that I've got my king's feet in this foot tub, and I'm massaging his feet, and he's relaxed, and he's happy, and he's leaning back, and he's enjoying it, and I'm giving him something that nobody else on this
Bolarin, I
can
see you
give
leaning
him.
back enjoying it.
I can absolutely.
We give these black men all that. They don't deserve it.
No. I see Bolarin lean back. Lean back.
The dream. I'm enjoying
Conscious,
this.
please.
Continue, please.
Conscious, please. Give me permission for just 5 minutes to speak my truth without censoring.
Yes, go ahead. Ain't no censorship.
I was trying to be respectful of your platform because I got a little nasty mouth.
We get real disrespectful over here. Go ahead and be disrespectful. Go ahead and be nasty. I know you want to be nasty.
Yeah, because this is for all the times Conscious try to send me to hell. So yeah, go ahead and give it to him.
Look, this is for all my homosexual queens who identify on the female sector. This is for all of my girls and my heterosexual, all of them. Okay? It don't cost but $20 to buy the little foot tub. You put their feet in there with some good old hot water, just as hot as they can stand it. Not enough to hurt them, just enough for relaxation. You light the candles before they come in. You put the natural rosebuds on top. A little bit of natural oil in the foot bath. Bring them in your perfect. Do I need to say it? Negligee.
In the freakum dress.
Say it.
Bring them in and make them look at you. Don't be somebody calling yourself the queen if you're not really ready to be a queen. Don't run around here saying, I'm my queen, it's my king, he gonna buy my nails, he gonna buy my hair. No, you got work to do for that. Sit him down. Foot bath going. Incense burning. Massage. Go up the calf, back down. Don't be scary. Honey, don't get scary.
You imagine.
If you want to shop at CVS, honey. If you want to shop CVS, they have sales all the time. Don't be no cheap boy. Okay? We're not talking about no Laura Lynn lotion. Okay? It's your life.
Make his eyes roll back on his.
And when your hand come back down that calf, make eye contact. And as you get closer to the ankle,
J-Leethal, this is the happiest I've seen you, sweetie.
I'm just dying laughing at all of
Conscious, don't be looking at me like that. Conscious, don't be looking at me like that.
See, Conscious be trying to send people to hell on the low. You gotta watch Conscious.
My ears are just.
I thought you had for the other team. Wait a minute. You want me to bring you over here, baby? All that
You don't
green
made
hair,
Bolarin
honey.
pass out.
I love a good moment. You gonna bring that? Come on, baby. Come on, Emerald.
Emerald.
I'll show you how to stand.
J-Leethal making sure he get in on the action too.
I'm not following none of y'all up at this time.
Right.
And see, I
You didn't know
be
what
doing
you
the same thing. You got to
You didn't know what you let on your live until I got here, huh?
So with that being said, my question to J-Leethal and Bolarin is, it look like J-Leethal phone done died too. When When was the last time a woman boiled your feet up in some hot ass water? Bolarin.
I think that was never. Although, someone well, not recently, but someone did pay.
Yeah, I could tell on recent the way you were laying back enjoying the moment.
I wish. But someone did pay to have me go to to get a pedicure, manicure, and a massage. Well, was that the same day? Actually, I think that was the same day. Yeah, pedicure, manicure, and massage. Yeah, for Christmas. It was Christmas gift.
Christmas.
But they didn't do it themselves. They paid for it.
Let me ask you this question.
It sounds like you might need to pay random a visit.
Me and Random be on the same page.
Just
Poor man somebody can't get rid of him no more.
Girl, don't even talk about it. I had to get a TPO. I had a dude that was so whipped. It was like no lie, y'all. Look, we was at the bars. We was like kicking it and chilling. I had a whole group of us girls. We was doing our team. He hit it at one time. Bruh was literally driving around here in his truck. And every time we went to the stop sign, there he was. We tried to run the other way. There he was. I did a TPO. Dude was so great. Oh my God.
Mother God.
I got an S mine right now. We've been broken up 3 years and he's still trying to get back because I spoiled the hell out of him.
Girl, okay, look, I'm old. I told you I was old. Let me tell you this.
Sure.
I got one. I ain't gonna tell my age. No Jesus.
And my grandma said,
I ain't gonna tell my age.
Put it in the chat.
15, 16. I ain't finna, you'll never know. I'm about 15, 16 years old, and I had this little boy that was whipped. We were together for 2 years, right? I found out he would cheat on me with 2 girls. And mind you, I'm so old. We were still having race wars in school. I found out I got cheated on. Child, 2 white girls.
Wow.
This back before I messed around and learned how to elevate myself and get a better mindset. Child, run around that doggone school ready to chat. Man, let me stop. Anyway, that didn't work.
Look, I'm gonna have to bring you back on and let you tell the women all the secrets of the kingdom about how to finesse a black man in all the most salacious kind of ways.
Oh, not just the queens that are naturally quote unquote born, but those have come into the queendom.
It's all occupants.
And you don't have to have a person cut you for you to become a part of the queendom.
Right.
Like I told you, I worked very hard on myself, and now I have a love and an amazing friendship with so many people, and I'm here for it. And I've watched you, my beautiful and amazing Conscience. Oh, my Lanta. If you knew how long I've rocked with you. And I'm so, like, I'm marking out. I'm on a panel. I'm just trying to keep it together. Because, honey, I have seen the long curly locks. I have seen the straight locks.
Oh, God, don't remind me.
Ombres. I've seen the short one. Hunty, I have been here. Before you even did panels, I was here like 4 or 5 years before that.
You've been with me that long, Father God, that's amazing. That's amazing.
I just watch it.
I love it.
And well, like, I just do this channel when the kids get like a little funky and they want to do their little Minecrafting and stuff. And like literally, like in the last 6 months, I decided, oh well, I'm gonna branch off and have this little, beef sector type commentary channel. Like,
Hold on,
I really
so you got a whole platform over there? Like, you got a whole platform of random crafting gamers? It's your platform?
That's just for Minecraft.
Okay.
And we upload like maybe once every like 3 months. My other channel, like
Oh Lord, Father God, have mercy, Jesus! You've been a naughty girl. I already know it.
I would give the name, but I don't want to disrespect your channel. This is about you.
Oh God, Father, look, we're gonna have to do a whole. I'm gonna do. So this is what I'm gonna do. This conversation was for Black men to talk shit and to piss us all off, so that we know how to provoke them when we go to have the all-female panel and let them talk shit. And then I want to bring Black men and Black women in the same space and have them talk. But when I do the all-female panel, which I'm going to plan out, I definitely have to have you on to share your perspective and to speak your truth about Black men, your experience as a Black woman amongst Black men, etc. So you guys to come back and occupy.
Well, we gotta have some kind of way to like contact each other, because okay, look, if you literally go my name, well, no, that ain't work either.
I
would put it out there.
I'm gonna just leave my email in the description box, which I leave under all my videos, and like just shoot me an email, and then we can correspond back and forth.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll work. Like, let's just keep.
Like, I love your energy so much.
Thank you.
Like, I'm a very genuine person. So I'm very good about reading people's energy. So I'm just gonna email you and give you my phone number directly, because I can feel and I can smell, I can see BS before it even comes around me. And I have watched you for so long, I already know you're genuine.
Oh, thank you. Well, kindred spirits are uniting in this season, so
I'm an Aries, so you know the bull.
Oh, that explains it all. So am I.
The bull does not play.
4 here. Oh, girl.
The ram?
Gotta rep the ram. Damn right.
Yeah.
Ram all day.
Yeah.
And I'm so close to my own sign, it scares me. It literally scares me.
I got Aries all over the place in my horoscope. Not just in the sun. It's like in several houses.
No, I'm of the fire sign. Like, literally. And I'm one of those that I can't just be a Christian. I believe as a Christian mystic. And I
That's why I'm also.
What's that? Push through.
Yeah, that's pretty much where I am also.
Like, I literally have people sit in my present, and I read them, and I give them advice based on their life. I see spirits daily. I am a quote unquote seer, and it's not something I sought after seeing or being a part of. And I even asked my mom before she passed away. I'm like, Mom, is this normal? She's like, I do it too. And
Yeah, it's like, on both sides of my family.
Well, I am mostly Sioux. And because of my heritage, my mom told me this is why we're so directly tied into the earth. When it rains, when the winds move, we feel different things. We see different things. We are absorbed into different things. And that's one thing about Conscious. A lot of people don't realize that he's very spiritual. He is very grounded. He has a lot of what the earth is speaking to him and giving to him, whether he realizes it, reads it or not. I'm not sure. I can't speak on that, but I can see the actual angels encompassing him. Like right now, right now, there are angels around him right now, and there is a divine spirit around him, giving him support and keeping him awake, because right now he'd be asleep, he'd be knocked out, and he's tired.
Oh yes.
But he cannot fall asleep because there is something meant to be seen or heard or learned from this life. And they're literally around him, encompassing him and lifting him up and holding him up so that he can make the next step in his path, because he is designed and meant for greater accomplishments.
I received that.
And what is so funny is I'm also Native. I'm Mattapanai, Pamunkey, and Chickahominy.
Oh.
Yeah. So we definitely are orbiting in the same sphere.
Yeah.
Because, like, here's something else I noticed too. Archangel Michael will send me to people that he does a lot of work with. So when I start connecting,
he got to fall out.
No, he got to fall out. But I'm mad that old Bolarin over there, he on his own. He ain't got no angels, no ancestors, no guardians. Ain't no y'all hear about him. He just over there by his lonesome self. Ain't no spirits in sight.
No, I see him. He has ancient ancestors around him right now, and they feel his tiredness, and he is carrying a heavy burden right now, which is making it harder for him to stay here. There is something in his immediate life that is carrying a heavy burden that directly affects him. So he has taken this kind of like an outlet, because he is not wanting to succumb to what's going on. But all he needs to do is to carry those amazing big lips into a big old smile and to keep pushing, because there's two paths in his future, and it is
that's
very
why he connected into Consciouztv.
It's very dependent. It's very dependent on his choices. You can take the direction to the left or the right. The left is going to be harder, but there is significant gain when you fight through it. But it involves a lot of family, where you're having to make choices for people that should be making their own choices. Now, the other side is an easier direction, but you're still going to meet family somewhere on that path, but it's a little less traveled. So even though dealing with family may be a little lighter, there's still briars and issues to deal with along that path. No matter whether you go left or right, you're going to still end up having the same level of fight. It's up to you to do the soul searching of what is best for you as a person. You're a beautiful soul. You have a strong heart and a strong mind, and you know which way you're supposed to go. So stop fighting it and take that path. Trust me, on the other side of it, you'll be blessed.
I think that speaks. That message can be spoken. A lot of folk there, gamer. I receive it. I think that a lot of people, that message can resonate. Find your purpose. Don't be afraid, and go forth. Because deep down, you know what you called to. Deep down, you know what time it is. And step out on faith. And certainty. Absolutely.
He knows what he needs to do, but he's fighting against himself. The ancestors have already reached out and touched him. He knows that he feels it in every ounce of his being. I see it in his stance and the look in his eyes, that smile.
That's nonsense at all.
But you don't have to be afraid. You don't have to be afraid. Vulnerability is the quickest way to amazing realities.
Yeah. Amen.
I don't
Don't
have my ancestors
allow
to come through
yourself.
and talk trash to me and tell me, look, girl, you know what you need to get to it.
Don't allow yourself to be held back by any of the stigmatisms that you were told as a child.
Yeah.
Being a man and have to fight and have trials that may cause tears doesn't make you weak. What makes you weak is a man that doesn't stand up and take the place he knows he's destined to take part of.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stop being scared. They're there and they will guide you. Be strong. Be strong in your own truth. You'll make it and you'll be amazing.
Do you receive that, Bolarin? Do you receive the message from the prophetess?
We hesitant to
I'm not a
receive it.
very I'm not a very superstitious person at all, but in an airy way, in a very airy way, yeah, I do. I do.
Yeah, that's how spiritual things work in a very
Oh, the ancestors are way more vocal now. So yeah, they're gonna come through and make their messages perfectly clear to you. They're not playing right now. They're being very vocal.
Let me put it like this. My mother was diagnosed with stage 4 colon cancer. They told her she'd be gone in 6 months if she didn't take all the treatments and stuff. My mother fought and had 3 more years. If she boo-booed on herself, she called me and I cleaned her up, etc. and so forth. This queen, right into her last hour, was happy, smiling, energetic, fussing at my kids, talk about, come here, get me some love. Even when she started to slip away, we could tell because she was singing to the angels around her. And I had never heard these songs come from my mom. People cannot tell me that the angels and the spirits do not give a guidance. Not one person can tell me that.
Yeah.
They
like I always said, they're always talking, but people have them on mute.
Think about it. They came to let me know she was on her last days so that I could have those amazing moments with my mom. And not just that, think about newborn babies. How many times have you seen a newborn baby? They just start laughing for no reason.
Mm-hmm.
That's nothing but them seeing spirits, angels, the ancestors, whatever you want to label them as.
Because right now, my grandson sees my dad all the time. My dad plays with him.
They're just encompassing love. Love is there. You don't have to be a Christian to know that love is there.
No.
Love is eternal.
Like, but you know what's so funny about the scriptures is that the scripture says that any man who expresses love knows God. It didn't say any Christian, any Jew. It says any man who expresses love knows
Come
God.
on now. You better
One
go
of my
ahead.
favorite Bible verses is, there is no height nor depth, and it goes into all these extreme things that would keep us from the love of God. That has always been my favorite Bible verse.
My brother, I still don't know your name, and I give my apologies to that. But the fact that you looked at that window right there, that shows you are carrying very heavy weights, very heavy weights. What would it hurt you?
Oh, sorry. You said because I looked out the window?
Yes. You didn't just look out like, oh, the sun's coming up. Your eyes were looking into an emotion. a moment. Tell me I'm lying.
He can't. That's why he's smiling. Because subconsciously he wants to release it, but he refuses to let it go.
Tell me everything that I've said to you or about you or for you that I was wrong.
He already done said that you eerily accurate, eerily accurate, eerily precise.
I mean, as far as looking out the window, to be honest, I don't even remember when I did to be able to say, you know, what I was thinking when I looked out. But
you know why? Because you are a person that carries yourself so guarded that you wanted to dismiss this whole conversation and end this live so that you can go back into your comfort space. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Go ahead.
Oh, don't tempt him. Don't tempt him.
You don't have to tell your story. I'm just saying, tell me I'm wrong.
I don't think I'm that guarded anymore. At least I think before I would have said I was.
You had to think too
Lately,
hard to
I
say
don't think. I don't know if I'm guarded.
You are.
Your conscious mind is saying you're not, but that side was your subconscious saying you are.
But see, that's the thing though. It's okay to be guarded. Don't think it as me trying to break you apart or make you expose yourself. It's okay to be guarded. A lot of people, they don't think it's okay. And they give out too much. And that's the shit that pisses me off, especially on YouTube. You don't have to give everybody everything. Because it is your prerogative. And sometimes being guarded is the best way to protect yourself.
Well, the Bible tells you to guard your mind, heart, and your eyes.
But everybody's business ain't everybody's business.
Right.
And when you get to the point with whatever you feel like you cannot let go at this moment, when you finally feel like you have that person you can release it to, you will. And I'm not the person that's going to sit here and try to make some kind of YouTube live to pull it out of you. That's not right. Because if I did that,
I'm that person.
but I would be literally stabbing you in your back after already reading you. And I'm not going to do that. Because I know men, especially masculine men, they have a lot of things that they guard. And they're very careful about who they allow into that. And that makes it tie back to the title of your live. Why there tends to be a disconnect between men and women. It's not because the men don't want you to see everything or know everything, but they've been burned. It's not that women don't want to be open and give it all out. They've been burned. A lot of us carry a lot of baggage. And when you have that baggage and you've been hurt, you put that into a lock and a key. And to get into that, you got to completely spiritually vibe to get that privilege to go there. Some things aren't for the masses. Some things are very private. Some things require your commitment to. And to ask somebody who you've been with for 3 weeks to tell you every intimate thing about their life, who are you? And what gives you the right? Now, a lot of these folks around here, let me stop right quick. Let me make sure I got my understanding real quick. Constance, you said I could just be me, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Some of you bitches are running around here thinking that you're entitled. Some of y'all whores around here think that just because
you with him or her, your ass is entitled. No, fuck you. You stupid. You dumb as hell. You want them to give you all the information, but you don't want to say shit. Then they say, oh, well, how many people you been with? Oh, 6. No, damn well you been with 60. Some of you whores around here done fucked everybody and their cousin and their mamas too. But then you want to sit around here and act like you holier than thou. See, this is the reason why the Christian community has such a hard time getting people of not only of our own heterosexual understanding, but everybody else to be a part of our community, because y'all want to run around here passing judgment. Sit your punk asses down. Take a fucking note. Listen to my nasty ass mouth and understand you bitches is wrong. Straight like that. Like I said, my job is vicarious. Is that the path of life I wanted for her? No. But who the fuck am I to say I ain't gonna love you no more because you decide you wanna go fuck somebody else?
Yeah.
Why y'all so wrapped up in where the fuck people fuck? Your dick and your pussy is not a part of it.
Very true.
Who the hell goes around worry about that shit? Who does that? I don't go knocking on your door. Hello, I'm selling newspapers. Who do you fuck? I'm at the restaurant. You say you want extra guac, but who do you fuck? Y'all really slow as hell. You worried about the wrong damn thing. All the shit that's going on in the world right now. The C word. Cray in the office. The cray trying to come behind the cray in the office. We got a lot of shit to worry about. But you worried about who's sucking whose dick, who's eating the carpet. Fuck y'all. If I decide I want to go out tomorrow and I want to go to the local damn Red Stop and I want to suck and eat everything that's down there, it's none of your damn business. You gonna pay my car note? You gonna pay my rent? You gonna pay my car insurance? Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm a bitch with a pussy that's natural. But I got more nads than half of these motherfuckers running around here. This is the reason conversations like the damn title had to come forth. Because you motherfuckers run around here acting like you're holier than thou and that you don't never sin, you don't do nothing wrong, you're absolutely amazing. And another thing, while I'm rocking over here on my roll and my king, go ahead, let me rock my shit. Stop acting like you know the damn Bible through and through. Stop acting like you know this motherfucker apply to this and this motherfucker apply to this. Stop fucking around, changing shit, changing narrative. If you really supposed to be a Christian, the Bible say don't add nothing to it and don't take nothing from it. Half of you motherfuckers don't even know the damn scripture you trying to call yourself quote. So what you can do, and I'm gonna say my channel, if it is in the host, okay.
Yes.
Bring your ass to the primitive truth. That's my motherfucking channel. This the kids channel.
Bring
Come
your
to
ass
the primitive
truth.
Bring your ass. I got roast and gags for days. Bring it, bitch.
Ooh.
Bring it, bitch.
I'm about to have something to go to sleep to then, because I'm about to binge watch tonight.
Bring your ass over there. We not only will build your ass up, but if you on some fuck shit, we'll tear your ass down.
Down, okay? That's how we do. Build you up, tear you down.
Cutie Pie, stop pumping up them damn arms. We know you done been bench pressing and shit.
Look, I'm gonna have to close out the show tonight so we can finally get some rest. I want to thank Purple, Lover, and Gamer. Shout out your channel again, Gamer. Bring your ass to the primitive truth.
Yep. The primitive truth.
First, you guys go over there and check out Bring Your Ass to the Primitive. Get your life. I want to thank you ladies for coming through. I want you guys to keep up. I want you guys to keep up with me on the next conversation because I want to bring y'all back in and have y'all a part of the next panel discussion that I'm gonna have. I'm gonna have an array of women on board talking about their experiences too. So
that would be awesome.
Yes, I want you guys to come through, and I really thank you guys tonight for giving me all the business and giving me your time and your energy and for rock and rolling with us. It was amazing.
And I love you, Conscious. Even though you be trying to send me to hell, you and Larry both be trying to come out to my life.
The gratitude is all ours because you didn't hear so many hours. Our gratitude is to you, and you didn't even have to bring me on, especially someone you've never had as a panelist, because I could have been a troll. But now you know who I am. Hopefully,
I got too much discernment for that. I knew you wasn't no troll. I could feel it. I could discern it.
And can you say your channel one more time for me, please?
I'm sorry?
Can you say your channel for me one more time for me, please?
The primitive truth. And my avatar is the word truth with a not microscope. What is it? Help me out, y'all.
What you looking for? What's the word you're looking for?
The thing you make letters big with.
All caps.
When you can't see something, you use a little thing and it
the magnifying glass.
Magnifying glass.
Glass.
Thank you, babe. It says truth with a magnifying glass.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, just subscribe. Gotcha.
Oh, thank you. I didn't come over here for that, but thank you.
You're welcome, sweetie. I really enjoy your energy. Like I said, we have so much in common. I was blown away by how much.
I just, you know, I'm on my channel. I'm a loudmouth, and I'm very much so, way more live and in color. And the people that I have as mods, I know on a personal basis, and we're trying to change the channel into a space where we could do more open commentary, and it's such a tiny channel, and I think part of it is probably because my speech impediment. But after they did four MRIs and 2 CTs and the heart echo and the 24-hour heart monitor, they think that I've been having multiple strokes on the brain. Yeah.
And that's something else I try to comment with you. I had a stroke when I was born, and I had a speech impediment for a long time.
And I have a lot of spots on my brain, apparently, where they think that I've either had that or I may have a demyelinating disease. But I'm not going to claim that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to claim that.
Both of you.
I can tell you, I'm a former epileptic, and God took that from me. Because I told him when I was 10 years old, I was like, God, either fix this or kill me. I don't care which one you do, but I can't be an epileptic anymore. I can't do this.
Yeah.
And you see I'm here, and I'm here.
I still have to hear words sometimes over and over again so I could speak it. And like when I had it at work, and I fell twice, and I was so determined. I'm not having a stroke. No, I'm not. And I even now, like when I was coming home from work, I had to have my kids say the word blossom. I couldn't say it. I was saying bloosum. And they had to say it over and over again. Say it again. Say it again. Bloosum. Say it blossom. And when I finally got it, I got it. And I play games that force me to spell words, that force me to speak words. And I'm getting better. Excuse me, big sexy. Excuse me.
For me, it's loud sounds that do it. Loud sounds will repeat on a loop for me, and it'll become more and more painful each time the sound comes around. It's like a echo chamber in my brain. Like if it's a really loud sound, I can be in pain for hours from it.
Wow, Perp.
Yeah. So.
Okay. I'm going to dip out so you can sign off. I know you're tired, but I got one last thing to say.
Okay.
As Aries,
Big sexy.
Big
We
sexy.
already know you got merskums. We already know you cute. We already know you got some facial cares going on right there for the girls to kiss on. We already know you got no brick, white teeth. We already know you got a big old Lucius lips, looking like cookie out of fall out the ceiling. You ain't gotta sit back and be like feeling like you ain't feeling what we talking about. You could be added to the conversation. We know you said. Stop trying to be cute.
She don't make him blush.
Not at all.
She don't tell like 20
It's
different
almost
things.
This is my bed right now, so you know.
We already know you cute, honey. Why you sitting over there wearing your sister's damn shirt?
My sister's shirt. I don't know. This is my, I had time to try to throw something together.
No, you'd have been on there with no shirt on if you could have. You trying to throw off
Let me take something at the beginning. This is what they're working with. You could have sold itself tonight. But
he was trying to make sure all the ladies can fall out. That's what that was. He was trying to do a community service.
Got me over there feeling like.
Yes.
You better be glad ain't about 20 years.
Poor Benita ain't gonna be able to sit in the bed tonight with his ego in the bed.
Get off my live so me and Bolarin can go and close the show out.
It's all your fault. Y'all a bad influence on us. Much love to you.
I love you, ladies. Thank you all for coming through. Thank you so much, Perp, for being here.
Oh, you're welcome, sweetie.
I'm going to just look out for that. Look out for that community feed. As it relates to you, Bolarin, you was only supposed to be here for an hour. So how the hell did we manage to get to what 4, 5, 7 in the damn morning? How did that happen?
I think part of it is because I'm just like I don't even sleep, so I feel like I was just I'm not a fan of sleep, which is bad.
Oh, so you kind of an insomniac like me. You kind of a vamp. Wow. So have you been working during COVID? Like what is how has COVID and quarantine kind of changed your life? Like what do you do through the week?
Well, I work in the fashion industry and I do fashion production. So that has taken a huge hit.
How the fuck did I didn't know you worked in fashion? I know you did stand-up comedy and I know you was working on like some film stuff, but not fashion.
So I went to school and got my degree in fashion studies. So my 9 to 5 is fashion production. So Corona is fashion industry just took a huge hit.
Wow.
Just ceased production pretty much. So everyone that I know in the fashion industry either got terminated or furloughed, just like a lot of other companies in general. But yeah, stand-up comedian and the web series that I'm doing, titled Uselessly Sexy, is what I've been doing.
Okay.
In my personal time. Yeah.
Okay. So you say you work in the so you see fabulous men like me all the time as somebody who works in the fashion industry. Like you see
yeah, exactly.
Crazy hair and crazy fashion all the time.
All the time.
Wow.
Nothing but.
Okay. So how do you feel about your own fashion? Like as somebody who's interested in fashion, like how do you feel about your own aesthetic?
I'm comfortable with it. I mean, I'm a comfortable man in general. So like I remember when I bought my first, I'm a little fashion forward, not so fashion forward where you're gonna catch me in like a kilt or something, like, or like Will Smith's son or something like that. I don't know. Like,
okay.
So
your Jada pick like you ain't getting your Jaden on, but you
exactly.
You're keeping it dapper though. You're keeping it dapper.
Exactly. I'm a little fashion forward. I take, people who tend to take more risks than the common, there's the fashion followers pretty much. Like after something is hot and it's okay, they start wearing it. I remember when I bought a pair of rain boots. I bought this when I was in college. What? Everybody was coming at me like, yo, you wear rain boots? Yo, that's a girl thing. Da, 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 da. But I didn't care. I was like, yo, these things is dope. And my feet is dry. Like, you know what I mean? But it's funny, like after people started seeing me wear it, and a few years later, I started seeing.
Yep, that's how it always be. The same ones that's laughing, it's the same ones that's following suit. I've been in.
Exactly. Even I remember in high school, before I decided to even get in fashion, I bought a pair of coach shoes for men. And I remember my teacher was the one that told me, like, why you got girl shoes on? I'm like, what are you talking about? I bought these in the men's section. And he took me to the class next door. It was like, yo, are these women's shoes? And it was a woman.
No, nigga, these are all purpose shoes. Okay? These are unisex shoes. How about that?
Exactly. And I remember my friend, he was like, yo, you got girl shoes on? Nah, he ended up having more pair of coach shoes than I did.
Wow.
But so yeah, I'm a little more fashion forward. I don't really care too much about what people think, so I tend to take those kinds of.
Tell, like that's what we love about you. You don't mind standing alone. A king stands alone sometimes. So let me ask you this question: like, has this comment section kind of changed your life? Because you came on and said that you really have a hard time kind of appealing to Black women, but I didn't see one non-compliment come your way. I mean, Black women been all over you for the past 9 hours or so.
I mean, yeah, after Christian left, I started shining, but when he was there, I wasn't getting no.
Okay, so that vanilla. Okay.
Well, he's gone. Yeah, now I got my time to shine and all that.
Father God. How we need to explore your love life. Like, I want to do a show titled "Who Wants Bolarin," and we're going to do a dating series, and we're going to set you up on a bunch of virtual dates. Okay, we're going to coach you and get some compatibility and see how you feel it and match you up. Okay, we got to get you a Black woman, because I don't believe you don't appeal to Black women. I just don't. You look like every other classic Black man in Hollywood. Like, aesthetic, great smile, great personality. Like, there's maybe I don't know what your usual method of attracting women is, but maybe you're just in the wrong places amongst the wrong type of mind, and we just need to get you into a space where men like you are just are delectable and desirable to a certain type of a Black woman. So with that being said, what is your type? Like, when it comes to type?
I don't really have a type.
Oh God, don't even give me that shit.
I'm serious. I don't really have a type. I mean, as long as the person has a sense of humor, because I'm a very humorous person. I joke a lot. So yeah, I would have to say, if it was a preference when it comes to type, it would be a sense of humor.
So you're telling me that you're not big on looks?
Oh no, of course. But I don't really have a preference of looks other than like fit, to be honest. But I've met some people who felt intimidated, like, oh, I feel like I gotta be on point. Like, I'm not even talking about someone like that. Like, but other than my preference of just like a certain fit.
What's a certain fit? Like, paint the picture for Black women. Like, what do you like? What do you like in women? Like,
I mean, it really depends. Like, of course, I like a certain shape, but like,
and what's that shape? Like small waist, full chest, full bottom. I mean, like, what is it? I mean, what, like the silhouette? Like, you want a silhouette going on?
I mean, to be completely honest, I just don't like super big women, like huge women. As long as you're not that, then everything else I could kind of work with. Like,
okay, so what about? So define big, because we live in this age where there's thick. Thick
is fine. I like thick.
Okay, but what do you consider thick?
Okay,
Yeah.
so because I feel like you might
use a celebrity woman as a reference. Like, what's thick to you and what's not thick to you?
Serena Williams, I would classify as thick. Like she's thick. You know what I mean? She's definitely not like a thin woman, but she's definitely not a big girl. But a big girl to me is like Monique in her heyday. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
is Jill Scott a big woman to you or thick?
Who?
Jill Scott.
I would say big. She fluctuates, but I would say she more than likely she's just big in general. I've seen her be a little slimmer, but usually I find her being bigger than smaller. That makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you like thick and shapely women, so they can be thick and shapely or slender and shapely, but you do like shapeliness in your woman. Could she have like an A cup and also be kind of flat back, or she got the?
You said A cup and a flat back?
I mean, you look.
Like, hey, I get one. I mean,
okay, so one or the other.
You know, I would prefer at least one. If you had both, great. But again, even if you didn't have both, it's just like, as long as I'm attracted to you, as long as whatever I saw wasn't like, oh, like, you know what I mean? You know how some people have like a concave booty? Like, you know, I might not be attracted to that. That is, you know, but you don't necessarily have to have that for me to be attracted to you. Like, if I find you attractive and then we start talking and then we laughing, or, you know, then I'm not gonna be like, ah, man, she's great, but she ain't got no ass and no breasts. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's personally.
So you're saying that it sounds like looks can kind of be compromisable if the chemistry and the personality and the vibe is there, that you can kind of be attracted to personality, is what you're saying too? Like,
yeah. So that's why some people think it's like a load of crap when I say I don't have a preference. I mean, don't get me wrong, looks matter, because I think that's just for all people. Looks matter, you know, but I just don't have a look that like, oh, you gotta be, your hair gotta be long, your hair gotta be this, your booty. It really just like when I see you as you present yourself, I just have to be attracted to you. And I think that's one of the reasons why I'm able to why I do find many different ethnicities attractive, because I don't see a Caucasian woman and be like, yo, she's bad. I have to see a Caucasian woman that I find attractive. Same thing for an African-American woman, Asian, Hispanic, you know what I mean? So there's not, I definitely don't look at someone and just go, oh, she's attractive because she's this race. You know, I mean, because who does that? People who have a preference for just African-American men aren't finding all African-American men attractive, you know what I mean? So that's just kind of how it goes for me. I mean, and to my testament, some of my friends joke on me because I once dated an African-American girl with like a disability, you know, in a way. And I feel horrible for laughing, but I mean, I dated her. I thought she was attractive, but she had like
amazing.
Yeah, she, you know, she had a very visible like this, like she couldn't walk correctly. I think something was wrong.
Wow.
You know?
Oh my God, you're a total sweetheart.
That's the funny thing. She played me.
Wow.
She played me. This was years ago though. This was like 2000. I feel like I'm giving it away. I hope if she don't see this or whatever. But I mean, you know, but
no, I want her to say this so bad about herself.
Yeah, she played me though. She played.
What?
You know, I don't hold it against her. Like, yo, you like who you like. But nah, I went on a date with her. She was like, oh, we definitely going on a second date. Ghost. She was gone.
Well, that don't mean she played you. Like something could have happened. Like,
ain't nothing happened. Ain't nothing happened.
How you know?
I hit her up. Ain't nothing happened.
But what that mean? You hit her up? That don't mean nothing ain't happened because you hit her up.
I hit her up for the second date.
And what she said?
I don't think I remember hearing from her, or she avoided me, or you know, she did something like that.
Maybe something happened.
Something happened where because we went to the same county college, and she started dating some other dude.
Oh,
she had time for him.
Wow! Let me tell you, honey.
Man.
Swag is everything, honey. Like, don't judge a book by its cover. She got an old cricket walk, but she got an old mean Dixon within, honey. She be bagging them and tagging them. She ain't playing no games.
Exactly. And she was African American, so.
Father God. But that's amazing that you were able to see past that, though. Like, there are a lot of women, Black women particularly, are under the impression that Black men have, like, a lot of outrageous standards. And then, you know, like, you hear a narrative like this from a Black man, like, look, you know, I know how to treat a woman, and, you know, I can love a woman for a personality. I can rationalize flaws. I can look past, you know, what's perceived as a flaw. And Jesus. So we might gotta really speak to this whole good guys finishing last narrative. That's bullshit.
I mean, that's literally how I came up with my entire theory for my web series. I mean, that's why it's called Uselessly Sexy. Not some people hear it and they think I'm a very modest person. I'm not even saying I think I'm sexy, but it just came from the idea of a comedic place where it was like a lot of men would approach me and be like, bro, if I had your body, I walk around with no shirt, da 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 da, all this type of stuff. I mean, I've been shrinking in quarantine, so I lost like 10 pounds, so I'm shrinking. But you know, they would say stuff like that or be like, oh, you must get all the chicks, all of that. And I'm like, I don't, you know what I mean? So it's like, that's where the term uselessly sexy came from, because it was like, if I am sexy, it's very useless. It doesn't help me the way people think it would, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not over here racking up chicks because of my biceps or my abs or something like that, you know.
That's because you out here trying to date the fucking 305 girls. That's
who's the 305? What's that?
Okay, but you know what? You truly are genuine. You don't even know who the hell that is. My God, Father. Something is definitely.
Those are like hood chicks or something. 305.
Wow, we're going forth in the Who Wants Bolarin show for sure. I need you to take a series of nice images. We're gonna shop you around. We're gonna line women up, and literally, we need to put you on a few viral dates and match you up. Like, are you wanting to date right now? Like, is that like, would you? Well, hold on. Well, I noticed that you said earlier that you are in love with the Black woman. Is that currently you're in love?
I am.
Okay, so but y'all not together.
No.
Does it look like? Does it look like y'all working maybe toward getting there, or this is something that was and is not, and you still got feelings lingering?
I think the latter.
The latter. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. You have to ask her. I mean, if she ever saw this, I don't even know. I have no idea, and that's what makes it confusing. But
do you mind telling us, like, what happened? Like, what?
I guess long story short, or medium length, I should say. We started dating when I was 32. Before this, I've only ever been involved with like one other woman, like quite seriously, you know. So my first official relationship that I ever had, I was 32. Before that, the girl I did love the girl before that. So this girl, we dated for about a year before she finally like decided to like break up with me. And that's like literally the carpet was pulled from under my feet. Like, we had a great relationship. At least I thought we did. I believe she thinks we did as well. She did, actually, because she said she felt like she was making a mistake when she was breaking up with me. But she said,
so what the hell did she do? Like, did she explain her mindset, what was going on with her at the time? I mean,
she said a few different things, but she also said something like she felt like at that point in time, she said she felt like we had a friendship and all this and that. And I'm like, yeah, but isn't that what you want in a relationship? So I was a little confused. So
I remember you telling me about this, actually.
Yeah. So I was I'm a rational person, so I don't want to make it seem like it's all her to blame. Like, we were together for a year and just about a year, and I never said I never expressed to her how I felt in that time frame. I never said anything like I love you or whatever. So
you never said it.
I never said it,
even though you felt it.
I believe I did. I will, but I did, but I didn't come from a household where we expressed stuff like that. So I didn't really have any, you know, I don't know anyone who feels comfortable being that vulnerable to just be like, hey, I love you, let alone the fact that
plenty. Somebody got to say it first. Somebody ends up saying it first.
Exactly. And I told her, I said, I could have sworn when I asked her if she's ever been in love with someone before, she said no. So that intimidated me more. So I was like, what makes me think I'm gonna be that person?
See,
So
this was a good guy finish last. You like y'all see this that right there. That right there, that little detail is why good guy. Y'all gotta learn to boss through. Like y'all gotta push through the fear. See, that's why. See, the bad guys push through the fear. That's the only distinction between why they get as far with women and why the good guys don't. Because the trash guys not afraid to say what's on their mind, even if it's a complete lie. But in the case of the good guy, like it's the actual truth. You just got the courage to own it, stand in it, so that that woman can be like, oh god damn.
Yeah. So I mean, you know, to her I don't know how to say, but on her side, I will say, you know, yeah, I never said it, you know. So and then when
you've been fucking me for a year, nigga, you can't and you ain't even telling me you love me, like I got to haul ass. It's got to be other prospects going in life.
I mean, yeah. So I mean, you know, at the end of the day, I did kind of throw my Hail Mary. Like I showed up with big ass flowers, all this stuff, and told her like, yo, you know, I do feel a certain way, yada, yada, yada. And then she said, I have to stick to my guns or what have you. So ever since that, then I felt like I did enough where I felt comfortable. Like I let her know that I didn't want this. I didn't want to break it off. And she stuck with it. I left her alone. We didn't really speak for like months.
Yeah.
Then she would, you know, periodically reach out. We would talk. We would stop talking, reach out, whatever. So one day she finally said, like maybe a year later, she was like, oh, I realize now that, you know, you were such a great guy and I did love you, this and all this other stuff. And then from there, we just kind of, so it was like we broke up, but we always kept in touch. And then since December, we started dating in 2017. So since this past December, we started like talking again. But the issue, at least to my understanding, is she's someone who is always in a relationship. She wants to use this time to be alone,
herself out.
Exactly. And I'm the complete opposite. I'm someone who has always, because I'm always acting a fool too, I was always wondering like, damn, how do I act a fool if I'm in a relationship? Because I don't care about what I do or what I say, I never have to worry about anyone else being affected by it. So I would,
like, that might be one. I mean, to be honest, that might be one of the reasons maybe why in the end the relationship didn't pan out, because maybe if you felt like you had to be performative and couldn't really fully be yourself, and you got a little self-conscious, maybe this wasn't quite the woman for you, even though you felt very strong feelings for her. Because sometimes we can have feelings for people who aren't necessarily really suited for us. But I think that we always think that they go hand in hand. Like if I feel this way, then this must be somebody who really is for me. But I think that's not always the case. I think sometimes we can develop feelings and grow to really love somebody who isn't necessarily the best fit for the trajectory of our lives. Have you considered that?
I have considered that, and it's I have considered that, but that's what's always been convoluted for this particular relationship. Like when we ended it, it wasn't like, oh, we always arguing, we just don't work together. It was like things were good. We just went skydiving. Yeah, I feel like I'm giving it a lot of weight. But anyway, we just went skydiving for her birthday or whatever. And it was like a month later when all of a sudden it just stopped. Like we had a good time together. Like it wasn't really, you know, it wasn't perfect. It's not like we never had bumped heads with someone. Yeah. It was good, you know, and it wasn't like it broke up because it's like, yo, we got to end this. This is a toxic relationship. It ended pretty good. And we would start talking and pick up as if we never stopped talking. You know, and even now the problem that we have is like, she's saying she needs a friend. She doesn't want to be in a relationship. And I'm trying to give her that space, but when we get comfortable, it's like we're in a relationship. So it's almost like an impossible median. Like, how do we stay in each other's lives without she doesn't want me to wait around. She thinks I have these expectations. I'm trying to tell her I'm not waiting around. I don't have expectations, and I want to give you your space to find yourself, but we also enjoy each other's time. So it's just very like, convoluted. I constantly tell, like, I'm a realist. I know. I mean, you can tell me, the person could tell me, oh, we're going to be together after I find myself. And that's not necessarily true. You don't know what's going to happen. People who get married have divorces. A promise,
Won't be the main ones who haul ass somewhere else. They be
exactly. Yeah. So it's like the problem is just we in kind of two different spaces. Like, I'm now learning who I am with someone else, and she's trying to learn who she is without someone. So I feel like once we are both ready, we could come together. But
Well, I'm gonna tell you what I'm picking up from what you're hearing. To me, it sounds like she really cares about you, and it sounds like y'all are a match. But I've noticed, as a healer and somebody who does a lot of spiritual advisory work and somebody who really helps people to kind of deal with their shit, is that sometimes when people meet somebody good, and just from knowing you, like, you're just like a very even keeled person. Like, you don't have a lot of there's not like a lot of baggage and contrast that come with you. Like, you're just very chill. Like, you just seem to just like kind of flow and kind of just like enjoy life, and you're kind of simple in that kind of way. And I think this girl sounds like, and I don't know how much she communicated to you about her past or what her life was like, but she sounds like someone who, she still has a pain body. And I mean that like on a emotional level, like she still has a pain body. And sometimes when people who still have like, they've not healed fully from things, when they find somebody fluid, to them it feels more like a friendship, even though this could really be somebody who you're really meant to be with. But sometimes when people are in pain, they kind of only feel comfortable with somebody else who also is in pain too, in some kind of way. Like when there's a lack of that, it makes them kind of feel out of place. It makes them feel like, I don't really know if you're really for me, even though you really are for me. But what's actually working against me is the fact that like I still have these ratchet experiences that I come from with men. Somebody cheated on me, somebody broke promises to me, and I'm kind of used to that dynamic and never really healed that shit. And here you are telling the truth, and here you are being consistent, and here you are being authentic. And my God, I prayed for this, but I'm also scared. And it's just like when you're just in pain, you can never just accept that things are okay. Like when you have unresolved shit in you, you cannot just accept that there's nothing to worry about. And sometimes when a person who is not in pain is with somebody who is in pain, for the person who's in pain, it kind of becomes about, this is too good to be true. This is too good to be true. And it's not. It's actually true. You're just fucked up, Betty. You just need some sessions on the couch, Betty. So it sounds like she is a really good girl, but she has an active pain body. And I think that's what kind of makes her feel like this is more of a close friendship than it is a romantic relationship. And I actually really empathize with people like that, because I've watched people like her, both men and women, sabotage really good relationships because they thought something was missing, when it was like, no, this is actually what the fuck you need. Like, and if you would just, and maybe that's what she will discover as she works on herself, that she will clean up all that shit and realize, okay, yes, like, you're my husband. You're the person that God has called to me, and I'm ready for a beautiful life. I'm ready for a man who just wants to respect me. No games, no bullshit. I'm ready for a man that I can go and enjoy skydiving with. We can go and arcade together. A man that I can just be happy with. No more games, no more lying. I don't have that in my expectation. I'm not afraid. I'm okay with trusting you. Like, but once again, you gotta heal that up in order to really be appreciative of a connection like that to somebody. And I just came out of the experience with my ex-husband, and he had so much shit inside of him that literally, like, he couldn't even believe that I was who I was. Like it was almost like the more good I was to him, the more he got like angry and terrified. Like the more that he couldn't, there was no evidence of cheating. The more that there was no evidence for bullshit. It was like he just like wanted it to be that way. Like almost like he was looking for it to be that because that's what he was used to, and he sabotaged the relationship by that fear. So
uh-oh. I can't be the only one here. I'm not the host. I'm hoping you coming back. I'm gonna give it a little time. Uh-oh. This is awkward. I'll still wait.
James, no more lying. Expectation, I'm not afraid.
What should I do? Should I wait?
But once again, you gotta that up in order to really be appreciative.
That was just me.
Like that to somebody, and I just came out of the.
I don't know what to do. All right, here we go.
Sorry about that. You was holding it down.
I was being awkward as hell. I'm like, it's just me, guys.
Okay, I don't want to talk your head off, but we need to do this again, Bolarin. Like we need to do this.
Yeah, definitely.
I want to dedicate a show to you. Talk about this broken heart of yours. Talk about you and just because we got to figure this out. I think this is very fascinating. I think this is really interesting. And I want to use you to figure out some things about Black women too, because I'm just like, now I'm confused that you're just single. And I'm just like, I literally don't know why that would be the case. So yeah. We got some things to discover.
And I don't want to make it seem like I'm perfect because, you know, me being rational, I know that.
So tell us what we don't know. Tell us the ugly side of Bolarin.
I mean,
is there skid marks in the drawers? Do you leave the toilet up? Like you got athlete's foot? What is it?
I mean, I'm a kind person, just to put it short, especially because it's so early. But I'm a kind person. But, you know, I have my own struggles, you know, just with accepting emotion or expression emotion. And I think, you know, it was some things that I was unaware of that I affected her, you know, I guess by not expressing those things, whether it's my fault or not, you know, like sometimes it's up to the person to feel secure about themselves or what have you, but it does not excuse the fact that, you know, as her boyfriend at the time, at least based on what she told me, or from what I gathered from what she told me, you know, I made her feel a certain way by not saying certain things or disappointing her when she was basically telling me, you know, she's thinking about breaking up. And I was like, hey, you know, you really mean a lot to me. You're a friend. And I was struggling with just saying the words. She holds it over my head to this day. And I remember texting the words like love. And I was just like, that's too much. And, you know, I felt it.
You were gonna tell her for the first time you love her through the medium of text messaging. Out of all things, you were gonna say the most powerful words you can say to a woman as a man through motherfucking text.
I'm actually someone who prefers in person, and if not in person, vocal and then text. I'm not a big texter, but what happened was we was having this discussion through text, and then she basically was, you know, saying why she felt this way and why she felt she wanted to break it off. So after that text, I was writing my whole text like, look, I'm here for you, yada, 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 yada. You mean a lot to me. So that's what, and then at the end of that, I was going to write, you know, I love you or whatever. But then I was just afraid. So I deleted it and I was like, you really mean you're like a true friend. I said some BS like that. And she was like, that was the nail in the coffin.
The type of thing, this is why good guys finish.
Yeah, definitely. I was too afraid, you know, and now I've been telling her lately, and she was like, "Oh, you just keep on saying it. You just annoy me with it." And I'm just like, "Well, I don't know what else to tell you. You know, like now I'm trying to get more comfortable with saying it, and she just don't want to hear it." But I definitely don't want to make it seem as if I'm a perfect person. Like, you know, she's someone who is big on punctuality. I'm the latest person in the world. I was so late that she planned something for my birthday, and we were supposed to go like ABC, a couple of different places. I was so late we couldn't even make it to one of the places. So, and that came from
late. Why were you late?
One, I'm late all the time. Two, I was someone who, to be completely transparent, like I don't like Christmas, and I don't celebrate my own birthday. And it probably comes from a place because growing up, it was always like in the air if we were gonna celebrate it or not. So I think naturally for me, I just became a person who did not celebrate their birthday, and I don't celebrate Christmas because it was a letdown for me at times. You know, like if my parents were like, "Oh, we ain't got no presents this year," I'm like, "Yeah, all right." And I wake up and I go downstairs, I'm like, "Oh snap, there really ain't no presents." Like, you know what I mean? Same thing with my birthday, you know. And so after a while, I just was like, I don't celebrate. Till this day, I'm still like, I don't really celebrate my birthday. So when someone tries to show me, I appreciate you, you know, through your birthday and all that, I just kind of was like, you know what I mean? So, but to be honest, if she, like, I've been through heartbreak, but this was different. This was, I don't know if you remember when we did speak. I think we were supposed to do some things, and I was shut down. The factory was shut down, lights were off. Yeah. I was like, I've never been affected like that before in my life. It changed me in a way, in a little way.
But did it change you for the better, or do you feel it changed you for the worse, or do you?
I can't really say if it changed me for the better or the worse. I would lean towards better, but it just made me more empathetic, like
toward who yourself,
a little more cold-hearted, huh?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Like even it might sound silly, but even while I used to be able to just watch videos where people are getting like slaughtered, murdered, someone running, you know, those nasty ass videos. I just became a person where I just became more empathetic. Like I can't even really look at stuff like that no more because I'm just like, I just think about being an overthinker. I'm thinking about like, who is this person? This is someone's brother. This is someone's mother. And now finally feeling this hurt and this pain, I can I can relate to that of losing that person. You know what I mean? So, and even after doing that, I feel like our relationship now, although it's being hindered because we're in two different places, I feel it's much better than it was before. And I already felt it was good. So it almost, I don't know where our future is going to lead. I don't know where my future is going to lead, if we will be together or not. Either way, I feel like it has showed me, you know, it's allowed me to gain certain things or discover certain things about myself that I think I didn't need, at least for future relationships, whether it's with her or anybody else, you know? So, yeah, I guess I would have to say it's a good thing now.
It's a good thing. Yeah. I mean, well, if it made you more empathetic, it's certainly something that has definitely grew you up in a better way. Like, so because of that, like, would you hold back going forward if you felt those feelings again for someone? Like, would you just take the plunge and just commit now? Or
I wouldn't take the plunge, but when you asked, was it Random Gamer? I think you asked a question about like something about love or something like that. But I think I'm trying to think of how I can naturally do it. It's like we often, as human beings, we usually gravitate towards what's easier. And for example, like let's say you're doing bicep curls. Trust me, I hate workouts, so it has nothing to do with me liking workouts. It's just something easy to use as a metaphor. Naturally, if it's too heavy, you start leaning over or throwing your weight so you can get it up. But if you really want to develop that area, the thing you're supposed to do is stand up straight and allow your biceps to do all that work. But it's harder. It's harder, but it's the right way to do it, and you're going to get better results. So I feel like the easy thing to do is to block yourself off so you don't get hurt. Put a big guard up so you can like make sure you're not going to get hurt. But I feel like if you really want that kind of love, you have to be willing to be vulnerable. You have to be willing to take that pain. Like love ain't easy. It's not easy. I think hate is easy. That's why people hate more than than they love, because love is
preaching. Yeah.
You know, it is not easy at all. So, you know, I used to hear women complaining like, oh, you know, I miss this man and this and that. I used to just be like, oh, shut up. He cheating on you. He doing all this X, Y, and Z, and you worried about him. Like, why you over here crying or whatever? But after I've experienced this type of pain, regardless if I feel like it's their fault that they put themselves in that position, it doesn't matter. Like, I now understand at least what they are going through emotionally, you know, rather than it being rational or practical or what have you. If they have that type of attachment to that person, I now can relate to it, and I can see how hard it is, because I used to look at people and hate when they would be like, oh, I don't trust people so easily, because I feel like that's someone showing off their scars, basically. It's just saying, like, I've been hurt, and no one can just, you know, I'm not going to trust anyone that easily. But, you know, to me, that was a sign of weakness, really. You're just showing your weakness, because it takes strength to love. It takes strength to be able to get hurt and then go, you know, hop back on that horse.
Jesus, Lord. Jesus, Bolarin.
So
I'm calling you Shakespeare from now on. Father God.
So, although, you know,
this is like, do you realize that this is a whole other side of you? Like, from people who only know you from the grapevine, like this is a totally, like, this is like an access granted special look at Bolarin.
Trust me. I mean, it's admittedly, there are some conversations they think because I joke a lot, there's some conversations they think I can't have on that panel. But it really just comes because I usually start with a joke. I try to get my point across facetiously, and I tend to never get the chance to finish. So it just always seems like I'm being silly and not serious. But that's why when I see people in the comment sections, I just laugh, because I know, like, they think I'm a coon. They think I only date white women and all that. And I'm just laughing, like, you know, at least at the time, I'm like, but my girlfriend's African American. Like, you know what I mean? So that's why I didn't really care what people said and stuff. But yeah, so yeah.
How do you feel about Kinsley's mommy's question? Do you believe in twin flames, or even know what that is? Like, have you ever heard of the concept of soulmates and twin flames?
No, I don't even know. Do I believe in twin flames? I don't know what it is, so I can't say I just.
It's a more turned up version of a soulmate. It's like it's a particular connection that is like, it possesses extreme hell and extreme heaven. It's like, these are two people who, like, when it's good, it is like otherworldly. It's like perfection, but like when it's bad, it is like awesome Friday the 13th shit. And the idea of twin flames is that these souls both came to like reveal heaven on earth to each other, but they also came to like, they came on assignment to grow each other up and to be a part of each other's learning. But sometimes that learning and wisdom comes at the price of the actual relationship. So a lot of twin flames, they don't end up being able to spend their life together. Like, their relationships get so fucking rocky and get so out of control because of the lessons that they're trying to provide for one another, that their relationship takes like an undertone. When she asked me, do I believe in twin flames? I say yes. I believe that my ex-husband is my twin flame. I believe that that's why we like, we're so extreme left, extreme right. It's clear that we're meant to be together, but do we have what it takes to like not bow to each other, but to like bow to the lessons and really sacrifice our egos to allow their relationship to continue to thrive? Probably not. You know, like in a twin flame situation, one person can't bow. It takes both people to like equally fucking submit and bow and to do the work. Like, if both people don't do the work, it just would not work out. But yeah, a twin flame is just like a more turned up version of like a soulmate. But you can have multiple soulmates in life. Typically with twin flames, you only get like one or two twin flames assigned to you in a lifetime. It's a rare connection, but it does exist. But it's hard. Like like what you're going through right now, like this sounds like it could be a twin flame situation. Like you having this amazing experience and chemistry and friendship with this girl, but yet it's just like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck is the, like, what the fuck? And it's like, that's always a twin flame experience. It's like, damn, we so good together. What's the problem? Like, what is this issue? Now, people want to know, like, what is your zodiac sign?
I'm a Pisces.
Okay, you a Pisces. Okay. Do you deal, like, do you even pay attention to that kind of stuff? Astrology, compatibility, birth charts? No.
I mean, I've seen some stuff.
For a man who believes in Sasquatch and Bigfoot, you damn sure are pretty atheistic on all other things weird and metaphysical.
I mean, it's like, yeah, I'm not very, I had this argument with my cousin one time, like, I'm not very, he thought I was superstitious. Oh, sorry. And I'm not, oh, wow, what is this? I'm not superstitious, but, for instance, just to touch on Sasquatch, like, my friends always laugh at me because I say I'm not a believer. I'm convinced that the creature might exist based on what I've heard, researched, all that stuff. But to say, and I'm not saying, you know,
it's just as much evidence to support the validity of astrology. And let me tell you, I guarantee you, if you allowed me to do your birth chart, your wig would be snatched at how your birthday is so revealing of why your personality is the way it is, why you like the things you like, why you act the way you act, why you struggle in the areas you do, why your strengths are in the area of you do. When you get your birth chart done and realize, oh my God, there was some system that already had a fucking blueprint of me before I even came to be, you're going to be blown away at what a birth chart suggests about the nature of our lives and how intentionally we're created, that we're not like as random of a mutation as we think we are. Our personalities aren't as random of a concept, that we've kind of been pre-programmed in a lot of ways to be who we are. And your birth chart like proves that about yourself. I dare you. I double dare you to take the plunge.
Yeah, I've had some people like send me links to read up on stuff, and you know, and
you ain't read it. You ain't paid it no motherfucking attention.
I read it. Some of them were long, and you know, I wanted to be like, man, why did I agree? But I'm a person like, if I say I'm gonna do something, I'm gonna do it. I'm a fool like that. I remember I told a stranger I would check out Breaking Bad. A stranger, I met him by pass, and I was like, I did say I'd check it out, and I literally started watching the show because I told a stranger I would. But I told someone I would.
Keep talking. I can hear you. Keep talking.
Okay. So I've read them, and I'm not gonna lie, they seem like they pertain to me a little bit. They tend to say the person is very creative or comedic, blah blah blah. But I just feel like it's very general, where it's like, you know, you blink, you're gonna, you know, this person blinks if your eyes get dry. You know, you eat when you're hungry. It just sounds very general to me. And of course, I'm being facetious, but I just okay,
but that's why you got to get. But that's why you got to get a birth chart done. See, a birth chart, a natal chart is not general like a daily horoscope. It's very specific to your. All I would need is your birth, what state and city you were born in, and the time of your birth. If you knew that, most birth certificates are able to tell you like when you were born. This one is particular. A birth chart is particular to your existence. It's a totally different level of a horoscope.
And I think that's what my friend did that for me. She was asking me a billion questions. I was getting annoyed. She was, and then she sent me the link. I think it was the birth chart, but it personally, I don't see how when I'm born determines.
That shit right. I did that shit right.
Maybe not, because I just don't see. I don't see the practicality of how that works.
Let me tell you, rightfully done natal chart is like a good orgasm. It ain't no doubt that you just had a good ass orgasm. Like it ain't. Like that's how motherfucking accurate and objective a fucking natal chart is. Like, it's gonna read you your rights, like, period. It ain't gonna be some things and then a little bit, like, no. It's gonna be like, no, I just bust a nut for real. Yeah, that's how it's gonna be. So I might need to do your natal chart for you, okay? And blow your mind. And it ain't gonna be a ton of stuff to read. I'm gonna give you like just enough to hold Bolarin's attention span.
All right, that sounds good. Just the cliff notes.
Yeah, just the cliff notes. Okay. How did you feel about tonight's engagement? Like, I know I'm asking you about. I mean, we traveled through a lot. How did you feel about it?
It was interesting. It was good. I wish we would have been able to get a little more, a little deeper into the hate of Black women.
Well, when you come back for a part 2?
Yeah, let me know. Part 2 or the one when you got the women and the men, either one, whichever, both. Let me know, man. I just love the discussion. That's how I ended up on Grapevine. When Ashley told me the idea, I was like, I just like discussing. I was like, so I told her my views, and it started from there. I just like having the discussions.
Yeah.
So that's why I think I'm here till 7 in the morning. It's just I'm
gonna let you go. I really thank you for coming on board and for yelling. Like I said, you was not supposed to. You were supposed to be the first man out, and you the damn last man. So I mean, how about that? Ain't that about a bitch?
Exactly.
Ain't that about a bitch? Well, I really enjoyed your contribution. Can you tell the people like where they can find you on social media?
Absolutely. I would say you could. Well, uselessly sexy anywhere, but I am not big on social media. So I have a Twitter, but I am not on Twitter. I have a Snapchat. I am not on Snapchat. So I would just say right now, YouTube and Instagram at Uselessly Sexy. The YouTube channel web series will be premiering very soon. It got a little delayed because of Corona. And then Instagram at Uselessly Sexy. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anything you want the people to know before you part? Any lasting sentiments?
I guess as like a teaser, that graphic novel I'm writing, I honestly I cannot wait. I can't wait till people see it. It actually becoming a writer showed me that I'm learning that you have to be very truthful with yourself, and you have to be vulnerable and like tell your deepest, darkest secrets so you can write a good story. And I wish I could describe what it is. It's crazy, but the core premise of the entire story, it won't seem like it on the outside, but the core premise of the entire story is like connection, human connections, and how we all need each other, and how true power comes from love. And that's how I started getting these I started analyzing my own experiences with love, and that's what started to help me like flesh out the story that I am writing.
So the novel is kind of loosely based on some.
Very loosely, because
okay.
Yeah, because if I didn't tell you this now, you'd probably be wondering how love and connection comes into this. Like if I told you the story, like the the graphic novel, but the undertone message, that is the premise of the story though, is like, so that's coming hopefully very soon. Hopefully.
Okay, so how soon? Like by the end of the year, hopefully.
It should, as long as I've been working on it, but I need to give myself a deadline. Hopefully the first issue can be out. Hopefully the first issue can be out by the end of the year. I don't see why not. I honestly don't see why not. Yeah.
Well, you got a lot of time on your hand. I mean,
I do.
Everybody shut in, so
I do. I'm doing too much. That's the problem. Even for the web series, I'm writing it, I'm storyboarding it, I'm editing the videos. I'm, same thing with the graphic novel. I'm writing it, I'm drawing the characters, I'm doing too much. So I got to get a team because I'm doing too I'm doing too much. Ain't nothing gonna get done like this.
Nothing gonna get done. Okay, you got to just get a better system in line. Yeah. I mean, but it's good that you're so inspired though, and that you're just working like you're just like you're just doing your thing. Okay.
Yeah,
well, you done made a promise that you're gonna be returning. So
let me know.
I'm gonna damn sure let you know. Keep you posted on everything. And be inspired when it comes to Black women. There's a lot of Black women checking for you. So just keep that in mind as you move through.
I'm looking for them. I'm gonna be checking the message. I'm gonna be checking the chat.
Look, if they find uselessly sexy on that YouTube and Facebook, then you just make sure to let them know that they in the right place because they're gonna be looking for you.
I will let you know. Please check it out. Uselessly sexy on Instagram. Hit me up. Say hello. You know, definitely. It was a pleasure talking to everybody in the chat as well too.
Yeah. This was a great show, man. I couldn't ask for more. I would definitely keep you posted. I'll probably send you another thank you text at some point when I wake the fuck up from my 2-day coma because y'all niggas done kept my ass up all day and night with the shenanigans. Exactly. But I really appreciate you coming through. This was very much so long overdue, and I'm looking forward to you being on the platform some more. I mean, people love you, so if you want to talk about anything, if it's just shit you want to shoot the shit about, shit you want to engage the audience with, like, come on over, like, just let me know, and we can always do this at any time. Like, it ain't nothing.
Sounds great. Thank you for having me too. For real. Thank you for thinking about me, man, and adding me on.
Favorite. As much as you get on the Grapevine, people love you. Don't sit fool you. Like, don't let all the hate and all the criticism, all the shit talking, the dumb motherfuckers love you.
I believe it. I'm starting to see it. I think they're getting bored with hating me, so now they're like, all right, he cool.
yes, absolutely. Well, you have a good rest of your damn morning. That sun is shining through, and I'll definitely hit you later.
All right. Thanks again.
Brother. No problem.
All right.
Bye.
All right.
Well, you guys heard it first. That is the show. I think this is another record-breaking 10-hour live. It's 9:57. And once again, we was only supposed to be here for an hour and an hour and a half, y'all. But I guess I just keep meeting all these damn conversationalists, and we can just talk until the sun comes up. But so can y'all. I want to thank everybody who joined the stream. I know that this show didn't answer all of the questions, but I at least just wanted to scratch the surface, okay? And just get Black men to talk, see what they think, see how they feel. And I wanted to talk to, everyday Black men, not the scholarly Black men, not the Black man who understands sociology and history, but just actually talk to everyday men who are engaging Black women in real life, in real ways, having real relationships, because that's where the real people are. All these people, all these speakers and free thinkers we look at on YouTube and listen to on podcasts, those people don't represent everyday people who are making life happen for themselves and who are just living their lives accordingly. So I know it was a triggering conversation at some points. I know that Black men can lack understanding and nuance because they're privileged and full of themselves. So I know that it was hard to deal with at times, but I think just showing up for the conversation and even being challenged about some things and just even trying to stick it out is a step in the right direction and can lead us to being like very hopeful about eventually getting somewhere and getting to some healing. But that's obviously going to take continual conversation. Healing and change doesn't happen overnight. I know that TD Jake said that this is the microwavable generation, that we expect everything to happen in a blink of an eye because you can get on your phone and get to any app. You got the microwave, you got your car, you have all this convenience. And so it makes us also look at change socially in the same type of a vacuum and expeditious way. But this is real life, and these changes of healing the community and healing Black men's relationship to queer women and queer men. It's not going to happen overnight. Black men's relationship to Black women and Black women's relationship to Black men, it's not going to happen overnight. But if we're committed to the dialogue, if we're committed to listen to each other, if we're humbled enough to be confronted by one another and hold each other accountable, and we're willing to be vocal and honest and actually admit our ignorances and be courageous to speak our minds so that our thoughts and our feelings can be critiqued and we can make change in the right direction, then this is what this is really for. You know, I didn't want people to come to this conversation with the expectation that the men here were going to have all the answers. This was an opportunity for women to just kind of be in the barbershop and really see how the Black man's mind has been shaped by white supremacy, how it's been shaped by their own personal experiences, how anti-Blackness has shaped them, how toxic masculinity has shaped them, so that we know what we're working with. And I also want to flip the script and bring Black women on and also get Black women to speak honestly and earnestly so that we can critique Black women's mental construct of the world and challenge that and speak perspective and healing to that, because there's give and take and learning and adjustment and change and shift and growth and evolution that needs to take place on all motherfucking levels, okay? And I'm just here for it, you know? I don't expect change overnight, you know? That's why we got to have J-Leethal up here 100 times. And, you know, that's why I got to keep coming back for him, you know, because I love them. I love all of my people. And this is going to be tough. I don't want to make there ain't no false expectations. This shit is going to be hard. This shit is hard. Working through this shit, working through these privileges, confronting our narcissisms and ignorances, being patient with each other, being compassionate, that shit is fucking hard. Do you think I wanted to reach out to to J-Leethal after I just got muted on his platform? No. But to give up on him and then to use that as a reason to stop the work and to break off, you know, what could be a great friendship would be a contradictory of all the understanding that I say I have about how privileged people have gotten into their privilege and what I understand is going to be necessary, which is patient. When you're dealing with privilege in different areas, even my privilege as a lighter-skinned Black man, even my privileges in certain aspects of life as a queer man compared to, like, we can't acknowledge that privilege and then be like completely short patient with each other and have these like overarching expectations. You know, we're really working through some tough shit. So I hope you guys just, you know, appreciate these conversations, and I'm gonna have them as long as God gives me a platform. As long as God gives me a platform, my platform is going to be for the people. It's going to be for our community. And, you know, we're going to do the work. And I just really thank you guys for being here. And I don't know, I'm feeling really good about things, to be honest. Things are tough, but the fact that we show up for this gives me a lot of fucking hope. And I hope that it gives you guys a lot of hope as well. Like, I really, really, really feel good about things, even though things are really rough right now. But this system is collapsing. But I have a feeling that we're going to come out far better than the way we came into this thing. And I'm excited about that, okay? Fifi says, love, great topics, Consciouztv. I love you, baby, with your fine stuff. I love you, Fifi, with that voluptuous 40D here, 40D there. Okay, make it happen. I love you. I love you all. Thank you, Bonita. Thank you, Perp. Thank you, Crafting Gamer. Thank you, Deshaun. Thank you, Her Majesty. Thank you all for coming through. Spirit, J-Leethal. Thank you all. I really appreciate it. I'm going to get me some sleep. You guys get you some sleep. And I'll be on Jay Wilson's platform Thursday for the Gentleman's Panel. So be there. You guys might get some more content before Thursday. I'll see. Okay. Keep me in your prayers. I'm keeping you guys in my prayers. I love you all. Good night and good morning.